ears of the tyrants we are striving to overthrow. The vote of no confidence was beaten by 475 votes to 25. It was overwhelming but short of unanimous. In these times of adversity, Roosevelt remained a comforting supporter. "Good for you," he telegraphed when the news reached Washington. Hitler's entourage was less generous. "What else can the English do but support him?" Goebbels wrote in his diary. "Churchill is in fact the only person who can deal with the United States and above all with Roosevelt. Moreover, the English have no one to replace him." The Russian front was becoming critical. Soviet generals were ever more concerned with the strength and success of Hitler's Operation Blue. By the night of July 2, the situation in the Voronezh direction sharply deteriorated, Georgy Zhukov recalled. The defences at the junction of the Bryansk and the southwestern fronts were ruptured to a depth of up to 80 kilometres. The front's reserves in this sector were drawn into battle. There was now an imminent danger of the enemy's shock forces breaking through to the River Don and capturing Voronezh. 24 hours later, however, Hitler and his generals were expressing concern that their advance was not rapid enough. Halder noted, "The enemy knows our operational plans. Danger that the Russians can avoid destruction." In London, Ivan Maisky was surveying events of the past few days. Voronezh had fallen. "A heavy week. Things at the front are very serious," he noted. "It is quite obvious that the Germans are heading for Stalingrad. For the time being, one cannot close one's eyes to the fact that at present we are face to face with a deadly danger to our country, to the revolution, to the whole future of humanity." Maisky was not the only one who was feeling jumpy. That evening, Halifax had dinner with Eden and Churchill. Winston sat and talked at the dinner table until 1:45, and he struck me as being rather edgy and nervy, exaggerating minor difficulties with the press or the House of Commons, complaining that he had not sufficient power, and generally, as I thought, exhibiting symptoms of nervous fatigue, Halifax wrote in his secret diary. "I hope I am wrong. I can't conceive how anyone can live that life and retain reasonable sanity." The problems were compounded by the disaster of convoy PQ-17, which had been ordered to scatter in the face of a concerted German attack. On 14 July, its remains arrived in Archangel. Of the original 33 ships that set sail, only 8 had survived. On 14 July, 4 of those arrived in Archangel. The others were stuck precariously in the Arctic ice. For Churchill, this could mean only one thing. He cabled President Roosevelt at 3:25 p.m., "We therefore advise against running PQ-18. It was a sound decision, but a sure way of angering Stalin." The arguments over strategy were coming to a head. The American chiefs sent a memorandum containing a veiled threat that if the British refused to launch a cross-channel operation, they would prefer to concentrate their forces in the Pacific. On 15 July, Halifax visited Churchill and found him agitated. Winston's own description of it was, "Just because the Americans can't have a massacre in France this year, they want to sulk and bathe in the Pacific." Roosevelt was unimpressed by his own chief's attitude and insisted that Hitler remained the prime target. The president, Stimson reported of a meeting that day, did not like the manner of the memorandum in regard to the Pacific, saying that it was a little like taking up your dishes and going away. The next day, 16 July, an American delegation headed by General George Marshall and Harry Hopkins flew to London, carrying instructions from Roosevelt on his strategic priorities. Defeat of Germany means the defeat of Japan, probably without firing a shot or losing a life, he explained. As the first 2,000 Dutch Jews were deported to Auschwitz, Hitler moved nearer to the front line. The bunker complex in the forests of Rustenburg was replaced by a new lair near Vinnytsia in the Ukraine, codenamed Werewolf. However, it turned out not to suit the Führer. Hitler did not feel well here, Nikolaus von Below recalled. He found the heat oppressive and the place was plagued by flies and mosquitoes. This swampy complex was to be Hitler's home for 3.5 months. Heinrich Himmler was his first important visitor. They discussed the necessity of securing the oil wells of the Caucasus. Their gateway, Stalingrad, must be captured. In Moscow, Stalin had just finished dinner. Alexander Poskryobyshev, his rotund assistant, delivered a transcript of a German radio broadcast from the General Staff's Central Intelligence Department claiming this had already happened. Stalingrad has been taken by brilliant German forces, it had announced. Russia has been cut into 2 parts, north and south, and will soon collapse in her death throes. Stalin immediately dictated a telegram to his military and civilian commanders in the area, Andrei Yermenko and Nikita Khrushchev. "Report some sense about what is happening in Stalingrad," he demanded. "Is it true Stalingrad has been captured by the Germans? Give a straight and truthful answer. I await your immediate reply." In fact, the bitter fighting in Stalingrad was far from over. One of the most dreadful and iconic battles of the Eastern Front was just warming up. It was hardly an opportune moment to tell the Soviet leader that, for the moment, Arctic convoys were suspended. But 2 days later, on 18 July, Churchill took up his pen to explain that the strength of enemy battle squadrons and shore-based aircraft in the most exposed parts of the Arctic run was too great. Churchill, seared by the experience of the Prince of Wales and Repulse off the coast of Singapore, added that it was too great to risk the British home fleet in protecting the convoys. If 1 or 2 of our very few most powerful types were to be lost or even seriously damaged, while the Tirpitz and her consorts, soon to be joined by the Scharnhorst, remained in action, the whole command of the Atlantic would be lost, Churchill wrote carefully. It is therefore with the greatest regret that we have reached the conclusion that to attempt to run the next convoy, PQ-18, would bring no benefit to you and would involve a dead loss to the common cause. At 12:30 p.m., Alexander Cadogan handed over the telegram to Maisky at the Foreign Office. He had been prepared for it, Cadogan noted, so didn't take it too badly. The next day, Sunday 19 July, Maisky wrote in his diary that he believed that our allies left us to the mercy of fate in the most critical moment for us. This is a very unpleasant truth, but there is no point in denying it, he continued. We must remember this and take it into account in all our future plans. Harry Hopkins, along with Marshall and the head of the American Navy, Admiral Ernest King, had arrived in Britain. Churchill, Hopkins wrote to the President, is pretty restless and quite unhappy that we did not go to see him in the first place. The bad mood did not last long, however, and Hopkins reported happily that all of this was cleared up over the weekend and he is now in the best of spirits. On Monday morning, 20 July, the British chiefs met their American counterparts. After lunch at 3 p.m., we had long argument with them, Alan Brooke complained, found both of them still hankering after an attack across Channel this year to take pressure off Russia. They failed to realize that such an action could only lead to the loss of some 6 divisions without achieving any results. 3 days later, Maisky visited Churchill to deliver Stalin's reply on the halting of Arctic convoys. You know, of course, that the Soviet Union is suffering far greater losses, Stalin wrote. Be that as it may, I never imagined that the British government would deny us delivery of war materials precisely now, when the Soviet Union is badly in need of them in view of the grave situation on the Soviet-German front. Stalin finished by stating that he hoped Churchill would not take it amiss that I have seen fit to give you my frank and honest opinion. Stalin's reply produced the impression I expected, Maisky observed. Churchill was both depressed and offended. His pride was deeply touched, in particular by Stalin's accusation of not fulfilling the obligations. As before, when Stalin censured him, Churchill reminded Maisky that it was only a year since Britain was standing alone in the face of Stalin's collaboration with Hitler. Meanwhile, the police were informing the Home Office and MI5 that the Communist Party of Great Britain has instructed leading officials when addressing closed meetings to emphasize the dangers to which the USSR is exposed and that Britain cannot rely upon the Union to win the war for Europe. The Germans reoccupied Rostov-on-Don that day, but rather than take the advice of his generals, Hitler issued Directive No. 45. It ordered a continuation of Operation Blue, now renamed Operation Braunschweig. According to Hitler's directive, in just 3 weeks the broad goals set for the southern flank of the Eastern Front have essentially been achieved. The next strategic priority was the Caucasus and the valuable Black Sea oil fields. At the Werwolf, Hitler ranted at his general's caution. He explodes in a fit of insane rage and hurls the gravest reproaches against the general staff, Halder noted. This chronic tendency to underrate enemy capabilities is gradually assuming grotesque proportions and develops into a positive danger. This so-called leadership is characterized by a pathological reacting to the impressions of the moment and a total lack of any understanding of the command machinery and its possibilities. 6 days later, 28 July, while German troops crossed the river Don near Rostov and entered the town of Bataisk, Stalin issued the infamous Order No. 227. Not one more step backwards, it instructed. We will no longer tolerate officers and commissars, political personnel, units and detachments abandoning their battle positions of their own free will, it warned, stating that panic mongers and cowards must be destroyed on the spot. In Moscow, Georgy Dimitrov was discussing with Vyacheslav Molotov their British and American allies. The English are hardly likely to open a second front this year, but they must be pressured, the two men agreed. The English and the Americans evidently intend to wage war against Hitler, but they would like to do so by our hand. There are enemies, after all, in the Admiralty and other English bodies who want to wreck the cause of aid for us. 24 hours later, in the sweltering wooden huts of the Werwolf, an argument was raging. Walter Warlimont described it as a stormy briefing conference. The military situation on the Stalingrad front was dire. A wild battle is raging in 6th Army sector inside the Don Bend west of Stalingrad, Halder noted. We do not have yet an accurate picture of its development. 6th Army's striking power is paralyzed by ammunition and fuel supply difficulties. Alfred Jodl announced that the fate of the Caucasus will be decided at Stalingrad. Reversing a headquarters order of the previous week, forces were diverted from Army Group A to Army Group B, south of the Don. The British ambassador in Moscow, Sir Archibald Clark Kerr, had cabled Eden pleading that an early visit of Winston to Joe be engineered as soon as possible. Took the telegram to Winston and he jumped at it, Eden recorded. Churchill knew that however difficult and awkward it might be, it was best to deliver disappointing news in person. After weeks of transatlantic debate, Roosevelt was now leaning towards the option of invading North Africa rather than launching the cross-channel operation Churchill had so long opposed. It would be yet another blow to the Soviet leader to add to the postponement of convoys. After delivering the telegram, Eden enjoyed a relaxing dinner and retired to bed when suddenly, at midnight, a call came through from Churchill. Eden was summoned. Found him with chiefs of staff, Eden recalled wearily, discussed draft of messages to Joe and Roosevelt, and at 1 a.m. sent for Maisky to give him former. When Maisky arrived at Downing Street, he found Churchill sitting at a table in his siren's suit with Eden next to him. Both looked tired but excited, Maisky recalled. Churchill handed the Soviet ambassador his draft letter for Stalin. "Here," he said, "read it and tell us if you think it is any good." Maisky quickly read the draft. "It is very, very good," he replied. "It was great indeed," Maisky confided in his diary when he returned to the embassy. "A meeting between Stalin and Churchill could lead to serious consequences." The following day, 31 July, Churchill's telegram to Stalin was dispatched. "I am willing, if you invite me, to come myself to meet you in Astrakhan, the Caucasus, or similar convenient meeting place," he wrote. "We could then survey the war together and take decisions hand in hand. I could then tell you plans we have made with President Roosevelt for offensive action in 1942. Stalin immediately confirmed the invitation, but insisted that Churchill must go to Moscow, since the members of the government, the General Staff and myself cannot be away at this moment of bitter fighting against the German." Just before midnight on 1 August, as Churchill was preparing to take off from RAF Lynham, news came through from Washington confirming the invasion of North Africa, Operation Torch, for later in the autumn. The attack on mainland France was postponed for at least a year. Churchill steeled himself to tell Stalin. He boarded his unheated and uncomfortable American Liberator aircraft Commando for the long trip to Moscow via Gibraltar and Cairo, where he would drop in on his generals. Later, he wrote that the journey to Russia was like carrying a large lump of ice to the North Pole. By 4 August, Churchill was in Cairo. The British embassy was stuffy and hot, but the Prime Minister's room was air-conditioned. En route to meet one ally, he asked the advice of the other. "I should greatly like to have your aid and countenance in my talks with Joe," he wrote to Roosevelt. "Would you be able to let Averill come with me? I feel that things would be easier if we all seemed to be together. I have a somewhat raw job." Averill Harriman was assigned to accompany Churchill, who was, according to his doctor, in good heart. "No longer is he compelled to deal with great events by correspondence," Sir Charles Wilson noted. "He is the man on the spot. Twice he has said this to me. A great feeling of elation stokes the marvellous machine, which seems quite impervious to fatigue." That day Hitler was reminiscing about the First World War, where he had cut his teeth as a lowly infantryman. "The soldier has boundless affection for the ground on which he has shed his blood," he said. "If we could arrange the transport, we should have 1 million people pouring into France to revisit the scenes of their former struggle." In Stalingrad, Zhukov was impressing on his soldiers the severity of the present struggle. In order to warn detachments against retreating and to combat cowardice and panic-mongering, the first line of every assault battalion was followed by a tank carrying officers specially picked by the Army War Councils, he reported to Stalin. At the Werwolf, Hitler received Field Marshal Günther von Kluge, commander of Army Group Center. The heat of the Ukrainian summer was stifling, Warlimont observed, and the atmosphere was explosive. Von Kluge pleaded for 2 extra armoured divisions, 9 and 11, to be deployed against the strong Soviet counterattack in the Rzhev region. Hitler, as usual, was interested only in advancing. He mulishly insisted, Warlimont recalled, that the 2 divisions must be used offensively to iron out the Sukinichi salient which was left over from the winter crisis, maintaining that this would provide a jumping-off point for the subsequent drive on Moscow. Von Kluge was furious. "You, my Führer, therefore assume responsibility for this," and he stalked out of the room. While Churchill completed the last leg of his journey to Moscow via Tehran, in London MI5 was exposing a hotbed of clandestine activity ultimately overseen by the very man the Prime Minister was about to meet. Guy Liddell, Britain's MI5 counterintelligence chief, was reflecting on the recent arrest of a Soviet secret agent, a certain Oliver Green. Green had photographed and passed to his Soviet handlers British intelligence summaries. His activities had only come to light after he was caught forging petrol coupons. Liddell noted that Green is, of course, a communist and has been known to us for some considerable time. He got 15 months for forging coupons and now tells us that he did so in order that he could use his car to make contact with his agents. Ideologically, he is a curious character and not altogether unlikable. At 5 p.m. on 12 August 1942, Churchill landed in Moscow after the final 10.5-hour overnight stretch on his stripped-out Liberator. General Shaposhnikov, chief of the Soviet General Staff, and Molotov were waiting on the turf. Several handshakes later, flanked by Averell Harriman, Churchill delivered a characteristic rallying cry. "We are determined," he declaimed, "that whatever our sufferings, whatever our toils, we will continue hand in hand like comrades and brothers until every vestige of the Nazi regime has been beaten into the ground." He was then whisked to Villa No. 7, his home for the duration of his stay. Everything, Churchill later recalled of his quarters, was prepared with totalitarian lavishness. The Prime Minister marvelled at the long table and sideboards, groaning with every delicacy and stimulant that supreme power can command. There were blazing electric lights and, most importantly, plenty of hot water. Churchill immediately demanded a bath, for which he longed after the length and the heat of the journey. At 7 p.m. Churchill was taken to the Kremlin for his first meeting with Joseph Stalin. The drive from Villa No. 7 took 30 minutes. Churchill's agitation was clearly betrayed by his fidgetiness, the Soviet interpreter Valentin Berezhkov recalled. He said there was simply no limit to his joy at being in the heroic city of Moscow. Stalin, by contrast, was very restrained. His face was impassive, as if for him this was a routine meeting. The Soviet leader invited the British delegation to sit down and planted himself in an armchair at the head of the table, with Churchill to his right. The table was spread with cigarettes of various varieties, bottles of water and drinking glasses. In Stalin's place was a carefully chosen assortment of coloured pencils, which he would gather into a bunch and roll across his palm, apparently as a sort of exercise for his withered hand. Churchill opened the conversation by inquiring about the current state of the Soviet front with Germany. "I think," Stalin replied, "that Hitler has pumped all he can out of Europe, but we are determined to hold Stalingrad. The Red Army is preparing to launch a major attack north of Moscow in order to draw Nazis away from southern fronts." Churchill became noticeably gloomier, Berezhkov noted. It was time for the Prime Minister to make his confession on the postponement of the Second Front invasion of France. The British and American governments did not feel themselves able to undertake a major operation in September, he explained carefully to his Soviet host, which was the only month in which the weather was to be counted. Stalin told Churchill that they clearly had different views of war. A man who was not prepared to take risks could not win a war, he said. Churchill was forced to agree in principle, but argued that it was senseless to sacrifice troops that would be needed so badly next summer, Berezhkov reported. Stalin disagreed, but acknowledged that there was nothing he could do to make the British government change its mind. Then, taking a sheet of paper from the pile on the table in front of him, Churchill began to outline his alternative strategy. Firstly, he said, the British and Americans would drive the Nazis out of Africa with Operation Torch. Then he sketched a crocodile in the shape of Europe with its jaws opened towards Great Britain. The hard snout, he explained, was the heavily defended coast of France. Rather than invade there, he wanted to attack Hitler in what he called the soft underbelly of Europe, the Adriatic and the Balkans. Stalin questioned him curtly but politely. At 10:40 p.m., a full 3 hours and 40 minutes later, this first encounter came to a close. Churchill believed he was making progress and wrote confidently to Roosevelt the next day about the ebb and flow of the meeting. This all ended cordially, and I expect I shall establish a solid and sincere relationship with this man and convince him of our ardent desire to get into battle heavily and speedily to the best advantage. He knows the worst, Churchill wrote to his cabinet colleagues in London, and we parted in an atmosphere of goodwill. Stalin liked to work at night, as did Churchill. The second meeting was scheduled for 11 p.m. Churchill's optimism of the morning was crushed as Stalin's mood now changed from reserved politeness to formal hostility. He opened the meeting by handing Churchill an aide-memoire, which was immediately translated, and accused the British of reneging on their commitment to the Second Front. It will be readily understood that the British government's refusal to open a second front in Europe in 1942 delivers a blow in morale to the Soviet people, which had hoped that the second front would be opened, complicates the position of the Red Army, and injures the plans of the Soviet High Command. Churchill said that he would reply in writing, but warned Stalin that "we have made up our minds upon the course to be pursued, and that reproaches were vain." Stalin became vicious. He accused the British not just of breaking promises, but of cowardice. "You British are afraid of fighting. You should not think the Germans are supermen. You will have to fight sooner or later. You cannot win a war without fighting." According to Averell Harriman, Stalin was really insulting. Churchill reacted with eloquent fury. "I have come round Europe in the midst of my troubles. Yes, Mr. Stalin, I have my troubles as well as you, hoping to meet the hand of comradeship, and I am bitterly disappointed I have not that hand." For the next 5 minutes, Churchill spoke, according to one of the American delegation, in the most lucid, dramatic, forceful way I have ever heard anybody speak, so much so that both interpreters failed to take notes. Only Alexander Cadogan had noted the Prime Minister's words. "Have you told him this?" Churchill asked angrily of the interpreter. Cadogan eventually began to try and read out his notes, but Stalin raised his hand and began to laugh. "Your words are not important," he said. "What is vital is the spirit." General Brooke, who had arrived a day late, accompanied Churchill to this meeting and was not taken in by Stalin's parting compliment. "It was very interesting meeting him, and I was much impressed by his astuteness and his crafty cleverness. He is a realist with little flattery about him, and not looking for much flattery either," Brooke noted. "The two leaders, Churchill and Stalin, are poles apart as human beings, and I cannot see a friendship between them such as exists between Roosevelt and Winston. Stalin is a realist if ever there was one. Facts only count with him. Plans, hypotheses, future possibilities mean little to him. Winston, on the other hand, never seems anxious to face an unpleasantness until forced to do so. He appealed to sentiments in Stalin which do not, I think, exist there." Churchill was shocked by Stalin's behavior, and on the way back to Villa No. 7 told his staff that he would leave Moscow the next morning. Cadogan was surprised by the depth of his reaction. He was like a bull in the ring, maddened by the pricks of the picadors. He declared that he really did not know what he was supposed to be doing here. The next day, Stalin, in his good cop, bad cop routine, sent over an invitation for dinner at the Kremlin. Churchill put aside the emotion of the night before and accepted. At 9 p.m. he found himself guest of honor at a grand banquet in the sumptuous Catherine Hall in the Kremlin Palace. From the beginning, vodka flowed freely, and one's glass kept being filled up. The tables groaned under every description of hors d'oeuvre and fish, etc., Brooke reported. Within 5 minutes, an unending series of toasts was proposed, which went on continuously. As the dinner progressed, Stalin was quite lively, walking around the table to click glasses with various people he was proposing the health of. He is an outstanding man, that there is no doubt about, but not an attractive one, Brooke judged. He has got an unpleasantly cold, crafty, dead face, and whenever I look at him I can imagine his sending off people to their doom without ever turning a hair. Churchill had begun the evening puffing nervously on his cigar and frequently resorted to cognac, according to Berezhkov. However, as the evening progressed, he, like Stalin, livened up, the one sore point being the Soviet leader's choice of toasts. The only foreigner Stalin honored was President Roosevelt, Berezhkov recalled. Churchill was plainly offended, but swallowed the pill in silence. Despite that, the dinner appeared to make amends for the contretemps of the day before. During the dinner, Churchill referred to Stalin as a peasant whom he could handle. Air Marshal Arthur Tedder, one of the British delegation, was instantly alarmed as he was sure that microphones were planted everywhere in the Kremlin. "Méfiez-vous," he scribbled on a menu card and passed it to Churchill. Later, when the party returned to the British quarters, the Prime Minister was warned that bugs were all around. At this he addressed the walls very loudly. "We will soon deal with that. The Russians, I have been told, are not human beings at all. They are lower in the scale of nature than the orangutan. Now then, let them take that down and translate it into Russian." Churchill spent the fourth and final night à deux with Stalin. At 5:30 a.m. on 16 August he boarded his plane for Tehran, the first leg of the return to London. PM was somewhat late, and no wonder, Brooke exclaimed. He went to see Stalin for final visit at 7 p.m. and remained with him till 3 a.m. He had no time for bed, and after a bath came straight to the aerodrome. He arrived with Molotov. The band played the Internationale, God Save the King, and the Star-Spangled Banner, during which period we all stood to attention and saluted. On his return to London, a city ravaged by Hitler's bombers, Churchill consoled himself with the thought that he had at least forged a personal relationship with the man who was now bearing the brunt of the fight against the Nazi leader. "On the whole, I am definitely encouraged by my visit to Moscow," he wrote to Roosevelt. "I am sure that the disappointing news I brought could not have been imparted except by me personally without leading to really serious drifting apart. It was my duty to go. Now they know the worst, and having made their protest, are entirely friendly." In Germany, Joseph Goebbels was making his own acerbic assessment of the Allied tête-à-tête. "They are trying to make a world sensation out of it, and since the published communiqué contains no substance, probably because the conference didn't reach any tangible resolutions, they are trying to create an impression through bombastically reported details," he noted. The evil genius of Nazi propaganda sneered, "In the whole of British history, an English Prime Minister has never been treated more degradingly." Chapter 9. 19 August 1942 to 9 April 1943. The Channel, 19 August 1942. As dawn broke, 5,000 troops, mainly Canadian with some British, were preparing for a daring raid. Operation Jubilee was meant to lay the groundwork for the cross-channel invasion proper, envisaged for the following year. It was a fiasco. Over 1,000 men lost their lives during the 65-mile crossing to the French port of Dieppe and in the bloody battles that ensued. Nearly 2,000 prisoners were taken, and an assortment of Allied military hardware was left abandoned for the Germans to examine. The Germans lost 345 men. 4 were taken prisoner and brought back to Great Britain, the operation's only prize. As the battles raged into the night, Churchill slept aboard a converted army ambulance in Cairo. He awoke full of energy at 6 a.m. on 20 August and bathed in the sea. It was a brief moment of pleasure before the bad news came through. While he carried on with an inspection of British forces at Alam Haifa, Hitler and Goebbels were discussing the events of the previous night. "The Führer is firmly convinced that the British Prime Minister instigated the Western venture under direct pressure from Stalin," noted Goebbels. The interpretation made sense. Was Dieppe a sop to Stalin's clamour for a second front? Thoughts of the two men aroused one of Hitler's favourite themes, the contrast in his enemies. "Compared with Churchill, Stalin is a gigantic figure," he remarked. "Churchill has nothing to show for his life's work except a few books and clever speeches in Parliament. Stalin, on the other hand, has without doubt, leaving aside the question of what principle he was serving, reorganized a state of 170 million people and prepared it for a massive armed conflict." Hitler concluded with the different punishments he would inflict upon his opponents at the final day of judgment. "If Stalin ever fell into my hands, I would probably spare him and perhaps exile him to some spa. Churchill and Roosevelt would be hanged." 4 days later, 24 August, Clementine and Randolph Churchill waited to greet the Prime Minister as he landed at Lynham Aerodrome after his historic and exhausting expedition. That day, Hitler's 14th Panzer Corps began advancing on the strategically important Stalingrad tractor works. As the city exploded into another vicious round of fighting, an argument was brewing at Hitler's steamy headquarters. At the midday conference, Franz Halder suggested that the 9th Army, fighting in Rzhev, should be permitted to withdraw and regroup along a shorter line. "You always come here with the same proposal, that of withdrawal," Hitler exclaimed. "I expect commanders to be as tough as the fighting troops." "I am tough enough, my Führer," Halder replied in raised tones, "but out there brave men and young officers are falling in thousands simply because their commanders are not allowed to make the only reasonable decision and have their hands tied behind their backs." Hitler recoiled, Walter Waulemont observed, and fixed Halder with a long, malevolent stare. In a hoarse and furious voice he replied, "Colonel General Halder, how dare you use language like that to me? Do you think you can teach me what a man at the front is thinking? What do you know about what goes on at the front?" With his gaze still fixed, Hitler continued yelling, "I won't stand for that. It's outrageous." By 27 August, things had not improved. Gerhard Engel reported that whenever bad news arrived from the Eastern Front, Hitler gets angrier with every sentence. In London, milder arguments were intruding. Churchill was worried at American proposals to dilute Operation Torch, both in terms of the number of troops and its physical breadth. "A bold, audacious bid for a bloodless victory at the outset may win a very great prize," he cabled Roosevelt. "I feel that a note must be struck now of irrevocable decision and superhuman energy to execute it." In Moscow, Stalin was enjoying more civilized and harmonious relations with his generals than his aggravated German adversary. General Georgy Zhukov had been summoned to the Kremlin. Over tea and sandwiches in Stalin's office, he was informed that he was to be promoted to Deputy Supreme Commander-in-Chief. Stalin told him that General Kirill Moskalenko's 1st Guards Army, the 66th Army and the 24th Army were all being sent to reinforce Stalingrad. "You prepare everything for Moskalenko's army to strike a counterblow on 2 September, and under its cover marshal the 24th and 66th Armies in the forming-up positions," Stalin instructed. "Rush these 2 armies into action immediately, otherwise we'll lose Stalingrad." Zhukov was under no illusions about the importance of his mission. With the fall of Stalingrad, the enemy command would be able to cut off the south of the country from the center, he recalled. The Supreme Command was sending to Stalingrad all that it was possible to send. In the North African desert, the conflict was also reaching boiling point. Erwin Rommel, for the moment Hitler's favored general, had launched his new offensive. Cairo was the goal, but the British knew of his plans through Enigma decrypts. 3 German fuel ships had been sunk as a result. "Rommel has begun the attack for which we have been preparing," Churchill cabled to both Stalin and Roosevelt. "An important battle may now be fought." This time the British were prepared. From his Vinitsa headquarters, Hitler informed Halder of his plans for Stalingrad. "The entire male population must be eliminated, since Stalingrad, with its 1 million uniformly communist inhabitants, is extremely dangerous." Later that evening, the Führer was full of bile, talking of his British enemy. "Churchill's visit to Moscow has done him a lot of harm, not only in the eyes of the Labour Party, but also in those of the Conservatives," he announced. "It was the most futile stupidity he could have committed, and on his return he was greeted with a most marked frigidity. He has pleased no one." On the morning of 4 September, Allied plans for Operation Torch were confirmed. "I am directing all preparations to proceed," Roosevelt cabled to London. "We should settle this whole thing with finality at once." Churchill replied the next day. "We agree to the military layout as you propose it," he wrote. "Hurrah!" Roosevelt responded immediately. With equal gusto, Churchill sealed this cheery series of cables. "Okay," he replied, "full blast." The main invasion was to take place at Casablanca and Oran, with a supporting attack at Algiers. Churchill had wanted a larger landing at Algiers in order to be able to drive more quickly into Tunisia and Rommel's rear. But though there had been compromises, he was satisfied with the scale and thrust of the final plan. On 7 September, tempers at Hitler's headquarters were fraying. That evening, General Alfred Jodl returned for a meeting at Stalinow with the commander of the Caucasus Front, Field Marshal Wilhelm List. Jodl had only bad news. He explained that List was now unable to push the Soviets into retreat over the mountains, and the only option left was a final attempt to advance on the Caspian Sea and Grozny. Hitler flew into a rage, but Jodl stood his ground, and a shouting match ensued. Eventually, Hitler stalked out of the hut, refusing to shake Jodl's hand. "I'll be glad when I can take off this detestable uniform and trample on it," he confided to one of his adjutants before he retired that night. The row reverberated through the coming days. Varlemont, who had missed the argument, was keenly aware of the aftermath. The entire existence and work of the headquarters seemed paralyzed. Hitler shut himself up in his sunless blockhouse and apparently only left it after dark, he recalled. Conferences, which had once taken place in the map room, now only occurred in Hitler's own hut. The atmosphere was glacial. During the Blitzkrieg and the dizzying success of the campaign against France, Hitler had shared his meals in the mess at headquarters. That would never happen again. He also ordered that a dozen typists be sent from the Reichstag to take minutes at every military discussion, so that his words could never again be twisted. On arrival, the typists took an oath of allegiance to Hitler himself. "The mood here is terrible," Engel complained. "The Führer can see no end in sight in Russia, since none of the goals of summer 1942 have been reached." 2 days later, Hitler sacked the beleaguered List. In Washington, Henry Morgenthau visited the White House and asked Roosevelt if he saw any rosy spots in the current situation. "No, but I don't see any very dark spots either," he replied. "I have said all along that if the Russians can hold on until the 15th, we are all right, and I think they are going to." Roosevelt could not yet know how events were swinging the Allies' way. On 13 September, just 24 hours after Field Marshal Friedrich Paulus had visited Hitler at the Werwolf to discuss the situation in Stalingrad, Stalin summoned his own Stalingrad commanders to the Kremlin. At 10 p.m., Zhukov was welcomed into the leader's office. Even while shaking hands, Stalin launched into an angry attack on his allies. While thousands of Soviet people are giving their lives in the struggle against fascism, Churchill is bargaining over a score of hurricanes. And these hurricanes of his are junk. Our pilots do not like them. Zhukov and General Alexander Vasilevsky presented to Stalin a bold plan for a counterattack against German forces on the Stalingrad front that would require reinforcements and 45 days' preparation. "We must think this plan over again and estimate our resources," Stalin replied. "Our main task is to hold Stalingrad." The crisis was taking its toll. On 22 September, Stalin's faithful stenographer, Yuri Chadayev, noticed that his boss had grown thin. His stooped shoulders emphasized how tired he was. At a meeting that day, Stalin reported the progress of the current counterattacks. It was a bleak picture, and neither Roosevelt nor Churchill, much to Stalin's continuing ire, seemed to offer any respite. "Our allies understand that we desperately need the second front," Stalin complained, "but they keep ignoring our demands both about opening the second front and about increasing their help to us." Later, he offered a Marxist economic interpretation. "Here we can clearly see the predatory character of their monopolies. The only thing they are interested in is to get maximum profit at the expense of quality." Further evidence to stoke his suspicions surfaced in London that day. Churchill was writing to President Roosevelt. With preparations for Operation Torch steaming ahead at full throttle, there were no ships left to provide an escort for the next Arctic convoy, PQ-18. "The time has therefore come," the Prime Minister explained, "to tell Stalin that there will be no more PQs till the end of the year, i.e. January." Churchill was under no illusion about the way in which this news would be received in Moscow. This, he told Roosevelt, was a formidable moment in Anglo-American-Soviet relations, and you and I must be united in any statement made about convoys. The following day, 23 September, German troops fought their way to the centre of Stalingrad. The bitter house-to-house combat ground on. On 24 September, Hitler lashed out at the military conference. His ideology and his will were not to be challenged any longer. General Halder was sacked. After situation conference, farewell by the Führer, Halder noted in his final diary entry. My nerves are worn out. Also, his nerves are no longer fresh. We must part. Hitler was determined that the army must now be fully politicized. Necessity for educating the general staff in fanatical faith in the idea. Hitler, noted Warlimont, now prepared to follow quite different principles in his command of the army. The Wehrmacht was to be an ideological tool. A week later, Hitler returned to Berlin to present Rommel with his ceremonial baton, a prize for the victories of the summer. It was, noted Hitler's Luftwaffe adjutant Nikolaus von Below, a heartfelt reunion. Goebbels was in attendance. The Führer remains convinced that the Bolsheviks are nearly finished, and he may be right, he noted afterwards. Hitler emphasized that he could never be made to yield. Our eventual success is certain if we stay on course. It was perhaps the last occasion when Hitler truly believed that victory was possible. On his return to his headquarters later that night, Hitler learned that several Germans had been taken prisoner and had their hands tied behind their backs after a British raid on the Channel Island of Sark. He immediately ordered that the prisoners recently captured at Dieppe be manacled as a gesture of revenge. While Hitler sweated, Churchill's closest colleagues were worrying about his health. Anthony Eden had spoken with Max Beaverbrook. Max described him as bowed and not the man he was, Eden noted. Brendan also said that W was very low yesterday when Max saw him. I told him that his powers of recuperation were very great, and I was not worried, Eden concluded. What Churchill needed was a victory, not just for his own peace of mind, but to prove his mettle to his allies. On 19 October, 2 months after the visit to Moscow, Stalin sent an extraordinary message to Ivan Maisky in London, which showed that Churchill was deluding himself in believing that he had made inroads with the Soviet dictator. We all here in Moscow get the impression that Churchill is aiming at the ultimate defeat of the USSR, in order for them to come to some agreement with Hitler's Germany or Bruning's at the expense of our country, Stalin wrote. If one does not assume so, it is difficult to explain Churchill's actions in dealing with the following matters: the Second Front in Europe, arms deliveries for the USSR, which are progressively being cut down despite growth of production in England, he continued. Stalin even accused Churchill of keeping Rudolf Hess in reserve as a negotiating tool. At 8 p.m. London time on 23 October, the deserts of North Africa exploded with General Bernard Montgomery's massive offensive along a 40-mile front. He had over 150,000 Allied soldiers at his disposal, along with 500 fighter aircraft and hundreds of pieces of artillery. Hitler's commander, General Georg Stumme, promptly died of a heart attack. Rommel was recalled to take over. It may be the turning point of the war, Alan Brooke wrote as he waited for news in London, or it may mean nothing. If it fails, I don't quite know how I shall bear it. On 1 November, as British forces drove back the Afrika Korps, Hitler refused to see the writing on the wall. There was not the smallest recognition, Warlimont recalled, least of all on the part of Hitler himself, that the war had now definitely turned against Germany, although this was clear to all the world. 3 days later, the British victory at El Alamein was assured. 24 hours earlier, Hitler had ordered that Rommel not yield a step, unaware that his favourite general had only 24 tanks left and had already begun to retreat. Now he was forced to approve the withdrawal. He immediately saw the political consequences of the change in military fortune. "It would be wrong to think," he told a surprised Goebbels, "that we can expect any hope of an internal disintegration in England. The Führer is very agitated," Goebbels confided in his diary, "and hardly dares to look at the North African theatre of war, which is now largely overshadowing even the events in Stalingrad and the Caucasus." While this black mood descended over Führer headquarters, Churchill was celebrating. A telegram from General Harold Alexander, the overall commander in North Africa, stated that more than 9,000 enemy prisoners had been captured and hundreds of Italian and German tanks lay in smoking heaps in the desert. "I want to ring the bells all over England," he replied to Alexander, "for the first time this war." 4 days later, 8 November, the Americans and British launched Operation Torch. 107,000 men, assisted by 370 merchant ships and 300 warships, landed on beaches along the coast of French North Africa. Though there was some initial resistance from Vichyite French forces, particularly by shore batteries in Casablanca, it became clear within hours that opposition to the landings was dying away, and they would proceed unopposed. The American commander on the spot, General Mark Clark, began immediate negotiations with the senior French military and civilian leaders in the region. As the Allied armada arrived, Hitler was travelling to Munich to give a speech to the party to celebrate the anniversary of the 1923 Beer Hall Putsch. An urgent message was brought to him en route, informing him of the Torch landings. Engel was surprised by his low-key response. "Perhaps we should have given them more incentive," he simply said of the Vichy French. He gave orders for the defence of Tunis, and his train continued to Munich. Over in London, Churchill was thinking of his son Randolph, who was among the British troops fighting at Algiers. "Well, here we are," he wrote to his father at 10 a.m., "safe and sound in the anchorage to the west of Algiers." The Prime Minister then had lunch with the Free French leader, General Charles de Gaulle. At Roosevelt's insistence, de Gaulle had been kept in the dark about the invasion. The American view was that he could only get in the way of the deal they were hoping to make with the former Vichy collaborators. Churchill, who had a tempestuous relationship with de Gaulle but never ceased to admire him, had felt guilty and expected a prickly conversation. However, de Gaulle behaved immaculately and told Churchill that he wished the landings well. Back in Munich, Hitler gave his evening speech to the party faithful. "We are facing the same opponents whom we have had before," he declared. "The international Jew, the half-Jew Roosevelt and his Jewish brain trust to the jury of purest water in Marxist Bolshevik Russia. We shall not fall. Consequently, others must fall." 2 days later, the Allies were in control of 1,300 miles of the North African coast. At the Mansion House in London, Churchill was giving a speech at the Lord Mayor's luncheon. "I have never promised anything but blood, tears, toil and sweat," he proclaimed. "Now, however, we have a new experience. We have victory, a remarkable and definite victory. The bright gleam has caught the helmets of our soldiers and warmed and cheered all our hearts." He ended with a note of caution, warning his audience, "Now this is not the end. It is not even the beginning of the end, but it is, perhaps, the end of the beginning." The next day, Hitler ordered German forces to occupy all of France. The Americans and British began to squeeze Rommel's forces in Africa from both east and west. It was the first taste of battle for American ground troops in the war against Hitler. Their inexperience and the caution of their commanders meant that it would take a further 5 months of slog through the winter mud of Tunisia before they drove the Germans from the African continent. But the odds were overwhelmingly in the Allies' favour, and the final outcome was never in doubt. Stalingrad was very different. It still hung on a knife edge. As the river Volga began to freeze over, making the evacuation of wounded soldiers near impossible, Zhukov inspected the state of the Red Army in the Stalingrad region. He cabled Stalin, "Supplies and delivery of munitions poor. Yeremenko must have immediately 100 tons of antifreeze, without which advance of the mechanized units impossible." Zhukov concluded that the 51st and 57th Armies require winter wear and ammunition urgently. 2 days later, 13 November, Hitler was in Obersalzberg. Nikolaus von Below had not spoken privately with him for some time. He was depressed, Below observed. The Western powers, the USA and Britain, had begun to take an active role. He judged this to be a very serious development. From his mountaintop hideaway, Hitler was now surrounded on all sides by bloody battlegrounds. Below noted that Hitler hoped there were no new surprises in store on the Eastern Front, although he suspected that there would be a new Russian offensive at the start of winter. Hitler's fears were well-founded. While he and Below talked, Zhukov arrived at the Kremlin to discuss plans. Stalin, sensing the change in the balance of the war, was in a cheerful mood. Though supplies were somewhat slow in coming, Zhukov estimated that within a week preparations for the counteroffensive would be complete. Operations on the southwestern front would begin on 19 November, and along the Stalingrad front 24 hours later. Stalin listened attentively, Zhukov recalled. By the way he smoked his pipe, smoothed his moustaches, and never intervened even once, we could see that he was pleased. Stalin had at last learnt to take advice from his generals, unlike Hitler, whose meddling and final assumption of supreme military command had been the root of so much disaster. By 24 November, Hitler was back at the wolf's lair, which he had reverted to in place of the werewolf. Paulus, the commander of the Sixth Army in Stalingrad, had now been completely encircled by the Soviet counteroffensive launched 4 days before. With the temperatures dropping as rapidly as his fuel supply, he sought permission to attempt a breakout. Hitler refused. Below noted Hitler's confidence that Paulus and the Sixth Army could be supplied by air and that the general would eventually be in a position to fight his way out of the pocket. While Hitler was sealing the fate of nearly 250,000 of his soldiers, Churchill was thinking of future campaigns. Once North Africa was won, he wanted to push on towards Italy and the soft underbelly of Europe. But at this stage his anxiety to support Stalin was propelling him to argue that the Second Front invasion of France must also take place in 1943. It was now the Americans, once so keen for it to happen in the summer of 1942, when the task force was to be mainly British, who appeared to be dragging their feet. The War Department in Washington was refusing to assist in the build-up of forces beyond 427,000 men, far too few in Churchill's view. He wrote to Roosevelt suggesting a top-level meeting to hurry things up. 3 days later, 27 November, in the crisp autumn air, the President and his confidant, Daisy Suckley, were enjoying a picnic at Top Cottage, the simple house Roosevelt had designed for himself in the grounds of his Hyde Park estate. Over a lunch of hot buttered toast, cold turkey, and salad, they had what Daisy described in her diary as a momentous conversation. Roosevelt had agreed with Churchill's request for a summit and wanted to include Stalin. He was hoping that they could all meet up in Khartoum. The thought of F taking that trip frightens me, Daisy noted. I know I shall do some good old-fashioned praying while he's gone. As well as agreeing military strategy, Roosevelt wanted to set about reordering the post-war world. The reason for the trip, he told Daisy, is that there is a growing demand for a definite statement about our intentions after the war. At the top of Roosevelt's agenda was an end to European-style imperialism. Daisy noted the president's plans. Self-determination to be worked out for colonies over a period of years in the way it was done for the Philippines. I wonder how the empire owners will take to it, Daisy asked herself. Roosevelt also explained his idea for an international police force of 4 great nations, the United States, the Soviet Union, Great Britain, and China, which would ensure that war could never break out again. All other nations would have to disarm, while these 4 benevolent policemen oversaw the new peace. I think Stalin will understand my plan better than Churchill, Roosevelt told Daisy. Indeed, the president already saw the Prime Minister as the chief obstacle. 6 months before, he had told a State Department official, We will have more trouble with Great Britain after the war than we are having with Germany now." Over in London, Churchill was celebrating his 68th birthday. At the 5:30 p.m. meeting of the War Cabinet, he read to his colleagues a message he had received from Stalin 3 days before, agreeing to the proposed conference and expressing thanks for the resumption of Arctic convoys which Churchill had now ordered. This, Churchill explained, made it all the more incumbent upon us to start a second front in Europe in 1943. 5 days later, Stalin changed his mind, saying that he could not leave Moscow even for a single day, as it is just now that the major operations of our winter campaign are getting underway, nor will they be relaxed in January. He followed up with a further message to both his allies stating that the strategic issue was simple and hardly required discussion. "I feel confident that no time is being wasted, that the promise to open a second front in Europe, which you, Mr. President, and Mr. Churchill gave for 1942 or the spring of 1943 at the latest, will be kept." By New Year's Eve 1942, the force of British, American and Russian arms was turning the war on its head. The three warlords were thinking of the future, both military and political. But the decisive Battle of Stalingrad was still to reach its conclusion. Hitler had rejected a second plea by Paulus to attempt a breakout of the deadly encirclement by Soviet troops. In Moscow, Stalin was now confident. Yuri Chadayev noted the great enthusiasm with which he spoke to his colleagues. "Hitler turned out to be too short-sighted," he exclaimed. "Our people celebrate the new year in victorious mood, and the German nation celebrates it with fear, the lowest of all the human feelings." Hitler opened 1943 by offering his nation victory or destruction. There was to be no compromise. In his address to the German people, he states with great clarity that in this war it is a question of the existence or non-existence of the whole German people, Goebbels noted. The Führer declares that the old society is on the point of collapse, and that we can therefore look to the future calmly and trust in victory. War must be waged with extreme fanaticism. The previous night, a spectacular Allied air raid had devastated Düsseldorf. The English air raids have had the effect that in this war the German people have finally learned to hate, Goebbels concluded. However, some of those who lived with the Führer day to day noticed a chill creeping in. "I had the impression that Hitler knew that a war against both the Russians and the Americans, a war on two fronts," Belo recalled, "could not be won." On 7 January, Goebbels described the dire prospects faced by the Sixth Army. "At the end of the day, about 240,000 men are encircled there, and we have the greatest difficulties imaginable in providing them with essential munitions and food," he observed. "There are no more teams of horses since they've been slaughtered and devoured. They have nothing more for heating. The last railway sleepers have all been burnt. Reinforcements cannot be sent because the nearest German fighting unit is 120 to 150 kilometers distant from Stalingrad." The next day, the Soviet General Konstantin Rosakovsky sent von Paulus surrender terms. They were turned down. At the White House, after dinner, Daisy Suckley and Roosevelt discussed the president's impending trip to North Africa. Dates for the conference, albeit without Stalin, had finally been agreed, and Churchill and Roosevelt were now set to meet in Casablanca. "I think F has mixed feelings about it, the adventure of it, seeing all he will see, etc. On the other hand, it is a long trip with definite risks, but one can't and mustn't think of that," Daisy noted. "He is going because he feels he must go." In Moscow, Stalin was discussing his allies with Molotov. "The only thing they do is talk, nothing else," Molotov said. "You're right, all talk and no action," replied Stalin. The next day, as Roosevelt departed from Washington, the Soviet leader remarked, "He is very generous with his promises, but in reality, encouraging us, he only misleads the Soviet Union." Hours later, General Rosakovsky ordered the beginning of Operation Ring, the bombardment of the encircled German troops of the Sixth Army at Stalingrad. Outside Leningrad, Operation Spark was launched. Soviet troops from behind German lines finally carved a pathway through to the city, the first signs of relief to a siege that had brought starvation and death to thousands upon thousands of Soviet civilians. The corridor was a perilous but symbolic supply route, a shaft of light for those clinging on to life. On 14 January, Roosevelt, code-name Admiral Q, arrived in Casablanca after a short stopover in the British colony of Gambia. He described in a letter to Daisy Suckley his arrival on the USS Memphis at its capital, Bathurst. Went ashore at 7 a.m., a drive through the tiny town to the airport 22 miles out. A paved but very bumpy road through crowds of semi-dressed natives, thatched huts, great poverty and emaciation. On the whole, I am glad the US is not a great colonial power, he quipped. Churchill had already reached Casablanca, and over the coming 10 days the two men and their military staffs coordinated the next stage of the war. The American chiefs wanted to make the cross-channel invasion of France the priority, though the slow progress through Tunisia meant that it was unlikely to begin until August or September. Churchill had by now swung back in favour of putting the soft underbelly strategy ahead of everything else. He believed that he was winning the battle of strategies and cabled his colleagues in London, "President Roosevelt is strongly in favour of the Mediterranean being given prime place." The conference agreed that when Africa was clear of Germans, the next step would be Sicily, Operation Husky, with the second front against France following behind at an unspecified date. The only dilemma was how to tell Stalin. On 22 January, as Roosevelt and Churchill prepared for their final session, Hitler rejected a desperate plea from Paulus in Stalingrad for permission to surrender. Goebbels was at Führer headquarters for a brief visit. The Führer describes the situation in Stalingrad, which is positively desperate. There are still about 200,000 men encircled, and there is not the slightest hope that we can send relief, Goebbels noted. With sunken eyes, they stare total elimination in the face. Hitler put all the blame on his allies. They simply did not want to fight, and at the first Russian advance, as soon as they came within sight of a tank, they either dropped their weapons and ran off or raised their hands in surrender. Their conversation was interrupted by a telephone call with the latest news. "It is very serious. The Bolsheviks have broken 6 kilometers into the German line. Our troops are no longer capable of putting up any resistance. They are so physically broken by hunger and cold that they can no longer fight," Goebbels reported. 2 days later, 24 January, Roosevelt concluded the Casablanca conference with a statement allowing his enemies no quarter. "The elimination of German, Japanese and Italian war power means the unconditional surrender by Germany, Italy and Japan. Wherever you look, there are nothing but defeats," Goebbels noted the same day. A week later, on 31 January 1943, the tide of the war turned for good. In Moscow, protected from the freezing January winds inside his Kremlin apartments, Stalin read the text of a news flash. As his eyes moved over the page, a broad grin spread across his pock-marked face. Paulus had surrendered to Soviet troops at Stalingrad. "After this war," Hitler told Goebbels, "there will be no victors and vanquished, but only the survivors and the dead." That evening Hitler seemed a tired old man, his secretary Traudl Junge recalled. "I don't remember what we talked about, but a dismal image has stayed in my memory, rather like visiting a bleak graveyard in the November rain." Churchill was stopping off to review British forces in Cyprus. "Winston was grand," wrote the commanding officer of the 4th Hussars to his wife just after the Prime Minister had left. "He radiated confidence and made a most stirring speech to the troops." Churchill no longer had to make bold promises that Britain would survive the Nazi onslaught. With Stalingrad won, he knew that victory was certain. "This is indeed a wonderful achievement," he cabled Stalin as soon as he landed in Cairo later that day. In Washington, Roosevelt read through 2 telegrams from Moscow. One reported that tens of thousands of Nazi prisoners had been taken at Stalingrad. The other contained a familiar rumble of anger about the vagueness on the second front. "Assuming that your decisions on Germany are designed to defeat her by opening a second front in Europe in 1943, Stalin wrote, "I should be grateful if you would inform me of the concrete operations planned and of their timing." American troops were still bogged down in the Tunisian mud. The prospects of mounting a cross-channel invasion in 1943 were receding even beyond the autumn. There was dissension in the air. At noon the following day, as the final remnants of the Sixth Army walked into Soviet captivity, Hitler was at his daily military conference discussing the disaster. "The Führer is deeply depressed, seeks errors and omissions everywhere," Engel noted. Hitler said his men should have shot it out using their last bullet on themselves. When you think that a woman's got sufficient pride just because someone's made a few insulting comments to go and lock herself in and shoot herself right off, then I've got no respect for a soldier who's afraid to do that but would rather be taken prisoner. As for Paulus, Hitler said, "That's the last field marshal I promote in this war." A few days later, Hitler summoned a gathering of Reichsleiter and Gauleiter. He told them, "The Soviet power which faces us in the East is without parallel in the whole world. One would have to look to events far back in history to find any kind of comparison, perhaps to the attacks of Genghis Khan or of Attila the Hun. However, there was one powerful beacon of light, the contradictions within the enemy coalition. Arguments between England and the USA are growing to ever larger dimensions," he assured his audience. "The Axis powers know what they want and have no profound political differences of interest, whereas in the enemy camp this is not at all the case. One can scarcely conceive of greater differences than those between England and the USA, or between England and the USA on the one side and the Soviet Union on the other." Then, on 9 April 1943, a grisly discovery in the forests of Katyn in eastern Poland ignited a process which would put enormous strain on the differences within his opponents which Hitler had identified as his secret weapon. Deep in the Polish sector, which the Russians had occupied during the Nazi-Soviet pact, the Germans stumbled across a series of mass graves. The bodies of over 20,000 Polish officers and political prisoners taken into captivity during the Russian occupation would eventually be dug from the ground. Most of the victims had been shot in the head at close range. The Germans claimed that the massacres had been carried out by Stalin's NKVD in the spring of 1940. Goebbels' propaganda machine immediately seized on one of its biggest opportunities of the war. "I ensure that the Polish mass graves are visited by neutral journalists from Berlin. I also make sure Polish intellectuals are taken there," Goebbels noted. "They should be made to see with their own eyes what awaits them if they are ever actually granted their oft-cherished wish that the Germans would be beaten by the Bolsheviks." The discovery not only made world headlines, it would bring into sharp relief the very different shape of the post-war world that each of the three Allied warlords had in their sights. Chapter 10. 10 April to 7 September 1943. On 13 April 1943, the Germans, in a flurry of anti-Soviet propaganda, announced their ghastly find at Katyn. While he launched his propaganda strike, Hitler was also planning his next assault on Soviet forces, Operation Citadel, a massive attack on the Red Army centered around the Kursk salient. It was intended to put the setback of Stalingrad into the shade. "This attack is of decisive importance," Hitler announced in an order of 15 April. "It must be a quick and conclusive success. The victory of Kursk must shine like a beacon to the world." The Katyn revelations were soon spreading their poison among Hitler's opponents. Moscow immediately denied any responsibility and pointed the finger at the Nazis. The London-based Polish government in exile, the government for which Britain had first gone to war in 1939, was sure that the Russians were guilty. After Operation Barbarossa, the London Poles had swallowed their bitterness at the Nazi-Soviet pact and signed a friendship treaty with the Soviet Union for the sake of Allied unity against Hitler. Since then, they had frequently asked the Russians, including Stalin himself, what had happened to the 20,000 Polish officers and political prisoners who had gone missing while the pact was in place. The answers were never satisfactory, Stalin airily suggesting that they would turn up in due course. Now they had, murdered. At 1:30 p.m. on 15 April, General Władysław Sikorski, the Prime Minister of the Polish government in exile, and Count Edward Raczyński, the Polish ambassador in London, arrived at 10 Downing Street for lunch with Churchill and Sir Alexander Cadogan. Churchill understood their anger, but warned them not to do or say anything that might provoke Stalin. He knew that the long-term future of Poland depended on building a relationship with its powerful Russian neighbour. The London Poles must steel themselves to get along with Stalin, however distasteful that might be. Even so, Churchill was under no illusions that the Soviets were almost certainly responsible for the murders. Alas, he admitted to Sikorski and Raczyński, the German revelations are probably true. The Bolsheviks can be very cruel. The next day, acting counter to the advice Churchill had dispensed, Sikorski issued a public protest about the Katyn massacre and made it clear that the London Poles believed the Soviet government was to blame. He demanded an investigation by the International Red Cross. Stalin, far from being embarrassed by the revelations, now smelled opportunity. Even though he had signed a friendship treaty with Sikorski, he thoroughly disliked his government, which was determined to restore Poland's freedom and independence. Instead, Stalin wanted any future Polish government to be subservient to Russia. 5 days later, 21 April, he wrote identical angry letters to his allies, Churchill and Roosevelt. The anti-Soviet slander campaign, launched by the German fascists in connection with the Polish officers, whom they themselves murdered in the Smolensk area in German-occupied territory, was immediately seized upon by the Sikorski government and is being fanned in every way by the Polish official press. Stalin then stated that relations between Moscow and the London Poles were finished. These circumstances compel the Soviet government to consider that the present Polish government, having descended to collusion with the Hitler government, has in practice severed its relations of alliance with the USSR and adopted a hostile attitude to the Soviet Union. Churchill found himself caught between his loyalty to the London Poles and his wish to preserve good relations with Stalin. He told the Soviet leader that Britain would vigorously oppose any investigation by the International Red Cross or any other body in any territory under German authority. Such investigation would be a fraud and its conclusions reached by terrorism, Churchill wrote. He also pleaded with Stalin not to break with the London Poles, as this could only help Hitler. German propaganda has produced this story precisely in order to make a rift in the ranks of the United Nations. Stalin was unyielding. The unexpected turn of events was suiting his purposes too well. On 4 May, he wrote to Churchill reiterating the break in relations. Since the Poles continued their anti-Soviet smear campaign without any opposition in London, the patience of the Soviet government could not have been expected to be infinite. That day, while Hitler was in Munich finalizing the details of Operation Citadel, Churchill set off from London for Washington. Little could he have imagined that the shock of Katyn was being followed by a deceitful maneuver at the White House that was taking place behind his back. Roosevelt had sensed the tension Katyn was creating with Stalin. He had also seen that the victory at Stalingrad had changed the whole nature of the war. Victory was certain, only its timing was in doubt. In these changed circumstances, he secretly decided it was time that he, rather than Churchill, became the prime mover in the relationship with the Soviet leader. From the moment Russia had been forced into war by Hitler's invasion, Roosevelt had instinctively understood that he and Stalin would emerge as the two leaders of the two future powers upon whom long-term peace would depend. He also knew that culturally and politically they were a world apart. He himself was an American patrician, brought up in luxury and educated at Harvard. Stalin, a cobbler's son, beaten by his father, his university the prison cells where he and his fellow revolutionaries had drawn up their blueprint for the future. In the 1930s, Roosevelt was the optimistic face of America's New Deal. Stalin, the paranoid orchestrator of Russia's terror. Despite these differences, Roosevelt believed that it was possible to persuade Stalin, by using the carrot, not the stick, to adopt a more democratic view of the world. He had once put it like this: "I think if I give Stalin everything I possibly can, and ask nothing from him in return, noblesse oblige, he won't try to annex anything and will work with me for a world of peace and democracy." Roosevelt also believed that he, an American progressive, rather than anyone tainted by old-fashioned European imperialism, such as Churchill, was the man to do it. On 5 May 1943, while Churchill was sailing across the Atlantic in the Queen Mary, Roosevelt wrote Stalin a private letter asking him for a one-to-one meeting in which he intended to apply what he considered to be his unique personal charms on the Soviet dictator. "I want to get away from the difficulties of large staff conferences or the red tape of diplomatic conversations. Therefore, the simplest and most practical method that I can think of would be an informal and completely simple visit for a few days between you and me," he proposed. The only problem was where to meet. Africa is almost out of the question in summer, and Khartoum is British territory. Iceland I do not like because for both you and me it involves rather risky flights, and in addition would make it, quite frankly, difficult not to invite Prime Minister Churchill at the same time. Therefore, I suggest that we could meet either on your side or my side of the Bering Straits. Such a point would be about 3 days from Washington, and I think about 2 days from Moscow if the weather is good. That means that you could always get back to Moscow in 2 days in an emergency. Churchill was to be cut out. So special was this letter that Roosevelt charged Joseph Davis, who had been his ambassador to the Soviet Union in the 1930s, with the task of flying to Moscow and delivering it personally to Stalin by hand. Before Davies left, Roosevelt told him, "3 is a crowd, and we can arrange for the big 3 to get together thereafter. Churchill will understand. I will take care of that." 5 days later in Berlin, hours after the remnants of Erwin Rommel's army finally submitted to the Allies in Tunisia, Hitler was talking with Joseph Goebbels. It was 10 May 1943, 3 years since that shattering day when Churchill had become British Prime Minister and Hitler had unleashed his blitzkrieg. "The Führer enthuses about the times we will have when the war is finally over. He is looking forward to nothing more than exchanging his grey suit for a brown one, being able to visit the theatre and cinema again," Goebbels noted after their talk. Hitler told him he dreamt of having nothing more to do with generals. All generals lie. All generals are disloyal. All generals are against the National Socialists. All generals are reactionary. Goebbels came away with a certain relief that Hitler's charms would not be lost to everyone in his circle. From all this, I can conclude that the Führer's long isolation in the headquarters has not in any way made him misanthropic. He just doesn't want to see any more generals, that's all. While the two Nazis talked, in Washington some of Roosevelt's colleagues were awaiting Churchill's arrival with their customary suspicion. As always, military strategy was at the top of the agenda, and Henry Stimson and the American chiefs were determined that the Second Front invasion of France remained the priority. Stimson was having his customary doubts about the constancy and resolve of the president. "I fear it will be the same story over again. The man from London will arrive with a program of further expansion in the eastern Mediterranean and will have his way with our chief," he complained, "and the careful and deliberate plans of our staff will be overridden." The next day, Churchill arrived in the United States on the Queen Mary. As he travelled to the White House, Joseph Davies was landing in Moscow. Roosevelt's reception of the Prime Minister was as warm as ever. Churchill arrived, Stimson grumbled, with a huge military party, evidently equipped for war on us, determined to get his own way. I dread his eloquent and vigorous presentation of cases that are themselves unstable and dramatic rather than military. The conference, code-named Trident, was underway. Roosevelt and Churchill spent a happy weekend at Shangri-La, the president's retreat in Maryland, now called Camp David. Not a word of the private letter to Stalin was breathed. By 15 May they were back in Washington debating strategy and agreeing on the wholesale bombing of German cities. Suddenly extraordinary news came from Moscow. Stalin had announced that the Comintern, the international wing of his regime that had for years agitated among the communist parties abroad for world revolution, was to be dissolved. Churchill and Roosevelt publicly welcomed the gesture, although the British Secret Services, MI5 and MI6, judged that it meant very little. Soviet espionage continued at least until 1943, and almost certainly throughout the war, was their later verdict, even if the Russian embassy was meticulously correct in its public behavior. 4 days later, 19 May, the Grand Chamber of the United States Congress fell silent as Churchill rose to speak. Any discord or lassitude among the Allies will give Germany and Japan the power to confront us with new and hideous facts, he warned. We have surmounted many serious dangers, but there is one grave danger which will go along with us at the end. That is the dragging out of the war at enormous expense until the democracies are tired or bored or split. Roosevelt was the first to applaud. In Moscow, Joseph Davies stepped out of the brilliant May sunshine and into the long, dark corridors of the Kremlin. The letter was handed over to Stalin. At Obersalzberg, the Führer contemplated recent events. Allied forces had smashed his troops in Tunis, Allied air attacks were devastating the Ruhr, his health was not good, and Goebbels had reported that residents of the Ruhr were angry that the regime was not protecting them. To top it all, he had been forced to postpone Operation Citadel. Even so, speculation on arguments among his enemies provided its usual comfort. There is a tug-of-war going on between Churchill and Roosevelt, he told Goebbels. Obviously, Churchill favours the European war over the East Asia war, whereas Roosevelt would prefer things the other way around. For once, Hitler was wrong. At the evening meeting at the White House, Churchill and Roosevelt agreed a date for the Second Front. The invasion of France, now code-named Roundhammer, was set for 1 May 1944. At 1:19 p.m. the next day, a tense meeting opened at the Berghof. Hitler and his Supreme Command had gathered to discuss Italy, which was now under threat as the Allies headed towards Sicily. A certain section in that country has consistently sabotaged this war from the beginning, he told his generals. On 26 May, the conference in Washington ended with an act of trust. Churchill cabled London details of a final conversation with Roosevelt. Tube alloys. Conversation with the President entirely satisfactory. Britain and America had agreed to share information on the war's greatest secret, the development of the atom bomb. Later that morning, Churchill left Washington for Newfoundland on the first leg of his journey home to London. While the Prime Minister settled back and reflected on a friendly and productive conference, Stalin's reply to Roosevelt's private letter arrived in Washington. As I do not know how events will develop on the Soviet-German front in June, I shall not be able to leave Moscow during that month, Stalin wrote. I therefore suggest holding the meeting in July or August. Stalin had taken the bait. Roosevelt was moving towards center stage. The next day he gave Stimson an example of how he was now getting the better of the Prime Minister. Churchill had acted like a spoiled boy the last morning when he refused to give up on one of the points, Sardinia, Roosevelt explained to his war secretary. He persisted and persisted. The president said that he finally had to tell Churchill that he wasn't interested in the matter and that he had better shut up. Despite Stalin's satisfactory reply, Roosevelt's secret plan was about to hit a snag. On 4 June, he and Churchill finally steeled themselves to give Stalin the embarrassing news that the cross-channel invasion had been postponed until May 1944. A week later came Stalin's predictably furious reply. Now, in May 1943, you and Mr. Churchill have decided to postpone the Anglo-American invasion of Western Europe until the spring of 1944. In other words, the opening of the Second Front in Western Europe, previously postponed from 1942 till 1943, is now being put off again, Stalin railed. He concluded with chilling formality that the Soviet government could not agree with the decision as it was adopted without its participation and without any attempt at a joint discussion of this highly important matter and which may gravely affect the subsequent course of the war. Churchill, who was working that day at Downing Street, was worried by Stalin's hostile reaction. By now he had also got wind of Roosevelt's secret letter to the Soviet leader, though he did not know what was in it. The next day he tried to flush Roosevelt out. "All this makes me anxious to know anything you care to tell me about your letter sent to him by Mr. Davis, and the answer which has been received from him," Churchill wrote. "I will, of course, come anywhere you wish to a rendezvous, and I am practicing every day with my pistol to make head against the mosquitoes. Nevertheless, I once again beg you to consider Scapa Flow, which is safe, secret, and quite agreeable in July and August." Churchill still had no idea that he was to be excluded. Hitler, who was spending these early summer days at the Berghof, was increasingly preoccupied with the Allied threat to Italy. On 14 June, Nicolaus von Below returned to his Führer's side. While Churchill and his wife Clementine paid one of their few wartime visits to Chartwell, their home in Kent, Hitler and Below strolled near the Berghof. He spoke primarily of his fears about Italy. He judged the American moves as very weighty and said that our forces were insufficient, Below recalled. If the Luftwaffe did not succeed in driving off the American landings in Sicily, then he had no hope for the entire Italian peninsula. 3 days later, an incident in London showed that Stalin's reining in of international communist activities was a sham. Douglas Springhall, national organizer of the Communist Party of Great Britain, was arrested and charged with spying for the Soviet Union. He was ordered to face a public trial. The Foreign Office was horrified at the thought of such a spectacle at a time when relations with Soviet Russia were pretty tricky. Guy Liddell recorded in his diary the contradictions of wartime coalitions. Unfortunately, the law is somewhat inadequate in the case of a man who is spying on behalf of an ally. It seems unlikely that Springhall will get more than 9 months to 2 years. Springhall's subsequent confession led to further arrests, including one Captain Ormond Urin of the Special Operations Executive. As a precaution, MI5 set about preparing a list of all Communist Party members employed by the government. On Thursday, 24 June, Roosevelt decided he had to come clean. Churchill was hosting a small dinner party at Downing Street. The guest of honor was Averell Harriman, the president's special envoy, who had just returned from the United States. At midnight, the other guests departed. It was then that Harriman, trying to use every ounce of his considerable charm and tact to assuage the blow, dropped Roosevelt's bombshell. He explained that the president was in the process of setting up a meeting with Stalin, to which Churchill would not be invited. Roosevelt believed that there would be great value in a more intimate meeting with the Soviet leader, which would be more comparable to Churchill's own trip to Moscow the previous summer, rather than a full-scale summit. Harriman added that there was a great difference between British and American public opinion. A 3-cornered meeting on British soil, which Churchill had hoped to arrange, would give the impression that the British had been the broker in the transaction, and this was something the Americans needed to avoid. "I have never had a better opportunity to be direct and frank," Harriman reported to Roosevelt afterwards. "It is obvious that he accepted the sincerity of my statements even though he did not always agree with them." However, Harriman clearly saw that Churchill was hurt. There is no doubt in my mind as to his sincere desire and determination to back you up in anything that you finally decide to do," he warned the President, "although I must emphasize his disappointment if he is not present." In fact, Churchill was devastated. Despite the late hour, he immediately summoned Anthony Eden to number 10 as soon as Harriman had departed, found him considerably upset by a message from FDR that his projected meeting will be à deux, Eden recorded. The wound was not just the deceit perpetrated by the ally he took to be a friend, but who now turned out to have kept him in the dark for 6 full weeks. There was something much bigger at stake, the blow to British power. Churchill could see that Roosevelt, in trying to hijack the relationship with Stalin, was taking the first steps to an American-Russian partnership which would determine the future world. The next day, 25 June, controlling his emotions as best he could, he wrote one of the most important letters of his life. First, he disputed the implication that what Roosevelt was proposing had any similarities to his own visit to Moscow. "Averill told me last night of your wish for a meeting with Uncle Joe in Alaska à deux. The whole world is expecting, and all our side are desiring, a meeting of the 3 great powers at which not only the political chiefs but the military staffs would be present in order to plan the future war moves and, of course, search for the foundations of post-war settlement. It would seem a pity to draw Uncle Joe 7,000 miles from Moscow for anything less than this." Then Churchill hinted at the depth of the personal betrayal. "You must excuse me expressing myself with all the frankness that our friendship and the gravity of the issue warrant. I do not underrate the use that enemy propaganda would make of a meeting between the heads of Soviet Russia and the United States at this juncture, with the British Commonwealth and Empire excluded. It would be serious and vexatious, and many would be bewildered and alarmed thereby." While Churchill and Roosevelt were enduring the first real crisis of their friendship, the row with Stalin over the Second Front was smouldering on. Churchill had written to explain the sense behind its postponement while also sympathizing with Stalin's disappointment. On the same day he was forced to swallow Roosevelt's bitter pill, he received a vituperative and threatening message from the Soviet leader. "You say that you quite understand my disappointment," wrote Stalin. "I must tell you that the point here is not just the disappointment of the Soviet government, but the preservation of its confidence in its allies, a confidence which is being subjected to severe stress. It goes without saying that the Soviet government cannot put up with such disregard of the most vital Soviet interests in the war against the common enemy." 2 days later, Churchill privately remarked, "I am getting rather tired of these repeated scoldings, considering that they have never been actuated by anything but cold-blooded self-interest and total disdain of our lives and fortunes." He replied, for once putting tact to one side, "Although until 22 June 1941 we British were left alone to face the worst that Nazi Germany could do to us, I instantly began aiding Soviet Russia to the best of our limited means from the moment that she was herself attacked by Hitler. I am satisfied that I have done everything in human power to help you. Therefore, the reproaches which you now cast upon your Western allies leave me unmoved." Hitler was still at the Berghof, telling Goebbels of the new weapon which would transform the war. "The Führer is expecting great things from the bombardment of the English mother country, especially of London, by rocket guns launched from the Channel coast," Goebbels said, referring to the V-1 and V-2 rockets which were being developed. "This weapon will be in use in the last quarter of this year, so we just have to have some patience." Hitler knew that he needed his wonder weapon as so much else was going wrong. It is very unfortunate that at the same time as the air war rages against us with undiminished intensity, our U-boats are condemned to inactivity, he told Goebbels. "The conjunction of events appears almost fateful. The old saying is true, troubles seldom come singly." On 28 June, Churchill received Roosevelt's reply to his heartfelt letter of 4 days before. It was a flat lie. I did not suggest to UJ that we meet alone, but he told Davis that he assumed A, that we would meet alone, and B, that he agreed that we should not bring staffs to what would be a preliminary meeting, Roosevelt wrote. He then tried to smooth over the edges. Of course, you and I are completely frank in matters of this kind, and I agree with you that later in the autumn we should most definitely have a full-dress meeting with the Russians. That is why I think of a visit with Stalin as a preparatory talk on what you rightly call a lower level. Churchill could see that there had been an irrevocable shift in the balance of his relationship with the president. However, it was the relationship in which he had invested all his hopes, and he had no intention of changing course now. After the war, he once told John Colville, "No lover ever studied every whim of his mistress as I did those of President Roosevelt." He realized that it would do no good to go on feeling betrayed. What mattered now was to win the president back, and he saw an opportunity. With great adroitness, he replied the same day, suggesting that the proposed meeting à deux might be a brilliant idea after all, as a means of diffusing Stalin's anger over the Second Front. "If you and Uncle Jay can fix a meeting together, I should no longer deprecate it. On the contrary, in view of his attitude, I think it important that this contact should be established." Though the wound lingered within, Churchill had neatly placed himself in line with the president while subtly reminding him that Stalin remained the outsider. Beyond the unpleasant letters, Stalin had also withdrawn the Soviet ambassadors from both Washington and London to Moscow and replaced them with virtual unknowns. He appeared to be registering his protest in a very public manner. Churchill was puzzled by the vehemence with which Stalin was insisting on the invasion of France and opposing extended Allied operations in the Mediterranean. He discussed it with Averell Harriman, who reported back to Roosevelt on 5 July, "Churchill's only explanation is that Stalin wants us to become involved in Western Europe to avoid our entry in the Balkans." Churchill had begun to suspect Stalin of using military strategy to keep the Americans and British away from what the Soviet leader was eyeing up as his post-war domain. That day, such political speculations were interrupted by the thunder of battle. At 1:10 a.m. on 5 July 1943, the Eastern Front exploded in one of the most dramatic confrontations of the war so far. Yet this sudden barrage along the Kursk salient was not the beginnings of Operation Citadel that Hitler had confirmed just 4 days before from the Wolf's Lair. The artillery bombardment was a preemptive Russian strike on the Germans. The British had been feeding Moscow information, based on Enigma decrypts, of every detail of the planned German attack. Russian firepower and the brain power of the codebreakers at Bletchley Park had succeeded in striking a stunning blow against Hitler's forces. 2 hours after the Russian bombardment had begun, the Germans launched a premature and more stunted version of Operation Citadel. By 4 a.m., a brutal fight for Kursk was raging. It was to become the biggest tank battle in history. In Gibraltar that day, a Liberator aircraft was shot down while taking off. All on board were killed, among them the leader of the London Poles, General Sikorsky. The dreadful news soon reached the Foreign Office. Cadogan was preparing to wind down for the evening when the telephone rang. "This is a great blow," he noted. "There's no one to take his place." The coming weeks brought mounting reverses for Hitler. On 24 July 1943, while still resident at his concrete bunker in the forests of Rustenburg, he was told that a meeting of the fascist Grand Council in Rome had stripped Benito Mussolini of his powers. They requested that King Victor Emmanuel assume command of the armed forces. On the Eastern Front, the Battle of Kursk was ending in burning panzers and defeat. Stalin spent that afternoon rejoicing in the success of his armies. "Eternal glory to the heroes who fell on the battlefield in the struggle for the liberty and honor of our motherland," he announced merrily to Generals Alexei Antonov and Sergei Shtemenko when they visited him at his Kremlin office. So full of confidence was he that he did not even ask to be given the usual summary report of military events. Just 24 hours later, Mussolini's overthrow was confirmed. Marshal Pietro Badoglio had taken over control of the Italian government and Mussolini was arrested. Hitler swore. He was furious about the secession of Italy and Mussolini's mishap, Traudl Junge noted. He was monosyllabic and absent-minded. "So Mussolini is weaker than I thought," he raged. "I was giving him my personal support, and now he's fallen. But we could never rely on the Italians, and I think we'll win the victory better alone than with such irresponsible allies. They've cost us more in prestige and real setbacks than any success they've brought us was worth." At the evening briefing, Hitler was yelling for revenge and retribution. It was 9:30 p.m. "We must be clear," he screeched. "It's pure treachery." While Hitler fumed, Goebbels was becoming increasingly disturbed about growing discontent among the German people. "The correspondence I've received has caused me considerable concern. The letters contain much criticism. More than half of them are anonymous," Goebbels noted. "Above all, they ask why the Führer has not visited the areas affected by air raids, why Goering is nowhere to be seen, and above all, why the Führer doesn't speak to the German people to explain the present situation. I consider it essential for the Führer to do this," Goebbels continued. Churchill was watching a film with his wife and daughters at Chequers. The evening's entertainment was interrupted by a telephone call from the BBC monitoring service. He was informed of events in Italy. The film was stopped immediately, the lights were turned on in the long gallery, and the Prime Minister announced the good news. On 8 August, Churchill was travelling from Britain to Canada for a further meeting with Roosevelt, the first since that happy conference in May when deceit was still to be revealed. That day, Stalin, despite the promise he had sent via Joseph Davies, finally turned down the President's proposal for the meeting à deux. He gave as his reason the pressures of war. "I hope you will appreciate that in these circumstances I cannot start on a distant journey. I am very sorry about this, but circumstances, as you know, are stronger than people, and so we must bow to them." However, when Churchill arrived in Quebec 2 days later, there was a further letter waiting from the Soviet leader agreeing the importance of a meeting at some future date to thrash out strategy. Once again, he apologized for his inability to travel. "I am, unfortunately, unable to lose touch with the front even for 1 week." Since Stalin hardly ever visited the front, disliking the sound and smell of battle, it was difficult to tell what was true and what was bluff. For Churchill, the priority now was to repair any residual fissures in his relationship with Roosevelt. On the evening of his arrival in Quebec, he discussed the President with the Canadian Prime Minister, Mackenzie King. King noted Churchill's reasons for wanting a long stay with Roosevelt. "I can do more with the President by not pressing too hard at once. He is a fine fellow, very strong in his views, but he comes around." King also noted how much Churchill believed the future depended on the personal transatlantic relationship. More important than anything else was keeping the President's goodwill. He said that he really is the one friend that we have, and we must keep in as close touch as we can with him. That same day, Hitler let Goebbels into a secret plan he had concocted. "In the strictest confidence, and one-to-one, the Führer tells me what his real intentions are with regard to Italy in the event of an emergency," Goebbels noted excitedly. "He intends to arrest the king, take Badoglio and his entire rabble into custody, free Il Duce, and give him and fascism the opportunity to get back in the saddle and form a strong regime." Hitler said that he would attack London with unprecedented force in the coming months. He then demonstrated again his respect for his one-time ally and present enemy, Joseph Stalin. "He sees him as a true genius of the Asian continent," Goebbels recorded. However, peace with Stalin remained impossible. "What we want, Stalin needs, and what Stalin will not give up, we need," Hitler said. At all events, the Eastern Front itself must be brought back under control, no matter what it costs. 3 days later, Churchill had crossed the Canadian border to spend a few days alone with Roosevelt at Hyde Park. The sylvan late summer setting overlooking the broad reach of the Hudson was a tranquil backdrop to dispel the hiccups of the summer and reinvigorate friendship. Churchill took every advantage of the opportunity to play the suitor. Daisy Suckley noted her impression. Churchill adores the P, loves him as a man, looks up to him, defers to him, leans on him. Roosevelt, meanwhile, was relaxed and seemingly cheerful in the midst of the deepest problems. Churchill, she wrote, is a strange-looking little man, fat and round, his clothes bunched up on him, practically no hair on his head, he wore a huge 10-gallon hat. The difficulties of coalition could not be made to vanish into the late summer haze. Churchill gave Roosevelt a Foreign Office analysis of the Katynia massacre. It made for unsettling reading, arguing that the accumulation of evidence threw serious doubt on Russian disclaimers of responsibility for the massacre. We have in fact perforce used the good name of England, like the murderers used the little conifers, to cover up a massacre. And in view of the immense importance of an appearance of Allied unity and of the heroic resistance of Russia to Germany, few will think that any other course would have been wise or right. As would be proved decades later, Stalin's secret police were guilty. For the sake of beating Hitler, silence had to be observed. The combination of the Katynia revelation and his suspicions over Stalin's motives on military strategy were provoking in Churchill some discomforting reflections. Up until now, both he and Roosevelt had handled the Soviet leader with kid gloves. But Churchill was becoming split-minded. On one side, he believed that he, as one great man, could deal with Stalin, another great man, by face-to-face diplomacy. On the other, Katyn and Stalin's threatening messages had reawakened all his old fears of the Bolsheviks. A nightmare was forming, that Stalin was at the head of a Russian colossus which would dictate military strategy in such a way that it would devour much of Europe before the British and Americans could get there and create a new totalitarian empire. On 14 August, the Quebec Conference, codenamed Quadrant, got underway. Its main purpose was to finalize British and American military plans for the coming year. The Americans insisted that the invasion of France, set for 1 May 1944, should have priority over everything else. Churchill, however, wanted equal weight to be given to his alternative strategy, essentially the soft underbelly idea he had drawn for Stalin the year before. The Allies were only 3 weeks away from invading mainland Italy. Churchill argued that they should also be seeking to recapture Nazi-held Greek islands in the eastern Mediterranean, like Rhodes and Leros. This, he believed, would enable pressure to be put on Turkey to enter the war on the Allies' side. There was then the potential for driving towards Germany through the Balkans and the northern Adriatic. Churchill knew that his alternative strategy, if it worked, could also have the political effect of allowing the British and Americans into the Balkans and much of Eastern Europe before the Russians. After the war, in his memoirs, he denied that at this stage, when Hitler was still far from beaten, he, in the same way as he suspected Stalin, was trying to bend Allied military strategy to his political purposes. In Churchill's case, these were to keep communism out of as much of Europe as possible and protect British interests in the eastern Mediterranean. Certainly at Quebec, he argued for his alternative strategy on purely military grounds. Indeed, he knew it would be fatal to suggest to Roosevelt that they should try to beat the Russians to the Balkans and Eastern Europe for political reasons. To the President, that would smack of the sort of European imperialism he was determined to get rid of. At dinner on 24 August, however, the last night of the conference, one chance remark revealed Churchill's inner thoughts. He and Roosevelt had received that day an angry letter from Stalin complaining about the surrender terms for Italy and the fact that he had not been kept fully informed. The Prime Minister and the President were particularly annoyed because they had attempted to keep him fully informed, Averell Harriman noted. After dinner, Harriman and Churchill continued talking. Churchill confessed to Harriman that he foresaw bloody consequences in the future. "Stalin is an unnatural man," he said. "There will be grave troubles." In the end, Churchill did not get his way at Quebec. It was agreed that the invasion of France in May 1944, now code-named Operation Overlord, held sway above everything else. The invasion of Italy would still go ahead, and other operations in the Mediterranean could be mounted, but only on condition that they did not detract from the build-up of forces and equipment for the cross-channel invasion. There was an element of fudge in the agreement which contained the seeds of almighty rows ahead. On 1 September, Winston Churchill was still encamped in the White House. Roosevelt had been run ragged by his attentive visitor. "I'm nearly dead," he told his Secretary for Labour, Francis Perkins. "I have to talk to the PM all night, and he gets bright ideas in the middle of the night and comes pattering down the hall to my bedroom in his bare feet." "The ideas were often good," Roosevelt admitted, "but I have to have my sleep." The suitor could at times become over-amorous. However, news came that day to cheer everyone up. The new Italian government had agreed to surrender to the Allies. The only problem was that British and American troops had not yet arrived in the Italian mainland to accept that surrender and occupy the country. 2 days later, 3 September, the invasion at last began. At 4 a.m., General Bernard Montgomery led his troops across the Straits of Messina and landed at Reggio Calabria. The Germans prepared to move south to push the British and Americans back into the sea. A brutal and bloody slog lay ahead. Another war was also re-emerging, the mind war of the three warlords who remained united against Hitler, but at increasing risk from the rifts that lay within. Chapter 11. 8 September to 28 November 1943. Adolf Hitler stepped out onto the runway near the Wolf's Lair. The air was cold and darkness was closing in on the surrounding forest. He had just returned from Army Group South's headquarters at Zaporozhye. His trip that morning was the last time that he would set foot in territory captured from the Soviet Union. It was 8 September 1943, and the atmosphere at his headquarters was ominous. Reports had drifted in, confirmed by a broadcast on the BBC, of the capitulation of the Italian army. Angry and anxious in equal measure, the Führer ordered a top-level crisis meeting. As Hitler contemplated late into the night his lone fight against the Allied warlords, Roosevelt was struggling to stay awake. The dinner plates had just been cleared away, and the president had retreated to his bedroom in the White House. Seated opposite him was Churchill, still on his apparently interminable visit, happily puffing away on a cigar and talking enthusiastically about the victorious path that lay ahead. The PM's sleeping arrangements have now become quite promiscuous, Alexander Cadogan recorded. He talks with the president till 2 a.m. and consequently spends a large part of the day hurling himself violently in and out of bed, bathing at unsuitable moments and rushing up and down corridors in his dressing gown. Late in the evening, a telegram was delivered to the presidential suite. The main wave of Allied troops was landing at Salerno. Churchill's excitement was Vesuvian. He was investing a huge amount in the Italian campaign. If the British and Americans could race up Italy, the door to Germany might swing open. Yet as the Prime Minister continued with his energetic discussion of victory, MI5 reported that communist agitators, controlled directly from Moscow, were planning a huge protest against him on his return to London. The counterintelligence chief, Guy Liddell, noted in his diary that steps are being taken to meet this situation, but evidence of Soviet-inspired espionage and political agitation continued to mount. As Churchill kept a tight grip on his precious American ally, Stalin was preparing to send a telegram to Washington. The time suggested by the Prime Minister for the meeting of our three representatives, early October, would be suitable, he wrote. As to the place, I suggest Moscow. A three-power conference of foreign ministers was confirmed, to be followed by a meeting of the Big Three themselves, though the date and place were left open. Certainly for this initial gathering, Stalin had no intention that it should be anywhere but his own capital. He also knew that the tremendous Russian achievements in battle would leave his allies little option but to comply. 2 days later, 10 September, Joseph Goebbels was at Führer headquarters with the express purpose of encouraging Hitler to make a broadcast to the nation. As soon as the Führer rose, he called his propaganda chief to his quarters for talks. Once again, it's clear that in times of crisis the Führer excels himself physically, spiritually and mentally, Goebbels recorded. He has had scarcely 2 hours' sleep, but looks as if he's just got back from holiday. Hitler spoke of the rotten business in Italy. The resistance offered by the Italian troops is largely symbolic, he judged. The Italians do not want to fight and are glad when they can give up their weapons, even better when they can sell them. Goebbels, like many others in Germany, was wondering if there was any way out of the two-front war that seemed to be so rapidly closing in. "Can we do anything about Stalin in the long or short term?" he asked. Hitler shook his head. "In general, the Führer is of the opinion that we could rather do business with the English than with the Soviets," he noted. "He says that at a certain point the English will see reason." However, Hitler conceded that the crisis in the enemy camp is not yet ripe for us to exploit. Goebbels was uncomfortably aware, as he confided to his diary, of the precarious state of the Reich. "Germany has never won a war on two fronts. In the long run, we will not be strong enough for it in this case." He did, however, succeed in what he came for. Hitler agreed to speak to the nation. The speech was mainly a diatribe against the treachery that had been perpetrated against Mussolini, on whom he bestowed much praise and support. While German troops moved in to occupy Rome, Churchill's Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden was in London. Eden was feeling low, felt depressed and not very well all day, partly, I think, because of exasperating difficulty of trying to do business with Winston over the Atlantic, he noted. Eden was particularly annoyed that Roosevelt had agreed with alacrity to Moscow being the venue for the Foreign Secretary's conference, to which he would be the British representative. "I am most anxious for good relations with the US," Eden wrote, "but I don't like subservience to them, and I'm sure that this only lays up trouble for us in the future. We are giving the impression, which they are only too ready by nature to endorse, that militarily all the achievements are theirs, and W, by prolonging his stay in Washington, strengthens that impression." On 12 September, Churchill, accompanied by Clementine and his youngest daughter Mary, dropped in at Hyde Park en route from Washington to Halifax, Nova Scotia, the departure point for the final leg of their journey home. It was the Churchills' 35th wedding anniversary, and an enjoyable occasion for all. Roosevelt accompanied them to their train. "It was a beautiful moonlit night," Daisy Suckley wrote. "God bless you," Churchill said, leaning into Roosevelt's car. "I'll be over with you next spring," Roosevelt replied before the Prime Minister boarded. It was a promise the President never kept. Not once during the entire course of the most celebrated transatlantic relationship in history did he ever visit Britain. That day, Hitler's forces engineered a dramatic coup, Operation Oak. A group of 90 German commandos, led by Otto Skorzeny, landed by glider in the Abruzzi Mountains. They fought off an Italian force nearly triple their size and made off in the night with their prize, Benito Mussolini. The deposed Italian leader, having been held under arrest by forces loyal to the king, was then spirited away to Germany and to the Wolf's Lair. As Mussolini was flown into Hitler's embrace and Churchill's train lumbered through the night towards Halifax, Lord Moran, who was travelling with him, was thinking back on the news of the day. The Allied landings in Salerno did not prove to be a walkover, he wrote. The Germans had launched a strong counterattack and the situation was very uncertain. "These things always seem to happen," Churchill told him, "when I am with the President." Poor Winston, Moran recorded. He had been so anxious to convince Roosevelt that the invasion of Italy would yield a bountiful harvest at no great cost. In these early hours of the landings, the outcome remained uncertain. The next day, Churchill woke in a foul mood. The PM is as irritable as if he had a big speech hanging over him. I have never seen him more on edge during a battle, Moran noted. 3 bloodies bespattered his conversation, and twice, when I was with him, he lost his temper with his servant, shouting at him in a painful way. Churchill was worried that General Harold Alexander, the overall commander, was not achieving the agreed foothold in Italy. "Has any news come in?" he demanded continually throughout the morning. The reports, however, were not good. "There is a dreadful hint," Moran recorded, "that we might be driven into the sea." Churchill set about his correspondence. "Ask for anything you want," he cabled Alexander, "and I will make allocation of necessary supplies with highest priority irrespective of every other consideration." Churchill also sent a thank-you note to the President, his ill temper vanishing in the warmth of the amicable relations he was working so hard to preserve. "My dear Franklin," he wrote, "we have all greatly enjoyed this trip, and I cannot tell you what a pleasure it has been to me, to Clemmy, and to Mary to receive your charming hospitality at the White House and at Hyde Park. You know how I treasure the friendship with which you have honoured me, and how profoundly I feel that we might together do something really fine and lasting for our 2 countries, and through them for the future of all. In the coming weeks that friendship would collide with huge strategic and political differences." On 20 September, Churchill arrived back in London to hear mixed news of the progress of the war in the Mediterranean. After the Italian surrender, small British task forces had tried to take control of Greek islands in the Aegean, which had been held by Italian garrisons. In Kos, Leros, and Samos, they had, for the moment, succeeded. But German forces had clung on to Rhodes, which was a vital stepping stone in Churchill's alternative strategy. It was a bad blow. He continued to believe that if the Allies could capture and hold Rhodes, it would send a signal to Turkey, which lay just a few miles of water away, that it was safe to enter the war. With Turkey on side and the Greek islands in the Aegean and eastern Mediterranean acting as forward bases, the gateway to the Balkans, Eastern Europe, and Germany itself would be open. Churchill had been away from home for nearly 6 weeks, a long time to leave his nation without a leader. He awoke the following day in what his doctor described as high spirits, and set off for the House of Commons, where he was due to give an account of his recent trip and of developments in the campaign against Hitler. He was above all keen to rebut suggestions that the protracted negotiations over surrender terms with the Italian government had led to a pointless delay in the Salerno landings and allowed the Nazis to regroup and inflict large loss of life. This criticism is as ill-founded in fact as it is wounding to those who are bereaved, he told his parliamentary colleagues. Churchill also claimed that he had been assured in America that the war was being well managed. The speech lasted 2.5 hours, with an hour-long lunch break in the middle, and was well received. Even his doubters in America had good words to say. Henry Stimson and his wife Mabel read the text and were impressed. "It is a fine presentation," Stimson noted. "He is rapidly getting to the position where he speaks as an historian for both sides of the Atlantic on the revelation of current strategy and results." While Churchill robustly fought his corner, Hitler was retreating into depression. Benito Mussolini had been staying at the Wolf's Lair for 9 days since his dramatic rescue. "I've never seen the Führer so disappointed in Mussolini as today. The Führer realizes now that Italy was not a great power, is not a great power now, and will never be a great power. As a people and as a nation, Italy has given up," Goebbels noted. The Eastern Front, too, was providing much to worry about. "The troops Stalin is currently sending into the field are in very bad shape and are very badly armed. However, there are so many of them that our troops find it hard to hold firm against them," Goebbels recorded. He asked Hitler if he had considered negotiating with Churchill, or whether on principle he would refuse. "In politics, in questions of personality, there are no principles," Hitler replied. "Negotiations with Churchill would be fruitless, since he is too deeply entangled in contradictory opinions, and moreover he listens to hatred rather than to reason." Hitler explained that he would more readily negotiate with Stalin, but this would not be fruitful either, as the Soviet leader would never agree to Hitler's demands in the East. "We have to settle with one side or the other," Goebbels told him. "The Reich has never won a war on two fronts, so we have to see some way of getting out of this two-front war." In Washington, 6 days after loading Churchill with praise for his speech to Parliament, Henry Stimson was fuming at him. Despite the Quebec Agreement, Churchill appeared to be pursuing his own agenda in the Aegean and Eastern Mediterranean. Kos had been recaptured by the Nazis, and the British contingent in Leros was under threat. The Prime Minister had unilaterally sent in forces to recover the position and try to wrest control of the whole of the Dodecanese. The Americans believed that this was both drawing off forces from Italy and endangering the build-up for the invasion of France. "They have begun an attack on the Dodecanese over in the Aegean Sea, and as usual have done it without having the sufficient force," Stimson noted. Churchill had tried to persuade Roosevelt to send General George Marshall to meet him in the Mediterranean, where, Stimson dryly recorded, he was evidently hoping he could bowl the thing through when he got there. "The President, I am very glad to see, stood up finely against it, and turned the Prime Minister down flat on the subject of drawing any more upon our supplies in Italy." Stimson wrote with pleasure, "The Prime Minister had to yield. He did it with a bad grace and with almost a childish squawk, but he yielded, and the lesson will be salutary." Stimson's final judgment was wrong. Churchill had no intention of giving up. While being rebuffed by his ally to the west, Churchill was coming under pressure from his other to the east to restart Arctic convoys. That day he wrote to Roosevelt, "I hope something may be possible between now and Overlord." That day the Tirpitz, the Nazi warship that had been menacing Allied shipping, was crippled by 6 British midget submarines. The decision to resume convoys was made easier. Soviet agitation for more help from its allies persisted in both London and Washington. On 5 October, John Wynant, the American ambassador in London, was reflecting on public statements by the Soviet ambassador to the United States, Konstantin Umansky. These, Wynant believed, were part of a scheme orchestrated by the Soviet Foreign Propaganda Bureau to whip up pro-Soviet popular opinion in Britain and the United States and therefore prod them to undertake policy and action demanded by the USSR. Wynant had recently been to Moscow to help make the arrangements for the forthcoming Conference of Foreign Ministers and had met Stalin. He gave Roosevelt an assessment of the man and his methods. "The Slavic mind does not understand us any more, perhaps, than we understand them, and they do not seem to realize that their relations with us, both now and in the future, cannot be built on a sound basis with this type of devious method." Wynant told the President, "From my personal talk with Stalin, I am convinced that he wants above all to be on a basis of intimacy and frank interchanges with you. On the other hand, it should be borne in mind that Stalin does not pretend to understand the ways of our democracies." Later that day at the White House, Roosevelt was looking forward to the meeting with Stalin and Churchill, which was being planned for a few weeks after the Moscow conference. He knew that the boundaries and independent status of Poland and the Baltic states were to feature heavily. Roosevelt intended, he explained, to appeal to the Soviet leader on the grounds of high morality. Churchill was in a vile mood. Despite his failure to win support from Roosevelt, he was persisting in his campaign for an operation to take Rhodes from the Nazis. The overall Allied commander in the Mediterranean, General Dwight Eisenhower, had sent a telegram in which he refused to countenance further operations against Rhodes, judging it a waste of time and resources. "I consider any material diversion highly prejudicial to the success of Italian operations," he wrote. He implied that Churchill was trying to drag the Allies into a theatre of war which would prove a pointless drain. These operations will probably assume the aspect of a major bitter battle." Churchill was livid. That afternoon he took it out on his War Cabinet colleagues, making an extraordinary series of statements which brought his ulterior motives into question. Anthony Eden described what happened to his private secretary Oliver Harvey, who made an instant record in his diary. "The PM spoke for 3 hours. He talked great nonsense and AE was furious. The PM kept saying such things as, 'We mustn't weaken Germany too much. We may need her against Russia.' The cabinet colleagues were horrified at all this." 3 days later, Churchill was still beating the drum for a Rhodes operation. He wrote to Roosevelt, "I am sure that the omission to take Rhodes at this stage and the ignoring of the whole position in the eastern Mediterranean would constitute a cardinal error in strategy." He then pleaded with him for a face-to-face meeting to allow him to argue his case. "I am convinced also that if we were round the table together that this operation could be fitted into our plan without detriment either to the advance in Italy, of which, as you know, I have always been an advocate, or to the build-up of Overlord, which I am prepared faithfully to support." Rhodes was now an obsession. "I am slowly becoming convinced that in his age Winston is becoming less and less balanced. I can control him no more," General Alan Brooke noted. Brooke supported operations in the eastern Mediterranean on purely military grounds. He believed it was a sound tactic for stretching and weakening German forces. While it might lead to the breakthrough to Churchill's soft underbelly, it would certainly have the long-term effect of diminishing German defences in Western Europe when Overlord was launched. However, Churchill's chief of staff could not understand why his boss was behaving in such a fanatical way. He has worked himself into a frenzy of excitement about the Rhodes attack, has magnified its importance so that he can no longer see anything else, and has set his heart on capturing this one island, even at the expense of endangering his relations with the President and with the Americans. Brooke wearily concluded, "The whole thing is sheer madness, and he is placing himself quite unnecessarily in a very false position. The Americans are already desperately suspicious of him, and this will make matters far worse." Roosevelt replied firmly and negatively to Churchill's telegram 24 hours later. The President also brusquely rejected his suggestion that they get together in North Africa immediately to discuss strategy. This would be in effect another meeting of the combined chiefs of staff, necessarily involving only a partial representative and in which I cannot participate, Roosevelt wrote. "Frankly, I am not in sympathy with this procedure under the circumstances." The message was crystal clear. Despite it, Churchill had no intention of giving up. The long-running arguments over Arctic convoys rumbled on. Churchill had offered to sail 4 convoys via the northern route between November and February. However, aware by now of Stalin's displays of anger when previous commitments had been shelved for sound military reasons, he had taken the precaution of making it clear this could not be construed as a contract or bargain. On 13 October, an unpleasant letter came back from Moscow to the Foreign Office in London. "I must say I cannot agree to this approach to the matter," Stalin wrote. "The British government's deliveries of munitions and other war cargoes to the USSR cannot be treated other than as an obligation assumed by the British government, in accordance with the terms of a special agreement between our two countries in relation to the USSR, which for more than 2 years has borne the tremendous burden of the struggle against Hitler Germany." Cadogan read the letter and sat on it for 48 hours. At 10:30 a.m. on 15 October, he presented it to the Prime Minister, who was still in bed. "I warned him, before he read it, that he'd lose his temper," Cadogan recorded, so the result wasn't so bad. Churchill snorted. "I'll stop convoys," he stated. The Foreign Office believed it was time to take a stand against Stalin's harrying and heavy-handed tactics. It was decided, with Churchill's consent, that the letter should be returned to the Soviet ambassador in London unread. No reply would be given. The Soviet machine, Churchill explained to Roosevelt, is quite convinced that it can get everything by bullying, and I am sure it is a matter of some importance to show that this is not necessarily always true. However, firm stands against Stalin were hardly what Roosevelt was planning with his proposed appeal to Stalin's higher morality. 3 days later, 18 October, the Conference of Foreign Ministers opened in Moscow. Stalin's letter had been returned to Fyodor Gusev, Ivan Maisky's replacement as ambassador in London. We must, on occasions, treat Stalin rough, and he's well in the wrong on this occasion, Cadogan reasoned. Poor A is to settle the matter in Moscow. Eden deduced that Stalin simply enjoyed playing the game over convoys and knew full well that his allies were now seriously engaged in the battles against Hitler. He, of course, understands to the full our contribution to the war. It is a danger to the future that his people don't, and now the Americans are making claims to a share in the bomber offensive which is by no means justified, but further dims our glory. Eden described the unnerving contrasts in his host's appearance. Joe was friendly enough to me personally, even jovial, but he still has that disconcerting habit of not looking at one as he speaks or shakes hands. A meeting with him would be in all respects a creepy, even a sinister experience if it weren't for his readiness to laugh when his whole face creases and his little eyes open. Back in London, Churchill was still fighting the battle of strategies. We received note from PM wishing to swing round the strategy back to the Mediterranean at the expense of the cross-channel operation, Brooke noted after a meeting with the chiefs of staff. I am in many ways entirely with him, but God knows where that may lead us to as regards clashes with Americans. A week later, Churchill was still at it. Eden had cabled from Moscow that Stalin was continuing to insist his allies must concentrate only on the invasion of France, and that the Mediterranean was an irrelevance. Moran recorded Churchill's furious reaction. When I called at number 10 this morning, I found the PM glowering over a telegram from Eden. His face was glum, his jaw set. Misgivings filled his mind. Stalin seems obsessed by this bloody second front, Churchill fumed. I can be obstinate too. Damn the fellow, he muttered angrily. On 27 October, Churchill again pressed Roosevelt for an immediate meeting. I regard our right to sit together on the movements of our own two forces as fundamental and vital. Hitherto we have prospered wonderfully, but I now feel that the year 1944 is loaded with danger. Great differences may develop between us, and we may take the wrong turning, Churchill warned. As so often, he slipped in some emotional blackmail. The only hope is the intimacy and friendship which has been established between us and between our high staffs. If that were broken, I should despair of the immediate future. Roosevelt was unimpressed. He was beginning to show that, in his eyes, personal friendship had no place in matters of strategy or politics. That same day, Goebbels was engaged in a fruitful conversation. Thank God the Führer is once again in excellent health. It appears to me that the more critical the situation, the stronger and more self-confidently the Führer faces up to it. There is not the slightest sign of weakness in his demeanour, Goebbels noted with relief. We begin at once with the Eastern Front. It's a rotten business there at the moment. Even so, the Führer is convinced that he will get it under control. Goebbels then moved the discussion on to the question which remained dominant: how to disentangle Germany from the war on two fronts. At present, the Führer inclines more to the Soviets, whereas I tend towards the English. Both have advantages and disadvantages, Goebbels reported, claiming that there were whispers in the air. Secret approaches have been made to us from both sides, from England via a major industrialist and from the Soviets via Ankara and via the Japanese. So far, the Führer has not agreed to either of the two attempts at contact, since he considers that we should not get involved in talks when things are going so badly. If one were to rank our opponents, Hitler said, I would say that the United States would be first to lose interest in the European war. The Americans are war-weary, and moreover they have absolutely no inner sympathy for the war in Europe. His admiration for the Soviet leader was increasing all the time. He was, the Führer declared, the only opponent worth taking seriously. Over in America, anger was mounting against Churchill. He had sent to the Moscow conference a copy of a pessimistic summary by General Alexander of the situation in Italy, which suggested that weapons and manpower, which would otherwise be held in reserve for Overlord, needed to be thrown at the Italian campaign. This, Churchill argued, might mean a delay in the invasion of France. However, he had failed to include a more optimistic addendum by Eisenhower which disputed Alexander's assessment. Stimson was furious. "Jerusalem," he exclaimed. "This made me so angry because Stalin would not have the counter-comment of Eisenhower. This shows how determined Churchill is with all his lip service to stick a knife into the back of Overlord, and I feel more bitterly about it than I ever have before," the American War Secretary concluded. In Moscow, Anthony Eden and his team were just as angry. "The PM is untamable. He cannot leave well alone, and he loathes the Russians," Oliver Harvey noted. He would torpedo AE's conference light-heartedly. Churchill had become isolated within and without his own government. The next day, Stimson discussed Churchill's latest sally with Roosevelt. The president intervened to tell me what his views were in regard to the Balkans. He said he could not think of touching the Balkans unless the Russians got to a position in their invasion of Germany where they wanted us to join and act side by side with them. If part of Churchill's motive was to beat Stalin to the Balkans, Roosevelt was going to have nothing to do with it. In London, an MI5 report on the numbers of Communist Party members with access to potentially sensitive information was sent to the War Cabinet. There were 57 known communists who had access to secret information, in some cases to information of the highest secrecy. These included 3 personnel on the Anglo-US atomic project, 23 employees of the Ministry of Supply, 18 in the Army. Every government department, MI5, MI6, and SOE, the Special Operations Executive, was compromised. In a minute to the Prime Minister, the chairman of the Security Executive, Duff Cooper, advised Churchill that it would be a relatively simple matter to arrange the transfer of all known communists from sensitive and secret government work. "As at present advised, I agree with this," Churchill minuted in reply, and asked the Home Secretary, Herbert Morrison, to investigate. While Churchill glowered at checkers and Stalin hosted a sumptuous banquet for his foreign guests on the evening of 30 October, Roosevelt was preparing for the long-awaited conference of the Big Three. He is preparing for a long trip, hopes he won't have to go to Tehran, which is full of disease and involves a flight over the mountains of up to 15,000 feet. He dreads both things for himself and his whole party, Daisy Suckley noted. However, Tehran it was to be. After an endless stream of intercontinental cables in which the American and Russian leaders horse-traded about who could afford to be further away from their home, Stalin emerged the winner. He would go to Tehran, just a short hop over the Soviet border, and no further. Daisy Suckley recorded the president's view that Stalin's stickiness was, at root, a display of machismo. The P thinks Stalin may be suffering from a sort of inferiority complex, whether for himself or for his country, because he is being so very difficult about this meeting with FDR, and is insisting on FDR going most of the way. FDR feels the meeting is of paramount importance and he must make it happen, regardless of the cost to himself, Daisy recorded. There were others gearing up for Tehran. Urgently need bulletproof glass to complete job, a Secret Service agent wrote to the head of White House security as the car that would transport the president through the streets of Tehran was made ready. On 4 November, Roosevelt made it clearer than ever that he was not going to give an inch on strategy to Churchill. Stimson had lunch at the White House and found the president in resolute form. He volunteered a strong expression of satisfaction with the fact that we had given a sharp rebuff to the attempt to divert forces from Italy to the Aegean, Stimson noted. He pointed out that the Aegean enterprise, even if successful, got nowhere. Roosevelt then told Stimson of the plans for the Tehran conference. He gave me a little the impression that he was going to make this journey mainly to realize the psychological benefits which would come from such a meeting, Stimson noted afterwards, rather than the solution of any concrete special problems. Roosevelt was going on his long trip with one overriding mission, to make friends with Stalin. 2 days later, Averell Harriman, who was now the American ambassador in Moscow, sent Roosevelt an optimistic report on the foreign ministers' conference. He believed the Russians had clearly decided that they were going to work with the United States and Great Britain on current and post-war problems. The conference strengthened their tentative decision. There was a caveat. The Soviets accepted the explanation of our military plans, but our whole permanent relations depend in a large measure on their satisfaction in the future with our military operations, Harriman judged. It is impossible to overemphasize the importance they place strategically on the initiation of the so-called Second Front next spring. Harriman also noted that although Soviet territorial questions were never raised at the conference, it can only be inferred that the Soviet government expects to stand firmly on the position they have already taken in regard to their 1941 frontiers. I believe they have the impression that this has been tacitly accepted by the British. The fact that we did not bring up the issue may have given them the impression that we would not raise serious objection in the future. The main problem was Poland, both its future borders and its future type of government. Once again, Harriman believed there was room for hope. They gave us no indication during the conference that they were interested in the extension of the Soviet system. I take this with some reservation, particularly if it proves to be the only way they can get the kind of relationships they demand from their western border states. Harriman's injection of caution was wise. At the conference, Stalin had pulled off a tactical masterstroke. He had been angered by the unwillingness of the Americans and British to involve the Soviet Union in the surrender negotiations in Italy and the terms of subsequent occupation. He now turned that to his advantage by winning agreement from his allies that all liberated territories would be administered by the occupying power. He told his closest associates, "Now the fate of Europe is settled. We shall do as we like, with the Allies' consent." Stalin's victories were bringing those days ever nearer. While Harriman was sending his report to the White House, the Soviet leader received a heartening cable from General Georgy Zhukov. "We are delighted to report that the task set by you to liberate our beautiful city of Kiev, capital of Ukraine, has been accomplished," it read. The next day, 7 November, a verdict on the Moscow conference was being given in London. MI5's Guy Little had lunch with a security service colleague who had been in the British delegation. "I asked him about the attitude of Russia towards the Polish question," Little noted. "This was the one matter on which they had been somewhat sticky," his colleague replied. "He thinks quite definitely that the Russians will occupy the whole of the Baltic states, eastern Poland and Bessarabia," Little recorded. That evening in the Soviet capital, Vyacheslav Molotov hosted a lavish party to celebrate the unveiling of the new Soviet national anthem. The whole party, noted the journalist Alexander Vert, sparkled with jewels, furs, gold braid and celebrities. It had something of that wild and irresponsible extravagance which one usually associates with pre-revolution Moscow. The dress code was white tie and tails, reminiscent of the grand days of the Tsars, rather than the austere court of the Bolsheviks. Molotov wore a new uniform trimmed with gold braid that reminded the American diplomat Charles Chip Bolan of Hitler's SS. Was this symbolic of a new imperialism? 24 hours later, 8 November, Hitler was in Munich to give his annual speech to Nazi Party veterans, marking the anniversary of the beer hall putsch that had put Hitler on the political map in 1923. As usual, he spoke very frankly to this circle, Nikolaus von Below recorded, mentioning the extraordinary severity of the fighting in Russia and the impressive achievements of our soldiers there. Hitler also mentioned the bestial bombing raids being perpetrated by Allied planes. "This war may last as long as it will, but Germany will never capitulate," Hitler defiantly proclaimed. "The help of Providence was certain and would send us to victory," Belo noted. Hitler then travelled to the Berghof for a week's break from the encroaching wave of troubles. One noticed how relaxed he was in the old familiar private atmosphere, Belo recalled. The next day in London, the Home Secretary Herbert Morrison responded in detail to the MI5 report on communists in government employment. Morrison agreed with the recommendations of the Security Service, explaining to the War Cabinet that the leakage of secret information by Communist Party members and Soviet sympathizers was a real danger and could not be brushed aside simply because the USSR was now an ally of Great Britain. He suggested, as had been recommended in the MI5 report in October, that all communists should be moved from sensitive work and that a public statement should be made. Churchill's advisor on intelligence matters, Sir Desmond Morton, thought that the spies were going too far. MI5 tends to see dangerous men too freely and to lack knowledge of the world and sense of perspective, he advised the Prime Minister. Churchill refused to allow any public statement and ruled that MI5 would be responsible for informing government departments when it became clear that known communists were in their employ. A monitoring committee was set up but hardly ever used. It made no difference to long-term sleepers like Guy Burgess, Kim Philby and Donald Maclean. With the Tehran conference approaching, Churchill was desperate to have some time alone with the President and the American Chiefs of Staff to settle on joint policy before the meetings with Stalin. What he still wanted was another chance to argue for his alternative strategy. He and Roosevelt had planned to stop in Cairo to meet the Chinese leader Chiang Kai-shek. Churchill asked for an Anglo-American strategy meeting to be added to the schedule. Once again, Roosevelt snubbed him. "In regard to Cairo, I have held all along, as I know you have, that it would be a terrible mistake if U.J. thought we had ganged up on him on military action," Roosevelt wrote. The events of the early summer were repeating themselves. Churchill was being cut out. The next day, 12 November, he left for Malta in a grim mood. On 13 November, Roosevelt himself sailed from the United States for the Mediterranean. "This will be another odyssey," Roosevelt wrote in a handwritten account of his trip he kept for Daisy Suckley, "much further afield and afloat than the hardy Trojan whose name I used at Croton when I was competing for school prizes. But it too will be filled with surprises. We are offshore," he continued, "escorted by destroyers and planes, very luxurious on the Iowa, which, with her sister ship the New York, are the largest battleships in the world." The President's journey contained its own drama. On the second afternoon at sea, he had been escorted in his wheelchair from the lunch table to the deck just outside his mess for what was meant to be a routine anti-aircraft drill. Suddenly, from the bridge, Harry Hopkins heard an officer shouting, "This ain't no drill." "It's the real thing," another officer yelled to the presidential party from 2 decks above. "It's the real thing." Roosevelt refused to go inside, and Harry Hopkins leaned over the starboard side just in time to see the deadly wake of a torpedo rocketing past just 600 meters from the Iowa. This was no attack by a German submarine. It was a torpedo launched by mistake from one of the destroyers acting as escort for the President. Can you imagine our own escort torpedoing an American battleship, the newest and biggest, with the President of the United States aboard? A shocked but relieved Hopkins exclaimed. "In view of the fact that there were 20 Army officers aboard, I doubt if the Navy will ever hear the last of it," he noted. In Malta, Churchill was cheered through the streets by the local people. But amid the acclamation, he was angrier than ever. Leros had been recaptured by the Germans. He blamed it on the United States' refusal to supply enough resources and immediately convened a conference with his travelling chiefs of staff. A bad cold was not helping his temper. He remained in bed throughout and lashed out at his allies. PM gave long tirade on evils of Americans and of our losses in the Aegean and Dalmatian coast. He was not at his best, Brooke recorded. Churchill's disproportionate attachment to operations in the eastern Mediterranean was provoking speculation on his motives. Brooke thought that there was an element of envy in the face of increasing American domination in resources and manpower. He hated having to give up the position of the dominant partner which we had held at the start, Brooke recalled. As a result, he became inclined at times to put up strategic proposals which he knew were unsound purely to spite the Americans. He was, in fact, aiming at cutting off his nose to spite his face. There was also, Brooke believed, a desire in the back of his mind to form a purely British theatre when the laurels would be all ours. Austria or the Balkans seemed to attract him for such a front. Henry Stimson thought that there was a different force at work. Over in Washington 2 days later, Lord Halifax met the American War Secretary to discuss the undercurrent of feeling about the British attitude to Operation Overlord. I asked him point blank whether I was right in feeling there was a good deal of suspicion on the American side as to our real intention to do the cross-channel business, Halifax noted. Stimson agreed. He said that he had been much shocked by Winston having said to him last July something about what great fighters the Germans were when they were holding up Montgomery in Sicily, and how he visualized them doing the same thing when we landed in northern France, and sometimes imagined 50,000 corpses in the Channel. Beyond Churchill's fear of slaughter on the beaches and his wish for a purely British triumph, was there also the political motive of thwarting a land grab by Stalin? Certainly Churchill's perception back in August of grave troubles ahead and his outburst at Cabinet that Germany might be needed in the future to stop the Soviet Union proved that communist expansionism was on his mind. The coming weeks would show that these fears were growing. On 22 November, after a night flight from Iran, Roosevelt arrived in Cairo, where Churchill was now encamped after the brief stay in Malta. The two allies drove that afternoon to marvel at the pyramids at Giza and my old friend the Sphinx, Roosevelt wrote in his handwritten journal. While the two men dined at Roosevelt's villa with Chiang Kai-shek and his formidable wife Mei Ling, a devastating Allied bombing raid struck Berlin. Hitler was in a fury as reports filtered through to the Wolf's Lair. Back in London, Churchill's wife Clementine had heard reports of his foul mood. The next day she wrote him a careful and loving letter sympathizing with the cold he had been suffering and the unhappiness the loss of Leros had brought. Above all, she reminded him that when history looked back, your vision and your piercing energy, coupled with your patience and magnanimity, will all be part of your greatness, she continued. So don't allow yourself to be made angry. I often think of your saying that the only worse thing than allies is not having allies. As had happened before, Churchill's anger was cooled by her clever words. In Cairo, face to face with the president, the warmth and admiration welled up again. I love that man, he told his daughter Sarah. Personal affection made no difference to Roosevelt. He still refused to discuss strategy ahead of the meeting with Stalin, and, with a hint of cruelty, teased Churchill about empire building. On 25 November, during a Thanksgiving lunch hosted by the President, the subject reared its divisive head. The Prime Minister had to endure much with a good grace, including explanations from the President of other powers' higher morality, Cadogan recorded. Winston, you have 400 years of acquisitive instinct in your blood, and you just don't understand how a country might not want to acquire land somewhere if they can get it. A new period has opened in the world's history, Roosevelt warned his ally, and you will have to adjust yourself to it. It was said teasingly, but threw Churchill into despair. He told Harold Macmillan, the British minister in North Africa, Germany is finished, though it may take some time to clean up the mess. The real problem is Russia. I can't get the Americans to see it. Lord Moran also noticed that day that problems were brewing. Harry Hopkins thinks that the PM is trying to get out of his commitments, Moran noted, referring to Overlord. Sure, we are preparing for a battle at Tehran, Hopkins had threatened. You will find us lining up with the Russians. What I find so shocking is that to the Americans the PM is the villain of the piece, Moran reflected. They are far more sceptical of him than they are of Stalin. Later that day, Eden found Churchill deflated. He remarked that Roosevelt was a charming county gentleman, but that business methods were almost non-existent. Churchill complained that he had to play the role of courtier and seize opportunities when they arose. "I am amazed at the patience with which he does this," Eden noted. Over dinner, Eden explained to Roosevelt that the question of Poland's borders should be clearly agreed with Stalin in Tehran. If nothing was settled, he warned, Soviet Russia would gain, because the chances were that her troops would be the first to reach German territory. The Red Army was bearing down at an alarming rate. Hours after Eden made his prediction, it took Gomel, just 400 miles from Hitler's headquarters. On 27 November 1943, the British and Soviet delegations arrived in Tehran. Roosevelt flew in the next day, and the conference was underway. It was a huge moment of the war as the three Allied warlords, three giant egos, all with their own agendas, met face-to-face for the first time. Chapter 12. 28 November 1943 to 5 June 1944. Tehran began with a mystery which endures to this day. While he was conducting his pre-conference survey of security arrangements, the supervising Secret Service agent who had traveled ahead from the White House, Mike Riley, was told an amazing story by his Soviet counterpart, General Artilov. Apparently, the Germans had parachuted in a team of agents who were now hiding in the mountains north of the Iranian capital. The implication was that an assassination plot against the Allied warlords was afoot. Roosevelt arrived in Tehran on 28 November, a day after Churchill and Stalin had installed themselves. "Now my friends in the NKVD told me that they had captured some of the parachutists," Riley recalled. It was claimed that 38 Nazis had been dropped. Among them were at least 6 German paratroopers loose in the vicinity with a radio transmitter. The NKVD suggested that, for his own safety, Roosevelt should be moved from the isolated American legation to the Soviet embassy, which was in the heart of the city and heavily walled. The president agreed. "The Russians made the boss very comfortable," Riley recalled. "All of us were wryly amused by the servants in our part of the Russian embassy. Everywhere you went you would see a brute of a man in a lackey's white coat busily polishing immaculate glass or dusting dustless furniture. As their arms swung to dust or polish, the clear, cold outline of a Luger automatic could be seen on every hip. They were NKVD boys, of course. In fact, there were about 3,000 on hand for the meeting." While Roosevelt rested in the well-protected comfort of his new quarters, Stalin summoned the NKVD agents in charge and gave them a particular duty he would like them to perform. One of those agents was Sergo Beria, the son of the NKVD chief Lavrentiy Beria. "How is your mother?" Stalin asked when Sergo arrived. With the pleasantries over, Stalin moved straight to business. "I have had you brought here, along with some other young men who have never had dealings with foreigners, because I want to entrust you with a mission that is delicate and morally reprehensible," Stalin explained. "You are going to listen to the conversations that Roosevelt will have with Churchill, with the other British, and with his own circle. I must know everything in detail, and be aware of all shades of meaning. I am asking you for all that because it is now that the question of the Second Front will be settled. I know that Churchill is against it. It is important that the Americans support us in this matter. The NKVD checked that the bugs in their embassy were working. Whether there really was a Nazi assassination plot remains unproven." Churchill had asked Roosevelt yet again for a private meeting before the three-way talks began. He was turned down. Instead, at 3 p.m. on 28 November, the president was awaiting the meeting à deux, which he had first tried to set up 6 months before with his secret letter to Moscow. Now, at last, it was about to happen, without Churchill in the way. Word was sent that Stalin was on his way over. "I'll talk to him in the sitting room, Mike," Roosevelt explained to Riley. "Stall him a second while I get ready." When Stalin entered, Roosevelt was sitting calmly and waiting. Both men smiled and shook hands. "It's good to see you, Marshal," said Roosevelt. He and the boss got down to the baffling business of carrying on a conversation through interpreters while the NKVD boys and I exchanged long, rude stares, recalled Riley. Roosevelt tried to curry favour with Stalin by raising the matter of Churchill's beloved British Empire. After all, were not the two of them the vanguard of a new world without old-fashioned European imperialism, in which peace and freedom would come to all nations? They agreed that India should be free of the British, but that its future should not be raised at Tehran, because it was, Stalin observed, a sore point with Churchill. At some future date, the President replied, I would like to talk with you further about India. The best solution, he explained, would be reform from the bottom, somewhat on the Soviet line. Roosevelt's interpreter, Chip Bolan, astounded by the novel idea that Bolshevik power sprang from the bottom, could hardly believe what he was being asked to translate. Churchill heard of this little tete-a-tete, and the mist descended. Averell Harriman was warned that storm signals were flying in the British legation. He went over to see whether there was any need to calm the waters. He found Churchill in a grumbling but whimsical mood. He said that he was glad to obey orders, Harriman reported, but that he had a right to be chairman of the meeting because of his age, because his name began with C, and because of the historical importance of the British Empire which he represented. He waived all these claims, but he would insist on one thing, which was that he should be allowed to give a dinner party on the 30th, which was his 69th birthday. Churchill then announced that he would get thoroughly drunk and be prepared to leave the following day. At 4 p.m. the three warlords sat down together face to face for the first time since their alliance had been forged some 2.5 years before. Military strategy was at the top of the list. Roosevelt reaffirmed the Quebec decision that the cross-channel invasion would definitely occur the following year, 1944, and that the first possible date would be 1 May. He then raised, with no pretense at impartiality, Churchill's desire to put more muscle into Italy in the eastern Mediterranean. If we undertake large-scale operations in the Mediterranean, the President declared, the expedition across the Channel will have to be postponed for 2 or 3 months. He then ingenuously turned to Stalin. That is why we should like to have the advice of our Soviet colleagues on the matter. Stalin took his cue and laid into Churchill's alternative strategy. We Russians thought that the Italian theatre was important only to the extent of ensuring free navigation of Allied shipping in the Mediterranean Sea, he pronounced. It is of no significance in the sense of further operations against Germany. The only operation that mattered, Stalin added, was to be the cross-channel invasion of France. In my opinion, he told his allies, it would be better to make Operation Overlord the basis of all operations in 1944. Churchill had come to Tehran to argue for the postponement of Overlord and concentration on the Mediterranean. As early as round 1, even though the argument would continue to be waged over the next 2 days, the contest was over. That evening Roosevelt hosted a banquet for Churchill and Stalin. It was very jolly, Roosevelt recalled in his handwritten journal of the conference. The bourbon flowed like vodka, and FDR was every bit as canny as the Marshal in the business of handling the endless stream of toasts, Riley noted. Of course, His Britannic Majesty's First Minister could easily drink toast for toast with any given battalion of Russians. The next day, 29 November, the respective chiefs of staff wrestled with strategy. Stalin's military crony, General Kliment Voroshilov, argued along the same lines as his boss. Overlord must take preference above all else. In vain I argued that by closing operations in the Mediterranean, German forces would be free to proceed to other theatres, General Alan Brooke recorded. Our friend Voroshilov refused to see any of these arguments, having been evidently briefed by Stalin, who no doubt had also been prompted by Averell Harriman. Brooke noted that for the Americans, Admiral William Leahy, Roosevelt's chief of staff, said nothing, and George Marshall only stressed the importance that the Americans had always attached to cross-channel operations. The British team left greatly frustrated at 1:30 p.m. Churchill had made one last attempt to persuade Roosevelt to sit down and have an Anglo-American discussion. For one last time, Roosevelt refused. According to Harriman, he thought it might offend Stalin. 2 hours later, the three delegations gathered at the Soviet embassy for a ceremony. Churchill and Roosevelt presented Stalin with the Sword of Stalingrad to commemorate the Red Army's famous victory. Amid the bands, national anthems, and photographers, Stalin kissed the sword and handed it to Voroshilov, who promptly dropped it straight out of his scabbard onto the floor, a scene carefully omitted from the official film of the event. Finally, it was handed over to Commander of Russian Guard of Honor and marched off securely, Brooke wryly noted. The big three then settled down for another 3-hour session. Brooke viewed it as bad from beginning to end. Winston was not good, and Roosevelt even worse. It was clear that Overlord was now set in stone for 1 May 1944. The only question was what supporting operation there should be. Churchill argued for an extension of the campaign in the eastern Mediterranean and through northern Italy, assuming the Allies had reached there by the time of Overlord. The alternative was the supporting invasion of southern France, codenamed Operation Anvil. Roosevelt offered Stalin the choice. Our directive should stipulate, in conformity with the desires of the Russians, an invasion in the south of France, Stalin instantly replied. The operations in the Mediterranean, of which Churchill speaks, are merely diversionary. Stalin then made clear his distrust of Churchill. I should like to know whether the British believe in Operation Overlord or simply speak of it to reassure the Russians. For Churchill and his chiefs, who thought that Operation Anvil was pointless, the session was a disaster. Brooke noted angrily, I feel more like entering a lunatic asylum or a nursing home than continuing with my present job. I am absolutely disgusted with the politicians' methods of waging the war. Why will they imagine that they are experts at a job they know nothing about? It is lamentable to listen to them. May God help us in the future prosecution of this war. We have every hope to making an unholy mess of it and of being defeated yet. At dinner that night, the atmosphere darkened yet further. Stalin, the host for the evening, spent much of the evening mocking his British ally. One barb reminded Churchill of how he had once wanted to fight the Bolsheviks. I can't understand you at all. In 1919 you were so keen to fight, and now you don't seem to be, he exclaimed. What has happened? Is it the result of advancing age? How many divisions have you got in contact with the enemy? What is happening to all those 2 million men you have got in India? Then, in an exchange of banter on what to do with the enemy, Stalin announced, 50,000 Germans must be killed. Their general staff must go. Churchill leapt from his seat and began pacing. I will not be a party to any butchery in cold blood, he replied, his face flushed with anger. 50,000 must be shot, Stalin declared again. I would rather be taken out now than so disgrace my country, Churchill retorted. Roosevelt tried to calm proceedings by pretending it was all a joke. I have a compromise to propose, he interjected. Not 50,000, but only 49,000 should be shot. After the frustrations of the day, Churchill had mislaid his sense of humour and stormed out of the room. Stalin followed after him, laughing and trying to explain the joke. You are pro-German, he told him as they walked back into the room together. The devil is a communist and my friend God is a conservative. Finally, the two men made amends, the conversation ending in a convivial embrace. The patching up was just a veneer. Lord Moran found Churchill in a slump of depression when he later visited his room. It was well after midnight. Whiskey in hand, his eyes popping, Churchill revealed his great fears for the future. I believe man might destroy man and wipe out civilization. Europe would be desolate, and I may be held responsible. Lord Moran recorded Churchill's agony. Until he came here, the PM could not bring himself to believe that face-to-face with Stalin, the democracies would take different courses. Now he sees he cannot rely on the president's support. What matters more, he realizes that the Russians see this too. Stalin will be able to do as he pleases. Will he become a menace to the free world, another Hitler? The PM is appalled by his own impotence. By the third morning of the conference, 30 November, Roosevelt believed that he still had not really connected with Stalin. Later, he told his Labour Secretary, Francis Perkins, how he finally got through. Once again, the unfortunate Churchill was the whipping boy. "On my way to the conference room that morning," the President related, "we caught up with Winston, and I had just a moment to say to him, 'Winston, I hope you won't be sore at me for what I am going to do.' Winston shifted his cigar and grunted. I must say he behaved very decently afterward. I began almost as soon as we went into the conference room. I talked privately with Stalin. I didn't say anything I hadn't said before, but it appeared quite chummy and confidential, enough so that the other Russians joined us to listen. Still no smile. Then I said, lifting my hand to cover a whisper, which of course had to be interpreted, 'Winston is cranky this morning. He got up on the wrong side of the bed.' A vague smile passed over Stalin's eyes, and I decided I was on the right track. As soon as I sat down at the conference table, I began to tease Churchill about his Britishness, about John Bull, about his cigars, about his habits. Winston got red and scowled, and the more he did so, the more Stalin smiled. Finally, Stalin broke into a deep, hearty guffaw, and for the first time in 3 days I saw the light. The ice was broken, and we talked like men and brothers. Churchill's birthday, his 69th, fell the same day. Despite losing the strategic argument and his depression of the night, he was, as so often, quick to bounce back and make the best of things. He hosted a splendid dinner, and Roosevelt gave him a valuable Kashan bowl with a note, "With my affection, may we be together for many years." An enormous ice cream birthday cake was brought in. The waiter, absorbed in Stalin's speech, managed to tip the huge confection over the Russian interpreter. Brooke recounted, "The unfortunate Berekov was at that moment standing up translating a speech for Stalin, and he came in for the full blast. He was splashed from his head to his feet, but I suppose it was more than his life was worth to stop interpreting. In any case, he carried on manfully whilst I sent for towels and with the help of the Persian waiters proceeded to mop him down. To this day I can still see large lumps of white ice cream sitting on his shoes and melting over the edges and through the lace holes." Tehran demonstrated again Churchill's split-mindedness towards Stalin. His defeat in the strategic argument, which effectively meant that the way was now open for the Soviets to win the Balkans and Eastern Europe, had reawakened the vision of the communist colossus trampling over Europe. However, at other times in this gathering of great men, Churchill continued to believe that he could cut deals with the Soviet leader. As always, a key issue was Poland. Churchill secretly agreed, without telling the London Poles, that the Soviet Union should have the part of eastern Poland it had gained under the Nazi-Soviet pact. Poland would be compensated with land from Germany. This frontier was broadly equivalent, though in places more advantageous to the Russians, to the so-called Curzon Line, named after the British Foreign Secretary of the time, which the British had supported in 1919 as the border after Poland had won its independence from Russia at the end of the First World War. However, in the Russo-Polish War that followed, the Poles had won substantial further territory which they considered to be a rightful part of their nation. When Poland came up for discussion, one observer recorded that Roosevelt had said, "I don't care two hoots about Poland. Wake me up when we talk about Germany." The truth was that the president wanted no overt part in any secret deal on territory. The next year, 1944, would be presidential election year. He intended to stand again and had no wish to upset the large Polish constituency in the United States by the possible discovery of any involvement in giving away their land. The same went for the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia and Estonia, which Churchill privately confirmed to Stalin should become part of the post-war Soviet Union. Once again, Roosevelt kept his distance but let it be known that he would not stand in the way. On that day, as the Allied warlords finalized their agreements, Joseph Goebbels and Hitler continued to find consolation in their opponents. The enemy has not had a significant military victory except on the Eastern Front, Hitler said. The English and Americans can't get things moving in Italy and are suffering the bloodiest losses there. Roosevelt must naturally take care to turn the war round before the election campaign starts up again. After their momentous encounter, the big three went their separate ways, Stalin to Moscow, Churchill to Cairo, and Roosevelt to Washington. As news of the conference filtered through to the various capital cities, it was soon clear that inside Roosevelt's government, Stalin was the hero. "I thank the Lord that Stalin was there. In my opinion, he saved the day," Henry Stimson noted in his diary on 5 December. He was direct and strong, and he brushed away the diversionary attempts of the Prime Minister with a vigour which rejoiced my soul. As always, Stimson believed that on strategic matters the President was putty in the Prime Minister's hands. Up to the time of his arrival, our side was at a disadvantage because of the President's rather haphazard grasp of the situation. But when Stalin came in with his General Voroshilov, they completely changed the situation and took the offensive for Overlord, he concluded happily. Tehran had created an extraordinary dynamic. Roosevelt and Stalin, in complete agreement, were now the dominant partners, Churchill isolated in feeble opposition. His misfortune multiplied as he had a severe bout of pneumonia after his arrival back in Cairo. In Washington on 18 December, Roosevelt recounted his diplomatic triumphs to Stimson. He said that when he first met Churchill at these meetings, he was surprised at the change in him. He seemed unwell, was peevish, and had prejudices against people in a way that was quite unusual to him, Stimson noted of Roosevelt's account. He tried to reopen Overlord and the Eastern Mediterranean matters, like the Dodecanese and Rhodes, and finally concentrated on Turkey. The President said that he himself had fought hard for Overlord, and with the aid of Stalin finally won out. "I have thus brought Overlord back to you safe and sound," Roosevelt told Stimson with pride. 1 week later, 27 December, as Churchill flew to Marrakesh for a much-needed recharge of the batteries, both physical and mental, Hitler was deep in conference with Colonel General Kurt Zeitzler. The military situation in the East was grim, with the Red Army bearing down on Hitler's own headquarters. "We are going to have a difficult time," Hitler admitted, thinking primarily of the battle in the Crimea and his fear that Turkey might soon enter the war. "There is going to be a major crisis. We shall not be able to save anything," he said. "The consequences will be catastrophic." Yet the Führer had not lost his sense of purpose. "I am a man who has personally built up and led perhaps the greatest organization on earth," he announced, "and I am still leading it." Roosevelt was continuing to assess his days with Stalin. "You know, I really think the Russians will go along with me about having no spheres of influence," he told Francis Perkins. He felt himself on good terms with Marshal Stalin, she noted. He liked him and found him extremely interesting. Apart from the personal connection which he believed he had made, Roosevelt had come to an important conclusion. Tehran had persuaded him that Stalin was fundamentally a practical man with whom he could do business. For his part, Stalin had played Roosevelt impeccably. At all times he behaved respectfully towards him, in marked contrast to the rudeness he often displayed to Churchill. On New Year's Day, 1944, as troops and weapons began to mass in southern England for Overlord, Hitler warned the German people, "The year 1944 will make tough and severe demands of all Germans." However, he managed a show of optimism. "The course of the war, in all its enormity, will reach its critical point during this year. We are fully confident that we will successfully surmount it." Within 24 hours, as Allied planes pounded Berlin, the Red Army advanced to within 30 miles of the 1939 Polish border. On 4 January, General Manstein took a deep breath, walked into Hitler's office, and laid out the crisis facing Army Group South in the Crimea. His troops were on the verge of being separated from Army Group Center, and he pleaded with Hitler to allow an evacuation of the Dnieper Bend. The Führer immediately rejected Manstein's impassioned entreaty. "There are so many disagreements on the enemy side," he told him, "that the coalition is bound to fall apart one day." In Moscow that day, Stalin received news that Russian troops had now crossed the Polish frontier. "Russians are doing wonders," noted Alexander Cadogan, "but that presents us with some problems." In his villa in Marrakesh, Churchill was having similar thoughts, but he drafted a letter to the Soviet leader congratulating him on the Red Army's success and assuring him that everything was now going full blast for Overlord. These final words were written with gritted teeth, for he had just been informed that some of the ships promised for the upcoming Anzio landings in southern Italy were to be held back for the invasion of France. Sitting opposite Roosevelt for dinner at the White House that evening was his dearly loved daughter, Anna. In an effort to recreate the warm intimacy of his early White House days, she had moved in with her father. There were also signs that his health was deteriorating. She was there to keep a watchful eye. With the strategic arguments that dominated the final months of 1943 now apparently resolved, the trickiest problem on Churchill's plate was Poland. He had made his secret deal with Stalin on the eastern Polish border, though differences remained between them on some of the territorial details. However, he had not told the London Poles. Instead, his tactic was to strong-arm them into accepting this new border, with the compensation of extra German territory to the west, without admitting that he had already done the deed in private. The situation was further complicated by the continuing rupture in relations between the London Poles and Stalin, which had followed the discovery of the Katyn massacre. As it was now clear that the Red Army was going to occupy Poland come what may, Churchill believed the London Poles should accept that he had won them the best deal possible. He hoped that a resumption of relations between Moscow and the London Poles would then follow. On 7 January, while still convalescing in Marrakesh, Churchill cabled Anthony Eden with his justification. "I rather contemplate telling the world that we declared war for Poland and that the Polish nation shall have a proper land to live in. But we have never undertaken to defend existing Polish frontiers. Russia, after 2 wars which have cost her between 20 and 30 millions of Russian lives, has a right to the inexpugnable security of her western frontiers." Churchill intended effectively to blackmail the Polish government in exile in London into accepting his solution. "I do not think we should give them the slightest hope of further help or recognition unless they cordially support the decisions which we and our Soviet ally have reached." The Prime Minister concluded that the Poles would be silly to assume that we are going to begin a new war with Russia for the sake of the Polish eastern frontier. It was a recipe for bitter dispute. While Churchill thought the proposed new border reasonable, the London Poles simply saw it as theft of their land and continued to believe that Stalin would never allow Polish freedom and independence. As Churchill wrote from Marrakesh, the threat of an Allied invasion was exercising Hitler's generals. Alfred Jodl had just returned from a visit to the coast of northern France. "How is the air defence against the invasion to be carried out?" he noted in his diary on 10 January. "Major action against the enemy air forces is not possible," he wrote. "Fighters can carry out minor attacks against shipping and possible targets at sea. We must not accept a battle with the enemy air force." Hitler, on the other hand, was contemplating some satisfying news. A special court, sitting in the northern Italian town of Verona, now under Nazi occupation, had condemned to death members of the Grand Fascist Council, who had been party to deposing Mussolini. They were shot 24 hours later, among them Count Galeazzo Ciano, Mussolini's son-in-law and a once frequent visitor to Berlin and the Berghof. The Red Army continued its unassailable march, launching a successful offensive in the Leningrad region. The Allies were stuck at Monte Cassino. In the new post-Tehran realities of the Big Three's alliance, Churchill was finding reasons to justify giving Stalin the territory in the Baltic states and Poland that he had demanded as long back as December 1941. On 16 January he wrote to Eden, "Undoubtedly my own feelings have changed in the 2 years that have passed since the topic was first raised during your first visit to Moscow. The tremendous victories of the Russian armies, the deep-seated changes which have taken place in the character of the Russian states and government, the new confidence which has grown in our hearts towards Stalin," he explained, "have all had their effect. Most of all is the fact that the Russians may very soon be in physical possession of these territories, and it is absolutely certain that we should never attempt to turn them out." Churchill was searching every angle to justify what he inwardly knew was thoroughly dubious. He concluded that the Russian claim with regards to their western borders in no way exceeds former Tsarist boundaries. In fact, in some parts it falls notably short of them. He had travelled some distance from his first reaction 2 years before that Stalin's demands were contrary to all the principles for which we are fighting this war and would dishonour our cause. On 20 January, Churchill was back in London, trying to broker a deal between the London Poles and Stalin. "The problem is a hard one, and the Soviet government are ungracious bargainers," noted John Colville, "negotiations proceeding on basis of the Curzon line. I felt sorry for them, poor things," Eden wrote of the Polish delegation after they had departed. "The outlook darkens for them." Averell Harriman, the American ambassador in Moscow, agreed. He wrote to Churchill that same day, "The Russian bear is demanding much and yet biting the hands that are feeding him. I agree with your political comment, but he is biting others at the same time too," Churchill replied, referring to the Red Army's relentless pursuit of Hitler. However, Soviet shenanigans and Stalin's bristling hostility towards the London Poles, whom he still had no political interest in reconciling, began to wear as much on Churchill's patience as the obduracy of the London Poles themselves. One extraordinary Russian caper was an article in Pravda suggesting hush-hush negotiations between Joachim von Ribbentrop and certain British officials in the Pyrenees. However ludicrous the story, Churchill felt obliged to knock it on the head, writing to Stalin on 24 January, "I am sure you know that I would never negotiate with the Germans separately, and that we tell you every overture they make, as you have told us." He then offered the Soviet leader a salutary reminder. "We never thought of making a separate peace even in the year when we were all alone and could easily have made one without serious loss to the British Empire and largely at your expense. Why should we think of it now, when our triple fortunes are marching forward to victory?" That evening at Cabinet, Churchill, fully recovered from his pneumonia, was in great form. He discussed the latest Soviet outrage and commented, "Trying to maintain good relations with a communist is like wooing a crocodile. You do not know whether to tickle it under the chin or to beat it on the head. When it opens its mouth, you cannot tell whether it is trying to smile or preparing to eat you up." As the Prime Minister repaired at 8:15 p.m. for dinner with General Brooke, Hitler had just issued a proclamation for his troops in Italy. They were to hold the line at all costs. The Wehrmacht had managed to recapture Castelforte and Monte Rotondo from the British, though the casualties were high. The next day, in conversation with Goebbels, Hitler said that the Italian situation was extremely positive. Feverishly loyal as he was, even Goebbels had to concede the Führer was being too optimistic. Determined and deluded in equal measure, Hitler painted just as positive a picture of the Eastern Front. "The situation in the East is by and large consolidated," he remarked. "Admittedly, we can't win any bouquets there at the moment, but there is no crisis anticipated." The consolation, as so often, was the belief that differences between the English and Americans on the one hand and the Soviets on the other are now out in the open. It is astonishing that Stalin can behave so arrogantly when his hand is so poor. The Führer really can't understand it. If he was in that position, he would soft-soap them more. 2 days later, 27 January, the siege of Leningrad was finally at an end. The bitter suffering of the remaining inhabitants, who had survived bombings, starvation, cannibalism, and unimaginable hardship, was now over. The city had been trapped for nearly 900 days. At the Berghof, before an audience of 100 or so of his military commanders, Hitler gave a speech. In the last contingency, if I as supreme leader should be deserted at any time, I must ultimately expect to be surrounded by the entire officer corps with swords drawn for my protection, just as every field marshal, every commanding general, every divisional leader, and every regimental commander expects that his subordinate will stand by him likewise in the critical hour. He warned in what Nikolaus von Below described as a moment of drama. "So it will be, mein Führer," Manstein declared in response. "That is fine," Hitler continued. "If that will be so, then it will never be possible to lose this war." Hitler's routine was becoming ever more closeted and remote. He shared Spartan meals with fewer people, exercised rarely, and spent nearly all of the first half of 1944 shut away in the camouflaged Berghof or the concrete bunkers of the Wolf's Lair. In February, the scene around him became ever more paranoid. According to Bellow, an assassination plot had been drawn to Hitler's attention by his press officer. An article in a Swedish newspaper claimed that a German army staff officer was conspiring to shoot Hitler with a pistol. "Hitler sent for me, showing me the cutting, and told me to do everything I could to prevent such an attempt being made," Bellow reported. Hitler demanded that all visitors be under constant observation when in his presence or at headquarters, and that all heavy file cases should be watched. Hitler's bunker at the Wolf's Lair was fortified with more layers of concrete. On 2 February, Churchill wrote to Stalin confirming the concessions he was forcing on the London Poles. "I said that although we had gone to war for the sake of Poland, we had not gone for any particular frontier line, but for the existence of a strong, free, independent Poland, which Marshal Stalin declared himself as supporting. I advised them to accept the Curzon line as a basis for discussions. This, as it seems to me, is putting all the aces, including the ace of trumps, in Joe's hand," Cadogan noted. The next day, Averell Harriman met Stalin at the Kremlin to convey Roosevelt's hope that some way would soon be found to settle the dispute with the London Poles. Stalin immediately reached for his briefcase and handed Harriman an old copy of an underground Polish newspaper printed some 6 months before. The headline read, "Hitler and Stalin, two faces of the same evil." "It is difficult to deal with people who could publish such a paper," Stalin told Harriman. "The Poles liked to think," he continued, "that Russians were good fighters but fools. They thought they could let the Russians carry the burden of the fighting and then step in at the end to share the spoils. But the Poles would find out who were the fools." He said that those anti-Soviet elements would have to be removed before a deal could be done. That day he gave the same message to the British ambassador, Sir Archibald Clark Kerr. The Polish government in exile would have to be reconstructed. The truth was that, whatever the London Poles conceded, Stalin had no interest in resuming relations with a potential government that would insist on Poland's independence. Trouble with Stalin was compounded by a shock at home. On 18 February, Lord Hartington, a major in the Coldstream Guards who was standing for Churchill's government in the West Derbyshire by-election, was beaten by the independent Labour candidate. Eden tried to console the Prime Minister by explaining that it was little worse than mosquito bite. W looked tired and knocked about, he wrote in his diary. He said that in 40 one could put up with anything because one felt one had the country being won. Now the people were not united, etc. The sea of woes now included a series of devastating bombing raids by the Luftwaffe over London, the worst since the Blitz. On 20 February, while Stalin's NKVD chief, Lavrentiy Beria, arrived in Grozny to begin mass deportations of people of nationalities considered disloyal, one of those German air raids struck at the very heart of government. We have just had a stick of bombs around 10 Downing Street, and there are no more windows," Churchill wrote to Roosevelt the next morning. "Clemmy and I were at Chequers, and luckily all the servants were in the shelter. 4 persons killed outside." In Moscow, Stalin was growing tired of being badgered about the Poles. "Again the Poles," he growled at Harriman. "Is that the most important question?" Harriman asked Stalin for his suggested solution with the London Poles, who were now led by Stanisław Mikołajczyk, the mild-mannered leader of the Peasant Party. "While the Red Army is liberating Poland," Stalin replied, "Mikołajczyk's government will have changed, or another government will have emerged in Poland." The Soviet leader's implication was clear. He would impose whatever government suited him. That day, Hitler had retreated to the Berghof, where he was discussing a familiar theme with Goebbels. "In both England and America, a political crisis of the first order is taking place," noted Goebbels. "But it needs time to ripen. The crisis has become inflamed over the question of Bolshevism. Stalin has held a gun to the heads of both Churchill and Roosevelt." The attempt to broker an agreement between Stalin and the London Poles was now hitting the buffers of its inherent contradictions. 2 months of our efforts at negotiation were greeted by Marshal Stalin with a message to the Prime Minister on 3 March which was discourteous in tone and abrupt in its misrepresentation of Polish claims, Eden noted angrily. Stalin's attitude was awakening dark suspicions within the man who, 2 years before, had argued for conceding the Soviet leader's territorial demands. "I don't like even to refer to the possibility that we should break with Polish government in London," Eden now noted. "But over and above all this, Soviet attitude on this business raises most disquieting thoughts. Is Soviet regime one which will ever cooperate with the West?" On 7 March, Churchill wrote sadly to Stalin, "Force can achieve much, but force supported by the goodwill of the world can achieve more. I earnestly hope that you will not close the door finally to a working arrangement with the Poles which will help the common cause during the war and give you all you require at the peace." He then regretfully explained that should Stalin be unable to resume relations with the London Poles, the British government would itself have no choice but to continue its recognition of them as the government of the ally for whom we declared war upon Hitler. His conclusion was heartfelt. "All my hopes for the future of the world are based upon the friendship and cooperation of the Western democracies and Soviet Russia." As the message made its way to the Kremlin, Beria reported to Stalin that 500,000 Chechens and Ingush had been removed from their homes and deported. The forward march of Russian forces continued to batter German resistance. Vinitsa, once home to Hitler's swampy werewolf headquarters, was captured by Soviet troops on 20 March. The next day, Churchill wrote again to Stalin explaining that he would soon be making a public statement explaining that his attempts to forge an understanding between Poland and the Soviet Union had failed. He said that until the end of the war he would continue to recognize the Polish government in London and that any territorial agreements would now have to wait until the peace conference. "In the meantime, we can recognize no forcible transferences of territory," Churchill concluded. The Prime Minister had gone far in trying to coerce the Poles into an agreement, but he would not sign up to their emasculation. On 23 March, Stalin sent an ill-tempered reply. "I was struck by the fact that both your messages bristle with threats against the Soviet Union. I should like to call your attention to this circumstance because threats as a method are not only out of place in relations between allies, but also harmful, for they may lead to opposite results," he warned. "To be sure, you are free to make any statement you like in the House of Commons. That is your business. But should you make a statement of this nature, I shall consider that you have committed an unjust and unfriendly act in relation to the Soviet Union. In your message you express the hope that the breakdown over the Polish question will not affect our cooperation in other spheres. As far as I am concerned, I have been and still am for cooperation. But I fear that the method of intimidation and defamation, if continued, will not benefit our cooperation." The rhetoric was a cover. The outcome suited Stalin nicely. While claiming the moral high ground, he could congratulate himself that his troops were entering Poland with no Soviet obligation to the only legitimate Polish government, which continued to sit powerlessly hundreds of miles away from the action. While the Soviet leader grew in global strength, a personal crisis was facing the president. On 27 March, after an examination at the Bethesda Naval Hospital, he was discovered to be suffering from hypertension and congestive heart failure. A severe reduction in smoking and a strict diet were prescribed. His illness was kept secret. 6 days later, Hitler issued an order for counterattacks in the east. It stated that the Russian offensive to the south of the front had passed its climax. The time is now ripe, finally, to bring the Russian advance to a halt. Far from crumbling and weakening, the Red Army had crossed the Prut River. This river line, the Soviets stated, represents the state border between the USSR and Romania. Not only was this announcement a bloody riposte to Hitler's order, it also demonstrated that Stalin was rubber-stamping the Soviet Union's post-war border with Romania. The significance of this announcement was plain, Harriman recalled. All of Bessarabia and the province of Bukovina, seized by the Red Army in June 1940, were already being treated as Soviet territory. As the Red Army began yet another victorious push into German-occupied territory, this time in Crimea, Churchill was finally turning his attention to the dangers posed to the British body politic by communist agents. "We are purging all our secret establishments of communists," he told Cadogan on 13 April, "because we know they owe no allegiance to us or our cause and will always betray secrets to the Soviets, even while we are working together." As he wrote, the Russians were storming Sevastopol. On 20 April, at the Berghof, Hitler celebrated his 55th birthday. Under Goebbels' direction, Berlin was festooned with banners. The Berlin Philharmonic played a special concert, and the party gathered to celebrate their great leader's historic career. Hitler, however, according to his Luftwaffe adjutant, was not in the mood for festivities. Before his usual military briefing at noon, he accepted the congratulations of the household staff at the Berghof and then sat quietly in a corner opening his presents. With the necessary pleasantries over, he retired to spend the rest of the day in gloomy discussions with Zeitzler, Hermann Göring, and Karl Dönitz. A week later, disaster struck off the south coast of England. In the early hours of the morning of 28 April, a flotilla of 8 Allied landing craft lined up near Slapton Sands when suddenly, out of the darkness, 9 German torpedo boats launched a devastating attack. 3 of the craft were hit, one immediately bursting into flames. Hundreds of bodies were soon floating in the water. A total of 749 sailors and soldiers were eventually recorded as dead and missing. This was no major operation. It was a training exercise gone horribly wrong. Operation Tiger should have been a routine practice for the upcoming cross-channel invasion. The German torpedo boats had chanced on their prey. For Churchill, it was a savage warning of his long-held fears for Overlord. At a garden party at 10 Downing Street on 4 May, Averell Harriman was cornered by the Prime Minister. "He made me listen to a 15-minute fight talk," Harriman recalled, on how badly the British had been treated by the Soviet government, beginning with the Ribbentrop Treaty, during the period when Britain stood alone, the insults that had been hurled at him by Stalin consistently, and his determination that the Soviets should not destroy freedom in Poland, for which country Britain had gone to war. He asked, Harriman continued, that I present his attitude to the President, and asked for the President's support in this policy, even if only after he is re-elected to office. At the same time in Washington, Henry Morgenthau recorded in his diary, "The Roosevelt-Stalin axis is gaining strength, and the Roosevelt-Churchill axis is losing strength in about equal ratio." Churchill's pleas were falling on distant ears. As D-Day, the second front he had opposed for so long, drew near, Churchill was a disappointed man. The Italian campaign had been disappointing, American and British troops, ground down in a long, brutal slog in the south of Italy, had not even reached Rome. The alternative strategy in the Mediterranean seemed a spent force. He looked very old and very tired, Brooke noted after dinner with the Prime Minister on 7 May. He said Roosevelt was not well and no longer the man he had been. This, he said, also applied to himself. He said he could still always sleep well, eat well, and especially drink well, but that he no longer jumped out of bed the way he used to, and felt as if he would be quite content to spend the whole day in bed. I have never yet heard him admit that he was beginning to fail. Churchill was missing Roosevelt. He tried to persuade him to come to Britain, as the President had promised the previous autumn. There is a very good place in London which would give you perfect safety and comfort. I greatly desire to see you again. It is 6 months since we met, he wrote on 25 May. 2 days later, Roosevelt turned him down, saying that a full staff meeting was not necessary. It was the personal contact Churchill was missing. The next day he tried again. I still think that a short visit is, above all things, desirable for the staffs and above all for you, but any time after D+14 might be convenient to you and would be received with rejoicing by us. He concluded with an appeal to friendship. Dr. Churchill informs you that a sea voyage in one of your great new battleships would do you no end of good. Roosevelt's reply combined the personal touch with a business-like reiteration of his refusal. I should like very much to accept Dr. Churchill's advice to make a sea voyage in your direction, and I hope to do so at a later date. Condition here will not permit it shortly after D+14 as suggested by you. The honeymoon stage between the President and the Prime Minister is over, and the normal difficulties and divergences inseparable from staid married life are beginning to develop, Harold Macmillan observed. At last, on 4 June, came the first good news for what seemed months. At 7:15 p.m., Rome fell. Allied troops marched into Piazza Venezia and paraded through the Italian capital. Churchill was ecstatic. "How magnificently your troops have fought," he cabled Roosevelt. "I hear that relations are admirable between our armies in every rank there, and here certainly it is an absolute brotherhood." On 5 June, General Eisenhower made the most important decision of his life. That day the English weather was stormy, but his meteorologists told him that there should be a clear window for the invasion to take place the next day. "Okay, we'll go," he ordered. Convinced that the Allies would not attack at low tide or under a full moon, Field Marshal Erwin Rommel left his French headquarters at La Roche-Guyon to return home for his wife's birthday. As Rommel drove to Germany, an awesome force of 5,000 ships and over 150,000 men prepared for the biggest amphibious operation in history. That evening the Allies watched and waited. The tension in the United States and Great Britain was palpable. "Tonight is the eve of the great occasion," Henry Stimson noted from Washington. "Churchill has for a long time been strongly against it, although he is strongly for it now. And the President had wobbled all over the lot at different times, although he is firmly for it now." Churchill dined alone with Clementine. "Do you realize," he said to her, "that by the time you wake up in the morning 20,000 men may have been killed?" Hitler, too, was up late that night. After talking with Goebbels in the tea-house at the Berghof, he spent the evening with a small coterie of close companions, watching a newsreel and talking by the fire. All in all, Goebbels noted, the mood is like old times. At 2 a.m., as Hitler finally retired, British and American paratroopers began landing under cover of darkness across the Channel in France. Overlord had begun. The end of the war was finally in sight. But the long-running strategic argument between Churchill and Roosevelt had one violent kick left in the tail. Chapter 13. 6 June to 24 August 1944. Tuesday, 6 June 1944, 6:30 a.m. The invasion of France was underway, with far fewer immediate casualties than Churchill had ever imagined possible. "How I wish I could be with you to see our war machine in operations," Roosevelt wrote, belying his repeated refusals of Churchill's pleas for him to visit Britain. By 10 a.m. Hitler had been awoken with the news. Sceptical that the landings were the invasion proper, he did not immediately stir himself. Erwin Rommel, by contrast, scrambled back at top speed from his home in Germany, where he had gone just 24 hours before for his wife's birthday celebrations. At the Berghof, Hitler still seemed convinced that the invasion force could be thrown back into the sea, Nikolaus von Below recalled, despite the enemy's air superiority and the huge amounts of material coming ashore unchecked. Paralyzed by Hitler's decision to centralize command of the precious panzer divisions in France, the German counteroffensive did not get underway until the afternoon. In Washington, Roosevelt warned against over-optimism. "You don't just walk into Berlin," he told that day's press conference. "The sooner this country realizes that, the better." In private, however, he was energetic in his praise for the brilliant success of the Normandy landings. He was intrigued by the artificial Mulberry harbours, one of the British inventions playing a vital role in the operation. "You know," Roosevelt said to Francis Perkins, "that was Churchill's idea, just one of those brilliant ideas that he has. He has 100 a day, and about 4 of them are good," the president continued. "When he was visiting me in Hyde Park, he saw all those boats from the last war tied up in the Hudson River, and in one of his great bursts of imagination he said, 'By George, we could take those ships and others like them that are good for nothing and sink them offshore to protect the landings.' The military and naval authorities were startled out of a year's growth. But Winnie was right. Great fellow, that Churchill, if you can keep up with him." Though the president felt increasingly exhausted by Churchill, the admiration remained, but he would never allow it to interfere with politics or his own priorities. In the Berghof, Hitler was pontificating to Joseph Goebbels. "Even the loss of Rome has not depressed him at all," the propaganda chief reported in his diary on 6 June. "He is rightly convinced that it is not a decisive action. The decisive point will be in the West. I'm glad the Führer sees things so realistically and clearly. If he were ever to lose heart, it would have a devastating effect on those around him and indirectly also on the entire German people." Indeed, Hitler was seeing advantages in his enemy's advance. Above all, any further Soviet military successes would be devastating for the Western enemy side, he pronounced. He considers England to be lost and is therefore determined, if he gets the slightest opportunity, to deal the death blow, Goebbels noted. But how he will achieve this, I fail to see at present. By nightfall, over 155,000 Allied troops had landed. Despite the horrific bloodbath on Omaha Beach, the operation had been a success. The Allies finally had a toehold in France, and they were not going to let go. 4 days later, there was another of those signs of friction among his enemies with which Hitler so comforted himself. Churchill, having been thwarted of any chance of beating Stalin to the Balkans, was now trying to ensure that, at the very least, Britain would retain post-war influence in Greece, which lay close to British imperial possessions in Cyprus and the Middle East. He had suggested to Roosevelt that because there had been disquieting signs of a possible divergence between Britain and Russia in the region, he should agree with Stalin that the British would take the lead in Greek affairs while the Soviets would do the same in Romania. Roosevelt immediately detected the whiff of imperial rivalries. He replied that while he understood that the militarily responsible power in any region would necessarily make decisions required by military events, he was opposed to any agreements that would cause those decisions to go any further. "In our opinion," he wrote after talks with the State Department, "this would certainly result in the persistence of differences between you and the Soviets and in the division of the Balkan region into spheres of influence." Churchill replied with a certain impatience the following day. "I am very much concerned," he protested, "if everybody is to consult everybody else about everything before it is taken." As a compromise, Churchill proposed that his suggested division of authority should have a 3-month trial. Roosevelt agreed, but not without one final warning that we must be careful to make it clear that we are not establishing any post-war sphere of influence. While Churchill attempted to engage in precisely that exercise, he suddenly saw a last-minute opportunity to revive his alternative military strategy in the Mediterranean, which had seemed dead and buried by the decisions at Tehran. The row that followed would be the bitterest and most vituperative in his entire relationship with the president. After the fall of Rome, most of the British and American troops in Italy were supposed to be switching to the invasion of southern France, Operation Anvil, which Stalin had insisted on and was scheduled for mid-August. But British commanders in Italy, led by General Henry Maitland Wilson, Jumbo as the portly officer was known, and supported by the British Chiefs of Staff in London, now suggested a breakout via Trieste and Ljubljana into the Balkans and Central Europe. They believed that this was a far more exciting military option than the invasion of southern France. As for Churchill, it was the very thing he had always wanted his alternative strategy to achieve for both military and political reasons. When the British presented their idea, the Americans' overall Allied commander, General Dwight Eisenhower, would have no truck with it. Witheringly, he cabled Roosevelt on 20 June, "Wandering off overland via Trieste and Ljubljana, repeat Ljubljana, is to indulge in conjecture to an unwarranted degree at the present time." The American War Secretary, Henry Stimson, who had for so long suspected Churchill's strategic obsessions, was predictably annoyed. "I found from the log that a message had come from General Wilson in the Mediterranean in which he renews the old British attempt to switch the next operation in the Mediterranean to the Balkans and possibly Hungary," Stimson noted on 21 June. "It is interesting to see how the deep national cleavage still persists. The British, with their empire interest, are anxious to throw our next blow into the eastern Mediterranean, just as they were a year ago. Furthermore, by going into the eastern Mediterranean, we would run the risk of coming into rivalry with Russia." Rivalry with Russia, indeed beating Stalin to the Balkans, and as much of Eastern Europe as possible, was precisely what Churchill had in mind. While storm clouds gathered over the transatlantic allies, their bombing raids over Berlin persuaded Goebbels, who, in addition to his propaganda duties, was responsible for the capital, to implore Hitler to go all out for total war and announce it to the German people. He would not agree. "The Führer does not regard the crisis as sufficiently serious and compelling that it could persuade him to pull out all the stops," Goebbels noted with disappointment. "England will be totally destroyed in this war, as indeed she deserves," Hitler told him. "How this destruction will be brought about, it is as yet too early to judge." The main hope would be an arrangement with the Soviet Union, but as Goebbels concluded, the Führer would prefer not to go into that, given the present war situation. On the Eastern Front that morning, Stalin was unleashing his massive summer offensive, Operation Bagration. More than 1.5 million troops, aided by nearly 3,000 tanks and 6,000 planes, were falling upon the Germans along a front that stretched for hundreds of miles. It was the anniversary of the Nazis' own invasion of Soviet territory 2 years before. Hitler ordered that every square meter of territory was to be defended to the last. That day, Hitler also addressed senior officers at the Platterhof in Obersalzburg. Though he was now ready to admit that the Allies would not be pushed back into the stormy waters of the Channel, he hoped that a breach within his opponents could still save Germany's chances of victory. He did not deny the gravity of the situation, Belo noted of the speech, but expressed to this discriminating circle the hope and belief that the breach would leave the German Reich free to carry on the struggle. Belo recorded that Hitler's audience that afternoon were convinced. His listeners departed confident, their belief in Hitler reinforced. Back in the West, lines between Washington and London were buzzing. Roosevelt was complaining that he had effectively been stitched up by Churchill over the deal with the Russians on Greece and Romania. I think I should tell you frankly that we are disturbed that your people took this matter up with us only after it had been put up to the Russians and they had inquired whether we were agreeable, Roosevelt wrote, tactfully laying the blame on British officials rather than the Prime Minister himself. Churchill decided to take it personally. The next day, 23 June, he replied, "I cannot admit that I've done anything wrong in this matter. It would not be possible for three people in different parts of the world to work together effectively if no one of them may make any suggestions to either of the others without simultaneously keeping the third informed. I hope to have your confidence and help within the spheres of action in which initiative is assigned to us." 5 days later, on 28 June, the parallel argument over the British proposal to break out via Trieste and Ljubljana as against the American wish to stick to the invasion of southern France, which was being waged between the British and American chiefs of staff, drew the two heads of government into head-to-head combat and a mortal battle of letters. Churchill made a direct appeal to Roosevelt. The deadlock between our chiefs of staff raises serious issues. Our first wish is to help General Eisenhower in the most speedy and effective manner, but we do not think this necessarily involves the complete ruin of all our great affairs in the Mediterranean, and we take it hard that this should be demanded of us, he complained. I most earnestly beg you to examine this matter in detail for yourself. I think the tone of the United States Chiefs of Staff is arbitrary, and certainly I see no prospect of agreement on the present lines. Roosevelt would have none of it. On balance, I find I must completely concur in the stand of the U.S. Chiefs of Staff, he replied that same day. General Wilson's proposal for continued use of practically all the Mediterranean resources to advance into northern Italy and from there to the northeast is not acceptable to me, and I really believe we should consolidate our operations and not scatter them. It seems to me that nothing can be worse at this time than a deadlock in the combined staffs as to future course of action. You and I must prevent this, and I think we should support the views of the Supreme Allied Commander, Roosevelt warned. He is definitely for Anvil and wants action in the field by 30 August, preferably earlier. Churchill, however, would not let the matter rest. His chiefs of staff were convinced that there were not sufficient resources to launch the Anvil operation and that it would only harm the campaign in Italy. The Prime Minister bombarded his American ally with 2 more telegrams before the day was out. At the present stage of the war in Europe, our overall strategic concept should be the engagement of the enemy on the largest scale with the greatest violence and continuity. In this way only shall we bring about an early collapse, Churchill insisted. He then laid into the invasion of southern France. We are therefore left with the Toulon-Marseille operation. The more I have thought about this, the more bleak and sterile it appears. General Wilson conceives it possible that on this plan he and General Alexander could have possession of Trieste by the end of September. He concluded, "Let us resolve not to wreck one great campaign for the sake of winning the other. Both can be won." As if that was not enough for one day, Churchill then fired off his second telegram. "A meeting will have to be arranged unless agreement can be reached by correspondence," he wrote. "I agree with you that a deadlock on fundamental questions of strategy would be a cruel injury to our soldiers, who are now fighting so vehemently side by side. For this reason, a careful and patient discussion is indispensable, and not an overriding decision by either side." While Roosevelt waded through the torrent of words from his British ally, Daisy Sukli was musing on how the world's burdens were falling on his shoulders. "The more I think of this, the more extraordinary and wonderful it becomes, and the more imperative it is for the P to continue his work of trying to make a better world," Daisy wrote. The President had informed her that he hoped to arrange a meeting of the 4 great powers, the United States, the Soviet Union, China, and Great Britain. "I think that Stalin, Chang, and I can bring Brother Churchill around," he told Daisy, laughing gently. FDR, with his honesty, his vision, and his charm, welding together completely incompatible and otherwise suspicious elements, Daisy concluded. The next day, 29 June, Roosevelt took up the epistolary cudgels and admitted to Churchill that, behind all the military arguments, he had one overriding reason why the invasion of southern France must go ahead. "I am mindful of our agreement with Stalin as to an operation against the south of France and his frequently expressed views favouring such an operation and classifying all others in the Mediterranean of lesser importance to the principal objective of the European campaign," he wrote. "Since the agreement was made at Tehran to mount an anvil, I cannot accept, without consultation with Stalin, any course of action which abandons this operation." He then injected a piece of his own emotional blackmail. "At Tehran we agreed upon a definite plan of attack. That plan has gone well so far. Nothing has occurred to require any change. Now that we are fully involved in our major blow, history will never forgive us if we lose precious time and lives in indecision and debate. My dear friend, I beg you let us go ahead with our plan." Finally, there was the matter of American domestic politics. For purely political considerations over here, I would never survive even a slight setback in Overlord if it were known that fairly large forces had been diverted to the Balkans. Churchill was enraged. Yet again the spectre of Stalin was dictating events. The next day, 30 June, he drafted the strongest words he had ever written to the President. "I cannot exaggerate the seriousness of this issue. The whole campaign in Italy is being ruined." Now came his own blackmail, a threat to resign over the issue. "If my departure from the scene would ease matters, by tendering my resignation to the King, I would gladly make this contribution, but I fear that the demand of the public to know the reasons would do great injury to the fighting troops in the Mediterranean." The crowning glory was an unrivalled example of Churchillian diatribe, normally reserved for his enemies rather than his allies. But no one contemplated that everything that was hopeful in the Mediterranean should be flung on one side like the rind of an orange, in order that some minor benefice might come to help the theatre of your command. So strong was the language that Churchill, having drafted it, sat on the cable. That night at 10 p.m. he met his military chiefs. He had ordered his planes to be put on standby. "So we may be flying off to Washington before we are much older, but I doubt it," Alan Brooke noted before heading off to the meeting. "I think Winston will realize there is nothing more to be gained by argument." Churchill spat rage, but his chiefs of staff convinced him that the cable needed to be revised. In the end, we got him to agree to our outlook, which is, "All right, if you insist on being damned fools, sooner than falling out with you, which would be fatal, we shall be damned fools with you, and we shall see that we perform the role of damned fools damned well." A new telegram was drafted and dispatched the following morning, 1 July. Churchill reluctantly conceded to his American ally, but told Roosevelt the decision was the first major strategic and political error for which we too have to be responsible. It was the first time Churchill had admitted to Roosevelt his ulterior political motive for the Mediterranean strategy. And as for consulting Stalin, what would be the point? As Churchill put it, with pained understatement, "On a long-term political view, Stalin might prefer that the British and the Americans do their share in France in the very hard fighting that is to come, and that East, Middle and Southern Europe should fall naturally into his control." Churchill had been crushed by American political and military strength. No other episode in the war brought home so clearly how power had shifted in the transatlantic alliance. "I wanted you to know how deeply the Prime Minister has felt the differences that have ended in his accepting your decision," John Wynant wrote to Roosevelt from London 2 days later on 3 July. "I have never seen him as badly shaken. He believed completely in the program he was supporting. It was only his great friendship for you, the personal consideration you showed him in your exchange of messages, the knowledge of the greater contribution we were making in the campaign, and a recognition that time was pressing that prevented continued resistance on his part and aided in his forwarding a directive to General Wilson. Wynant was making a noble attempt to paper over the cracks. Personal friendship had nothing to do with Churchill's surrender. He had simply been outmuscled. Over in Obersalzburg, Hitler's inner circle was feeling gloomy. Life would have been good but for the feeling that we were sitting on a powder keg, Traudl Junge recalled. Our secret nervousness kept spreading. Among his guests, Hitler was trying to show his confidence and certainty of victory by making light conversation to the ladies, walking to the tea-house and playing records and telling stories by the fire in the evening. But I thought he sometimes sat there, looking old and tired, his mind elsewhere. In his Hyde Park estate, Roosevelt was more relaxed and confident than ever. He spent a lazy day with Daisy Suckley, enjoying the peace and good weather. Daisy was full of praise for her president. I told the P that his relations with Stalin are one of the great triumphs of his career, and only the future can tell how much that relationship is going to count in rebuilding our shattered world. Before they met, there was doubt and suspicion on Stalin's part, and also, probably, on the P's. Now there is the basis for talking, for working things out together. Roosevelt smiled in response, telling his closest confidant that he would keep his fingers crossed. In London, over lunch with Lord Halifax, Churchill was still brooding. The PM, Halifax explained, struck me as being older, but on the whole on good form. He was greatly hurt by the reluctance of the American chiefs of staff to concur in his strategical ideas. I think the truth is that before they were in the war, and in the early days they were in the war, they accepted his advice pretty blindly, and now they are feeling their weight and strength, Halifax concluded. 3 days later, the anger saw no sign of abating. At 10 p.m. on 6 July, Churchill chaired a stormy meeting. Brooke was present and recorded the most violently vituperative behaviour yet displayed by the Prime Minister. We had a frightful meeting with Winston which lasted till 2 a.m. It was quite the worst we have had with him. He was very tired as a result of his speech in the House concerning the flying bombs. He had tried to recuperate with drink. As a result, he was in a maudlin, bad-tempered, drunken mood, ready to take offence at anything, suspicious of everybody, and in a highly vindictive mood against the Americans. Stalin was basking in triumph. On 9 July, Zhukov, who was on a brief visit to Moscow, was called to the summer house, arriving promptly at 2 p.m. Having just received some excellent reports of events on the Baltic and Belarusian front, Stalin, Zhukov noted, was in good humour. "I haven't breakfasted yet," Stalin told his guest. "Let's go to the dining room." Zhukov had eaten but did not refuse the invitation. The conversation turned straight away to military strategy. From the precise manner in which Stalin expressed his ideas, one could see that he had given much thought to all these matters, Zhukov recorded. Although he believed that we were strong enough to finish off Nazi Germany single-handed, Stalin sincerely welcomed the opening of the Second Front in Europe. As for Hitler, he is like a gambler staking his last coin, Stalin judged. Vyacheslav Molotov, who joined the conference later in the day, added that the Nazi leader would probably try to come to terms with Britain and the United States. "You are right," Stalin replied, "but Roosevelt and Churchill will not agree to a deal with Hitler. They will seek their political aims in Germany by setting up an obedient government, not through collusion with the Nazis who have lost all the trust of the people." Stalin had not shed the perennial suspicion that Churchill would do a deal with Germany, but he had at least moderated his view on how it might come about. 10 days later, Churchill was still firing distant cannons over Anvil. Having achieved nothing with his emotional cables to Roosevelt, he turned to Harry Hopkins, someone who, he believed, could be guaranteed to gain the president's attention. "I greatly needed to say some things through you which are of great importance," he wrote to Hopkins on 19 July. "As you know, none of us here is convinced about Anvil's strategy, but we have submitted under protest to the decision of the United States Chiefs of Staff, even in a theatre where we have been accorded the right to nominate the Supreme Commander. Churchill believed that the post-war world was heading for chaos, as the pink map of the British Imperium was smudged by a jumble of exploding colour. Our affairs are getting into a most tangled condition. We have to deal with the affairs of a dozen states, some of which have several civil wars brewing, and anyhow are split from top to bottom. Yet the great powers," he said, "were failing to act in concert, each one of them approaching the topic from a different angle and in a different mood." The next day, 20 July 1944, at Hitler's headquarters deep in the forest, the calm of the summer day was shattered by an almighty explosion. It was 12:45 p.m. Smoke and fire billowed from the broken windows of the Führer bunker. Hitler had just survived the most audacious attempt yet on his life. By the time his anxious secretaries and adjutants had rushed to the scene, he was sitting calmly in the anteroom, his hair standing on end. He greeted them with a broad grin. "Well, ladies," he said, "everything turned out all right again. Yet more proof that fate has chosen me for my mission." His eyes flashed with a vigour that his inner circle had not seen for many years. "This war must be won, or Europe will be lost to Bolshevism, and I shall make sure that no one else can keep me from victory or do away with me. I am the only one who sees the danger and the only one who can stop it." While his cabinet in London debated whether or not the reports of an assassination attempt were merely a stunt by Goebbels, Churchill was touring Cherbourg. Only 3 weeks after the first Allied soldier had set foot on French soil, it was deemed safe for the Prime Minister to travel inland. Churchill was flushed with exhilaration. In between meeting the troops, he was shown an unfinished flying bomb site that had been trained on Bristol. The Nazis had been stopped just in time. In Moscow, Stalin was tightening his grip on Poland's future. The first step was the establishment of a provisional government friendly to Moscow. On this day, the final preparations were being made for the Lublin Committee to install itself as that body in newly liberated Poland. Russian troops were now less than 100 kilometers from the very headquarters which had exploded with Klaus von Stauffenberg's bomb that afternoon. In San Diego, Roosevelt was sitting in the observation carriage of the presidential train. The Democrat Party's convention, which had opened in Chicago the day before, was nominating him as their presidential candidate for an unprecedented fourth term. This came as no surprise, but Roosevelt was gracious nonetheless. That day Hopkins discussed Churchill's letter with him. Its impact was zero. The Prime Minister's last gasp attempt to thwart Stalin physically in Eastern Europe and the Balkans had fizzled out. Now it would be up to Roosevelt to pursue his long-held conviction that Stalin could be won round to act as the United States' key partner in forging a new and peaceful world of free nations policed by benign great powers. 3 days later, 23 July, Goebbels was relieved to find his Führer in good shape. "He meets me on the way from his bunker. My first greeting with him is quite moving," Goebbels confided in his diary. "I am most deeply touched to see him in front of me so safe and sound. After the attempt took place, I first made sure I was still in possession of my head, my eyes, my arms, and my legs," Hitler recounted. "The Führer is furious with the generals, especially those from the General Staff," noted Goebbels. "He is determined to make a bloody example of them and root out a Freemasons' lodge which has always been ill-disposed to us and was only waiting for the moment when in the Reich's critical hour it could stab us in the back." As Goebbels wrote, the Red Army, having crossed the River Bug just hours before, reached the outskirts of Lublin. 2 days later, 25 July, the Soviet advance into Poland, as well as the installation of the so-called Lublin Committee, was causing concern in London. "It is of the utmost importance that we do not desert the Orthodox Polish government," Churchill wrote to Roosevelt that day, explaining that Anthony Eden would be announcing in the Commons that British support for the émigré government in London was to be abandoned under no circumstances. The British had persuaded the leader of the London Poles, Stanisław Mikołajczyk, to fly to Moscow, knowing full well that they were dispatching an unarmed man into the lion's den. Anything you say to UJ that will induce him to give Mikołajczyk a good welcome and realize the importance of founding a united Polish government, Churchill continued, will be invaluable. The great hope is fusion of some kind between the Poles relying on Russia and Poles relying on USA and GB. We are sure that UJ will be much influenced by your view of these things. Churchill had once been on bended knee to Roosevelt to bring him into the war. Now he was again the supplicant, knowing his own powerlessness and placing the future freedom of Poland in the President's hands. The omens were bleak. Mikołajczyk did agree to take his courage in both hands and start for Moscow tomorrow night. This in spite of the Soviets having this afternoon announced their intention to negotiate with Polish National Council, Alexander Cadogan noted. He believed that the London Poles had hardly helped their cause after putting out one of their recurrent and ridiculous declarations, stigmatizing the Council as usurpers. I like and respect M, but by heaven, what a mess they've made of their case, he complained. Eden also despaired of the London Poles' refusal to allow Stalin any benefit of the doubt, their refrain being that since Stalin had chosen communist government for Poland, what was the use, and my refrain being that since Stalin was prepared to receive it, would be unforgivable to miss this, probably the last chance. Goebbels observed these public negotiations with a mercilessly accurate eye. The Polish government in exile in London and also the English government will be left out in the cold, but this was predictable. Only an idiot could think that Stalin would act any differently than he has in fact acted. The day after Eden had given his speech to the House of Commons declaring British support for the London Poles, Goebbels returned to the theme in his diary. Eden declares in the Commons that the English will not be able to recognize the Polish National Soviet. Stalin won't care a fig about that, he noted with scorn. He has the power and the troops, and the English have only words and oaths. One totalitarian saw straight through the other. That same day, as Mikołajczyk flew to Moscow, Churchill wrote a careful letter to his Soviet ally. It would be a great pity and even a disaster if the Western democracies find themselves recognizing one body of Poles and you recognizing another, he wrote soberly. It would lead to constant friction and might even hamper the great business which we have to do the wide world over. Stalin's reply the following day was an unexpected and pleasing surprise. For the first time he sounded a genuinely conciliatory note. I understand the importance of the Polish question for the common cause of the Allies, he wrote, and for this very reason I am prepared to give assistance to all Poles and to mediate in the attainment of an agreement between them. He added that Soviet troops have done and are continuing to do all in their power to accelerate the liberation of Poland from the German invaders. Churchill was delighted. Forwarding the message to Roosevelt, he said it was the best yet from UJ. Poland was about to become the first real test of Roosevelt's policy of giving to Stalin. There was nothing physically to stop the Soviet leader imposing whatever government he wanted, but this latest message gave real cause for hope. Roosevelt could see it as a vindication that his tactics were working. Just a few weeks before, he had given an unequivocal assurance to Mikołajczyk, who had flown to Washington to see him. Don't worry, Stalin doesn't intend to take freedom from you. He wouldn't dare to do that because he knows the United States government stands solidly behind you. I shall see to it that your country does not come out of this war injured. Mikołajczyk had not forgotten those words and wrote to the President on the eve of his departure from London to Russia. I trust that you, Mr. President, and the United States government will lend your further friendly assistance and support at this moment all important for Poland. Events in Poland were about to test both Stalin's sincerity and Roosevelt's strength of purpose. The Red Army was now less than 15 miles from Warsaw, having reached the river Vistula. On 1 August 1944, the Polish National Underground Army in Warsaw, knowing that the Russians were close, rose up against the Nazis. The fortunes of the Polish underground, which was loyal to the Polish government in London, were dependent on the Russian forces just a few miles away to help. Its future was in Stalin's hands. 2 days later, Warsaw was descending into a bloodbath. The Nazis were bringing in massive firepower to carry out a ferocious assault on the city's population, soldiers and civilians alike. The underground was brutally determined to win. As the fighting raged, Mikołajczyk met Stalin in Moscow. "Warsaw will be free any day," he told him. "God grant that it be so," Stalin replied, but did not dwell long on pleasantries before turning to an interrogation of his guest. "What kind of army is it, without artillery, tanks, air force? They do not even have enough hand weapons. In modern war this is nothing," he said. "I hear that the Polish government instructed these units to chase the Germans out of Warsaw. I don't understand how they can do it. They don't have sufficient strength for that." Mikołajczyk asked Stalin if the Soviets would assist the underground in its defense of the city by supplying desperately needed arms and ammunition. "We will not permit any action behind our lines," Stalin replied bluntly. He then deployed some political blackmail. "For this reason you have to reach an understanding with the Lublin Committee. We are supporting them. If you don't do it, then nothing will come out of our talk. We cannot tolerate two governments." The next day, 4 August, Roosevelt received a disturbing memorandum from the State Department concerning the activities of the NKVD, Stalin's secret police, in areas of Poland already liberated by Russian troops. Attached was a letter from the commander of Polish forces in Warsaw. "The Soviet authorities are arresting the officers in command and the staffs of the Polish National Underground Army. The same fate undoubtedly awaits the leaders of the Polish underground civilian administration. Please do your best to save these people from liquidation by the NKVD," the letter pleaded. "It is urgent to inform the British and American governments about this activity tending at the extermination of the Polish underground organization." While the Polish underground's warning was being studied in Washington, Churchill was once again being consumed by the recurring nightmare of the Bolshevik colossus. When Lord Moran visited the Prime Minister in his bedroom that morning, he found him hot with anxiety. Moran offered some words of comfort, suggesting that victory was following victory and that the war was nearly at an end. Churchill exploded. "Good God, can't you see that the Russians are spreading across Europe like a tide?" he thundered. "They have invaded Poland, and there is nothing to prevent them from marching into Turkey and Greece." Moran recorded that he was still seething about Operation Dragoon, calling it sheer folly. "If only those 10 divisions could have been landed in the Balkans," he told Moran, but the Americans would not listen. On 10 August, an ultimatum was issued by the Germans that all civilians who remained in the city of Warsaw would be massacred. 2 days later, more than a week into the rising, nothing was yet being done to aid the beleaguered Polish underground. The Russian forces on the Vistula had been temporarily held up by vigorous German resistance, but their commander, General Konstantin Rossakowski, had now told Moscow that he was ready to cross the river and head for Warsaw. Zhukov, the commander-in-chief, was also in favor of an advance. Because of Soviet secrecy, there is no documentation of Stalin's motives during the next few days. They can only be deduced from his actions. He could see that the fiercely independent Polish underground, which would resist any future Soviet puppet government, was both distracting Nazi forces and at the same time being killed off by them. He also knew that Warsaw was a tough military target. His first decision was to order Rossakowski to continue his halt on the Vistula and not to help the Warsaw Poles. Mikołajczyk appealed to Roosevelt for help. Some scores of thousands of half-armed Polish soldiers of the home force are in this struggle and are defying single-handed between 2 and 3 strongly armed Nazi divisions with strong air support and tanks. I appeal to you to order the United States Air Force in the European theatre to give immediate support to the Warsaw garrison by dropping ammunition and arms. To delay offering help to Warsaw spells disaster. Mikołajczyk concluded with a call to action that seemed unanswerable. The people of Poland could never understand why the Warsaw Uprising should fail at the present moment when the common cause of the United Nations is championed by unexampled strength and military power. In Washington, Edward Stettinius, the Under-Secretary of State, added a covering note. If it is militarily feasible, I feel that we have moral and other obligations to do what we can to help get aid to the Polish underground in full battle against the Nazis. That day, while Roosevelt prevaricated, Churchill entered the fray. I have seen a distressing message from the Poles in Warsaw, who after 10 days are still fighting against considerable German forces which have cut the city into 3, he wrote to Stalin. They implore machine guns and ammunition. Can you not give them some further help? For 4 days, Stalin sat on Churchill's letter and considered his next move. On 15 August, the Allies landed 94,000 men and some 11,000 vehicles on the beaches of southern France between Toulon and Cannes. In the run-up, the operation had been renamed Dragoon instead of Anvil. Militarily, it achieved its purpose, reinforcing the Allied push through France. As the Allies waded ashore, the situation in Warsaw was worsening steadily. In Moscow, Averell Harriman had informed Molotov that the United States Chiefs of Staff wanted immediate Soviet approval to begin a shuttle mission of American bombers to drop arms to the Warsaw Underground. He explained that because the flight from Britain or northern Italy was so long, the airdrop's success depended on the planes being able to fly just beyond Warsaw into Russian-occupied territory to refuel for the return journey. Harriman, along with the British ambassador Archibald Clark Kerr, received the Soviet reply in a meeting that afternoon with Molotov's deputy Andrei Wyszynski. He curtly declared that the Soviets could not go along with this project and that the action in Warsaw into which the Warsaw population had been drawn was a purely adventurous affair and the Soviet government could not lend its hand to it. Harriman immediately conveyed the Russian answer to Roosevelt. After further reflection, he sent a second letter to the president before the day was out. I am for the first time since coming to Moscow gravely concerned by the attitude of the Soviet government, he cautioned. If the position of the Soviet government is correctly reflected by Wyszynski, its refusal is based on ruthless political consideration, not on denial that resistance exists, nor on operational difficulties. 24 hours later, Stalin confirmed in a letter to Churchill that the Soviet line was coming from the very top. After probing more deeply into the Warsaw affair, I have come to the conclusion that the Warsaw action is a reckless and fearful gamble, taking a heavy toll of the population, he pronounced. On or around that day, while one Russian army waited on the Vistula, Stalin ordered another to head for the Romanian capital, Bucharest. On 18 August, Churchill prodded Roosevelt to join him in a protest to Stalin about the Soviet refusal to allow refueling facilities. This, he wrote, added to their own complete neglect to fly in supplies when only a few score of miles away, constitutes an episode of profound and far-reaching gravity. Roosevelt agreed to a polite request. We are thinking of world opinion if anti-Nazis in Warsaw are in effect abandoned. We believe that all 3 of us should do the utmost to save as many of the patriots as possible, said the joint message. We hope that you will drop immediate supplies and munitions to the patriot Poles in Warsaw, or will you agree to help our planes in doing it very quickly? At noon the next day, Henry Morgenthau arrived at the White House. Warsaw was not on the agenda, but Great Britain and Germany. Morgenthau told the President that in a recent meeting in London, the Prime Minister had informed him that England was broke. What does he mean by that? Roosevelt asked. Yes, England really is broke. Morgenthau replied. That seemed to surprise the President, and he kept coming back to it, the Treasury Secretary noted. This is very interesting. I had no idea that England was broke. I will go over there and make a couple of talks and take over the British Empire, Roosevelt quipped. Talk then turned to Germany. We have got to be tough with Germany, and I mean the German people, not just the Nazis, the President explained. You either have to castrate the German people, or you have got to treat them in such a manner so they can't just go on reproducing people who want to continue the way they have in the past. As Stalin continued to withhold help from the Warsaw Poles, Eleanor Roosevelt was writing a short letter to her husband with her own interpretation of the reasons for the difficult relationship between Churchill and the Soviet leader. With her letter, she attached 2 paragraphs of a memo Churchill had written in September 1919 about British military operations against the Bolsheviks. It is a delusion to suppose that all this year we have been fighting the battles of the anti-Bolshevik Russians. On the contrary, they have been fighting ours. And this truth will become painfully apparent from the moment that they are exterminated and the Bolshevik armies are supreme over the whole vast territories of the Russian Empire. Eleanor told her husband, "It is not surprising if Mr. Stalin is slow to forget." On 22 August, Stalin viciously turned down the joint Roosevelt-Churchill appeal to help. Sooner or later, the truth about the handful of power-seeking criminals who launched the Warsaw adventure will out, he wrote. Those elements, playing on the credulity of the inhabitants of Warsaw, exposed practically unarmed people to German guns, armour and aircraft. Stalin brazenly lied that Soviet troops, who of late have had to face renewed German counterattacks, are doing all they can to repulse the Hitlerite sallies and go over to a new large-scale offensive near Warsaw. Churchill, who was in Siena on a tour of the Italian front, was appalled. He forwarded to Roosevelt an eyewitness account of the horrors in Warsaw. The Germans are continuing their ruthless terror methods. In many cases, they have burnt whole streets of houses and shot all the men belonging to them and turned the women and children out onto the street where battles are taking place. The dead are buried in backyards and squares. At Hyde Park by the Hudson, Daisy Suckley wheeled Roosevelt over to Top Cottage in the early evening sun of late summer. They spent a couple of hours talking together on the porch, enjoying the peace and quiet. He is not going to England, Daisy noted, has decided that as Stalin can't leave Russia now, it would not be politically wise for FDR, the head of state, to take such a trip to visit WSC, the head of the government. They will meet in Quebec, as the last time, about September 9 or 10. The unwillingness to visit Britain persisted. The next day, 24 August, Roosevelt slammed the door shut on the Warsaw Poles. He cabled Churchill, "Thank you for the information in regard to the appalling situation of the Poles in Warsaw and the inhuman behavior of the Nazis. I do not see that we can take any additional steps at the present time that promise results. Stalin's reply of August 23 to our joint message about the Warsaw Poles is far from encouraging to our wishes to assist." The President was not going to annoy Stalin any more. That day, Paris was liberated from the Nazis. The French underground had also risen against their occupiers when they knew that the Allies were drawing near. In Paris, the British and Americans diverted troops to help their fight. In Warsaw, the tragedy ground on. Chapter 14. 24 August 1944 to 3 February 1945. The Wolf's Lair, 24 August 1944. In the Führer bunker deep in the East Prussian forests, Goebbels and Hitler talked late into the night. "I will never surrender," Hitler declared. "Now that you have agreed total warfare can become reality, it is a matter of concentrating on victory alone," Goebbels replied. Apparently unshaken by events in Paris, Hitler gave one final verdict before he retired. "Churchill is in a very tragic position. He knows that the English Empire is lost, that he is hopelessly powerless in the face of the Soviets and the Americans. Even if self-delusion coloured so much of his thinking, there were times when the Nazi warlord could be uncannily accurate. Hours later, as morning came on 25 August, Paris prepared for a victory parade. The German general Dietrich von Choltitz, who had disobeyed Hitler's order to scorch the city to the ground, signed the formal act of surrender at police headquarters. The streets would soon be erupting with joy. Hundreds of miles away, at General Harold Alexander's headquarters near Siena in Italy, Churchill was sitting at a makeshift desk, cigar in hand, contemplating a half-written cable to Roosevelt. Despite the triumphant march being planned by General Charles de Gaulle in Paris and the successes his troops were at last enjoying in Italy, celebration was not in his mind. His eyes were turned upon Warsaw and Stalin's latest refusal to help the Polish underground. He was not even allowing the refueling facilities which British and American planes needed to drop supplies to the insurgents. Churchill beseeched the president to put pressure on Stalin. For Stalin, events were turning out satisfactorily. The Nazis and the Polish underground in Warsaw were engaged in a bloody, mutually destructive fight. The Red Army was advancing into Estonia and Romania. The creation of a new Soviet empire in Eastern Europe was proceeding without interruption or objection from his allies. Roosevelt's first meeting of the day was with his Treasury Secretary. Henry Morgenthau was shocked when the president entered the room. He seemed to be wasting away. Roosevelt may have looked tired and gaunt, but he greeted Morgenthau with his customary ebullience. They quickly set about business. Stalin was first on the agenda. "There are two kinds of people," Morgenthau said to Roosevelt. "One like Eden, who believes we must cooperate with Russia and that we must trust the Russians for the peace of the world. And there is the school which is illustrated by the remark of Mr. Churchill, who said, 'What are we going to have between the white snows of Russia and the white cliffs of Dover?'" The president turned to Morgenthau. "That's very well put," he said with a smile. "I belong to the same school as Eden." Just a few hours later, Churchill's telegram, asking that they make a second joint request to Stalin for the use of Russian-held airfields, arrived on his desk. Roosevelt was unmoved. The next day he replied with a slap in the face. "I do not consider it advantageous to the long-range general war prospect for me to join with you in the proposed message to UJ. Nothing must be allowed to cause unpleasantness with the Soviet leader." On 30 August, Stalin's forces entered Bucharest and headed for Bulgaria. While his troops lingered outside Warsaw, the rest of Eastern Europe was falling smoothly into his hands. The next day, while Churchill, feeling under the weather, worked from his bed, Hitler gave a defiant speech to his generals. "We will under all circumstances carry on the struggle until, as Frederick the Great said, one of our damaged opponents is tired of fighting any longer, and until we get a peace which secures the existence of the German nation for the next 50 or 100 years, and which, above all, does not defile our honor a second time, as happened in 1918. As he spoke, American troops were less than 60 miles from the German border in the west. As for the Eastern Front, Hitler was as vitriolic as ever. He swore revenge and fanned the flames of hatred, Traudl Junge noted. "They're not human beings anymore. They're animals from the steppes of Asia, and the war I am waging against them is a war for the dignity of European mankind," Hitler proclaimed. "No price is too high for victory. We have to be hard and fight with all the means at our disposal." On 4 September, though still confined to his bed in the annex at 10 Downing Street, Churchill summoned his cabinet. He did not, Anthony Eden noted with concern, look at all well. Nevertheless, he was full of determination and made it clear that he would not give up on Warsaw. The War Cabinet are deeply disturbed at the position in Warsaw and at the far-reaching effect on future relations with Russia of Stalin's refusal of airfield facilities, he wrote to Roosevelt. "Seeing how much is in jeopardy, we beg that you will again consider the big stakes involved." He also forwarded a telegram he had sent off that day to Stalin. The War Cabinet wishes the Soviet government to know that public opinion in this country is deeply moved by the events in Warsaw and by the terrible sufferings of the Poles there. Our people cannot understand why no material help has been sent from outside to the Poles in Warsaw. The next day, as Churchill prepared to leave London for his upcoming conference in Canada with Roosevelt, a cable arrived from Washington. The president had found a new reason for not pressing Stalin. "I am informed by my Office of Military Intelligence that the fighting Poles have departed from Warsaw and that the Germans are now in full control. The problem of relief for the Poles in Warsaw has therefore unfortunately been solved by delay and by German action, and there now appears to be nothing we can do to assist them." This was quite untrue. The Warsaw Poles were still fighting hard and would struggle on for weeks. The report had been passed on to Roosevelt unchecked by his Chief of Staff, Admiral William Leahy. For the President, it was a godsend, allowing him to wriggle off his hook. There was little incentive to corroborate it. The dreadful events in Warsaw hung heavily over the British cabinet that day. "It is a black cloud in an otherwise azure sky," John Colville noted. Churchill sailed that night from the Clyde aboard the Queen Mary. As he crossed the Atlantic, there was time to reflect on the arguments of recent weeks, above all the invasion of southern France which he had failed to prevent. The PM says that after all he will not beat up the Americans about Dragoon, Colville noted from on board ship the next day, 6 September. He will suggest that the controversy be left to history, and adds that he intends to be one of the historians. Churchill intended now to focus on battles that he could win, not those he might lose. One of his major tenets was this, noted Colville: "We did not enter this war for any gain, but neither did we propose to lose anything through it." 3 days later, 9 September, there was an apparent volte-face in Moscow. Stalin, who could see that his inaction over the Warsaw Rising was becoming a visible embarrassment, announced that he was now willing to cooperate in the dropping of supplies over the beleaguered city of Warsaw. 24 hours later, the British were gearing into action. "Decided we must seize this," Eden noted, "though I fear it is too late to help Warsaw much." As Churchill, on board the Queen Mary, arrived at noon at Halifax, Nova Scotia, the full text of Stalin's statement, forwarded by Averell Harriman from Moscow, reached the president. It put the onus on the Allies for what Stalin still implied was a pointless exercise. "If you are so firmly convinced, however, of the efficacy of this form of assistance, and if you insist that the Soviet command organize jointly with the Americans and the British such aid, the Soviet government is prepared to agree to it. It will be necessary, however, to render this aid in accordance with a prearranged plan." The statement implied that the British had been partly to blame for not informing the Soviets in advance of the rising. It also contained a reference to the iniquities of the Poles in daring to lay blame on the Russians for the Katyn massacre. In an accompanying assessment, Harriman judged that it was an extremely shrewd statement for the record. 2 days later, 11 September, as Churchill's train headed towards Quebec, Harriman reflected further on Soviet behavior over Warsaw. He believed that Stalin's ruthless duplicity required a reappraisal of Roosevelt's policy of giving. He cabled the president's closest associate, Harry Hopkins, in the White House. "There is every indication the Soviet Union will become a world bully wherever their interests are involved unless we take issue with the present policy." Harriman wanted a face-to-face meeting to persuade Roosevelt that he must take a harder line towards Stalin. The president had no intention of changing tack. When Churchill's train pulled into Quebec, he was at the station awaiting the Prime Minister in his car. The Second Quebec Conference, code-named Octagon, was soon in full swing. Many things were discussed, but Warsaw was never mentioned. Roosevelt had other matters on his mind. He was campaigning to be re-elected president for a 4th term, but he was carrying the secret of the congestive heart disease that his doctors had diagnosed 6 months before. Though his illness was kept under wraps, the physical decline was obvious. At Quebec, Daisy Suckley compared the President and the Prime Minister. "The PM looks better to me, because he's not so florid and not so fat as he was," Daisy observed. "The Prez, on the other hand, worries me. He gets so awfully tired and has no chance of rest. This campaign will wear him still further." The Canadian Prime Minister, Mackenzie King, agreed. "It seemed to me, looking at the President, that he had failed very much since I last saw him. He looks distinctly older and worn. I confess I was just a little bit shocked at his appearance," he noted in his diary. "He is genuinely tired and weary. He has lost much weight, 30 pounds, I should think. He looks much thinner in the face. It is quite drawn, and his eyes quite weary. Churchill, on the other hand, looked as fresh as a baby. He seemed to enjoy a chance again to take some scotch as well as a couple of brandies." After driving together to the Citadel, the venue for the conference, Roosevelt, Churchill and King discussed their enigmatic Russian ally. Stalin had sent some message today which gave both him, Churchill, and the President much satisfaction, King noted. He had been very rude in some messages. The President explained that he liked Stalin despite all his rudeness. On 12 September, as the Quebec discussions began in earnest, German forces surrendered at Le Havre. As always when they were together, Churchill and Roosevelt bubbled happily along, though both were inclined privately to complain about the frequency with which each recounted the same stories to the other. On the whole, Quebec was also harmonious in its debates on politics and strategy, although Roosevelt's sensitive nose detected one trace of covert British imperialism. Churchill was keen to carve out a role for the Royal Navy in the offensive against Japan, and offered the services of the British fleet after the defeat of Hitler. Roosevelt was not convinced that his motives were entirely altruistic. "All they want is Singapore back," he told Morgenthau. The one controversial decision at Quebec was over the treatment of Germany after the war. Roosevelt had adopted Morgenthau's view that the Germans deserved tough punishment. He tabled a radical proposal for the complete dismemberment and deindustrialization of their nation. Despite his initial concerns about dismantling the fabric of the German economy, Churchill was persuaded that the British could easily take advantage by moving into markets which had previously been dominated by German interests. The Morgenthau Plan was signed by Roosevelt and Churchill on 15 September. It would later be shelved. Phase 2 of the Lend-Lease Agreement was also signed that day. Churchill was quite emotional about this agreement, and at one time he had tears in his eyes, Morgenthau noted. When the thing was finally signed, he told the President how grateful he was, thanked him most effusively, and said that this was something they were doing for both countries. Churchill was thrilled with the way Octagon had developed. Mackenzie King recorded his verdict. "This conference had been a love feast. Everything had gone splendidly, no difficulties at all." Churchill's colleagues were not so convinced. The tragedy is that the Americans, whilst admiring him as a man, have little opinion of him as a strategist. They are intensely suspicious of him, Alan Brooke noted. Hitler's health was deteriorating rapidly. He was complaining, his private physician Theodore Morel reported, of dizziness, throbbing head, and return of the tremor in his legs, particularly the left, and hands. As events spiraled out of his control, the Führer was greatly agitated, and his blood pressure was fluctuating accordingly. His ankles were swollen, confirmation for Morel of his fear that Hitler was suffering from a cardiac condition. This did not prevent the Führer announcing the very next day his intention to launch a massive offensive against the Allies in Ardennes. General Heinz Guderian tried to argue that the situation on the Eastern Front would simply not allow a successful offensive of this kind. Alfred Jodl was also cautious. Hitler would not listen. The next day, 17 September, Roosevelt had arrived home in Hyde Park. Completely exhausted, he telephoned Daisy Suckley. It was a good conference, much was accomplished, he said, but explained that all he wanted to do now was sleep all the time. This had not gone unnoticed amongst the British party. Churchill and Clementine had travelled on to stay for a few days at Hyde Park. She wrote to their daughter Mary that the president, with all his genius, does not, indeed cannot, partly because of his health and partly because of his makeup, function round the clock like your father. I should not think that his mind was pinpointed on the war for more than 4 hours a day, which is not really enough when one is a supreme warlord. Despite his ill health, Roosevelt was determined to continue as president, convinced that he, better than anyone else, could bring a lasting peace to the world. The key to that remained his policy of converting Stalin, and he continued to see evidence that it was working. On 24 September, he received 2 encouraging dispatches from Averell Harriman in Moscow. The British ambassador and I had the most satisfactory talk with Stalin this evening, Harriman wrote. For the first time, Stalin spoke with sympathy for the insurgents. He said that the Red Army was in contact with each of the groups by radio and by men going back and forth. It was now understood why the insurrection had started prematurely. The Germans had threatened to deport all of the male population from Warsaw, and it became necessary for the men to fight. They had no choice, as they faced death either way. Harriman, whose perception of Stalin had been altered so dramatically by his conduct over Warsaw, was impressed by this new, gentler face. Stalin showed understanding and concern for the Poles in Warsaw, and none of his previous vindictiveness. By now the Warsaw Rising was in its death throes. Was this display of goodwill genuine, or was Stalin being cynically opportunistic? Once again, there are no documents by which to be sure of his motives. Actions and decisions are the only evidence. The simple fact was that the Nazis had effectively destroyed the Polish underground. With the deed done, magnanimity came free. Hitler's health was continuing to deteriorate, not helped by some disturbing news brought that day by Heinrich Himmler. According to documents that had just been discovered, it appeared that as far back as 1938 and 1939, important figures within Hitler's regime, including Wilhelm Canaris and Ludwig Beck, had been plotting his overthrow and assassination. There was also evidence that details of German operational plans had been leaked continuously to the Allies in 1940. Hitler reacted to these reports with a breakdown in health, Nikolaus von Below recalled. He complained of severe stomach and intestinal colic. Hitler languished in bed for several days until resuming work very slowly at the beginning of October. Back in London that day, Churchill, despite Stalin's surface change of heart over Warsaw, was again feeling pessimistic. Stalin will get what he wants. The Americans have seen to that, he told Lord Moran as he got into bed that evening. Soon he was too agitated to remain in bed, leaping up and pacing the room. The advance of the Red Army has taken possession of his mind, Moran observed. Churchill told Moran that once Stalin's forces were in a country, it would be impossible to remove them. British and American forces in Italy were simply too weak to keep them in check, and he might have to get his way with Stalin by other means. All might be well, he explained to Moran, if he could win Stalin's friendship. On 2 October, the Warsaw Rising was over. The underground commander, General Tadeusz Bohr-Komorowski, surrendered to the Nazis. It is estimated that around 125,000 fighters and civilians lost their lives. One of the last broadcasts, heard in London, said, "May God, who is just, pass judgment on the terrible injustice suffered by the Polish nation, and may he punish accordingly all those who are guilty." The Warsaw tragedy had an important impact on the 3 Allied warlords. For Roosevelt, Stalin's change of heart confirmed his view that by a process of generosity and gentle persuasion, it was possible to win the Soviet leaders' collaboration in creating the kind of world America was fighting for, albeit that there were bound to be compromises along the way. A few days before, he had written to Churchill, expressing his firm conviction that the Soviet Union should and could become a fully accepted and equal member of any association of the great powers formed for the purpose of preventing international war. He then used a telling turn of phrase to describe how he saw signs of progress in Soviet deportment. It should be possible to accomplish this by adjusting our differences through compromise by all the parties concerned, and this ought to tide things over for a few years until the child learns how to toddle. Stalin, for his part, could conclude that even when he behaved badly, Roosevelt would not confront him. However, he was also beginning to understand the importance, for appearance's sake, of making gestures to show that he was listening to Roosevelt and willing to bend to him. Churchill drew a more straightforward lesson. If physical confrontation over Eastern Europe was out, the only option for protecting British interests in the Eastern Mediterranean, not to mention keeping some of Eastern Europe free of Bolshevism, was to do a deal with Stalin. He planned to do precisely that and arranged to visit Moscow in October. Roosevelt was wary of Churchill's schemes. On 4 October he cabled Stalin, politely warning him against making any commitments with Churchill behind his back. You naturally understand that in this global war there is literally no question, political or military, in which the United States is not interested, the President explained, adding that he was firmly convinced that the three of us, and only the three of us, can find the solution to the still unresolved questions. In this sense, while appreciating the Prime Minister's desire for a meeting, I prefer to regard your forthcoming talks with Churchill as preliminary to a meeting of all three of us. In a covering letter to Averell Harriman, he was even more explicit. Quite frankly, he wrote, I can tell you, but only for you and not to be communicated under any circumstances to the British or the Russians, that I would have preferred very much to have the next conference between the three of us for the very reasons stated to Marshal Stalin. Stalin made a show of puzzlement at this sign of discord within his allies. I am somewhat embarrassed by your message, he replied. I had supposed that Mr. Churchill was coming to Moscow in accordance with agreement reached with you at Quebec. Roosevelt had rightly suspected that Churchill was up to his old imperialist tricks. The Prime Minister was met by Harriman when he landed in Moscow at noon on 9 October. He told him that he would welcome his presence at some of the upcoming meetings. However, there were some he would prefer him not to attend so that he could be à deux with Stalin. My guess is, although it is not entirely clear how it will work out, that he will have most of his important talks with Stalin alone, as will Eden with Molotov, Harriman wrote to Roosevelt. In Washington, Hopkins revealed to Lord Halifax that the President had not altogether liked Winston going off to Moscow, feeling that he might find himself pushed somewhat into a back seat. Back in Moscow, Churchill arrived for his evening conference with Stalin and immediately cut to the chase. After agreeing that the British would push the Polish government in exile to adopt a more compliant attitude towards Soviet demands, he then suggested that a contract should be drawn up regarding those recently liberated countries in which the Soviet Union and the British had particular interest. Top of his agenda was Greece. Romania, he said, he was not worried about. That was very much a Russian affair. But Greece was different, as Britain must be the leading Mediterranean power. He hoped that Stalin would concur and suggested that it was better to express these things in diplomatic terms and not use the phrase spheres of influence because the Americans might be shocked. As long as there was an understanding between the two of them, he could explain everything to Roosevelt. Let us settle our affairs in the Balkans, Churchill then suggested. Your armies are in Romania and Bulgaria. We have interests, missions, and agents there. Don't let us get at cross purposes in small ways. He proposed that Russia should have 90% predominance in Romania and Bulgaria, Britain 90% in Greece, and 50-50 in Yugoslavia and Hungary. While Stalin's translator explained the proposition, Churchill drew out what he called his naughty document, in which he had scribbled down the list of countries with the percentages of control listed beside. Stalin looked over the scrap of paper, took out his blue pencil, and ticked it. Might it not be thought rather cynical if it seemed we had disposed of these issues, so fateful to millions of people, in such an offhand manner? Churchill said. Let us burn the paper. No, Stalin replied. You keep it. Poland was not on the list. Churchill drew back from deciding the fate of its millions of people who had suffered so viciously from both Nazi and Soviet tyranny. Instead, it was agreed that Stanisław Mikołajczyk should fly to Moscow for further talks. When the Polish delegation arrived, it found Churchill as immovable as Stalin on the post-war borders of Poland. "Unless you accept the frontier, you are out of business forever," Churchill warned Mikołajczyk. "The Russians will sweep through your country and your people will be liquidated. You are on the verge of annihilation." In his defense, Churchill could argue that he was still trying to win the Poles the best deal possible. But to have any chance of preserving the independence of their nation, they had to concede part of it to Stalin. Though he was excluded from the crucial meeting, Harriman reported to Roosevelt the next day, 10 October, that a recognition of a sphere of influence of Russia and Britain had occurred with regard to the Balkans. Though the naughty document remained secret, Roosevelt knew the broad thrust of the deal. Yet despite Churchill's warning to Stalin that the Americans might be shocked, the president was not particularly perturbed, although his State Department thoroughly disapproved. What mattered to him was that Churchill was now trying to seek compromises with Stalin rather than confrontation. Stalin was on his best behavior throughout Churchill's visit. Among his other murderous talents, he had always possessed the ability to charm, and now that the Soviet leader's collaboration was his only hope, Churchill began to paint him in warmer colours, writing home to Clementine on 13 October, "I have had very nice talks with the old bear. I like him the more I see him. Now they respect us here, and I am sure they wish to work with us. I have to keep the president in touch, and this is the delicate side." Averell Harriman reported back the general bonhomie to Roosevelt 2 days later. "Stalin was in high mood yesterday. He paid Churchill an unusual and significant compliment by attending the ballet and Red Army concert at the Opera House. Churchill was in his element. Let me tell you what a great pleasure it has been to me to find ourselves talking on the difficult and often unavoidably painful topics of state policy with so much ease and mutual understanding," he wrote to Stalin on 17 October. 2 days later, Churchill prepared to leave. Much to his delight, Stalin paid him the unexpected and unprecedented compliment of accompanying him to the airport, waving goodbye with his handkerchief as the plane taxied down the runway. The Wolf's Lair was not a happy place. After a period of ill health, Nikolaus von Below returned there on 24 October. "The Führer bunker has become a colossus of concrete with walls 7 meters thick," Below recalled. 3 other bunkers had been similarly clad. The former wooden structures had 60-centimeter splinter protection. Below was briefed with the latest updates. In East Prussia, the Russians were at Goldap. We had just won back Gumbinnen, where the Soviets had been raping and murdering the female population. Below met Hitler at noon and was warmly welcomed back into the fold. It was relatively quiet on both major fronts, and Hitler had had time to scheme the Ardennes offensive. Everything seemed to revolve around this operation. On his return to London, Churchill, after the rarefied atmosphere of Moscow, was suffering a morose reaction. According to Moran, he seemed to realize that he had got nothing out of Stalin and that Poland had been left in the grip of Russia. He was also exhausted. "He seems torn between 2 lines of action," Moran noted. "At one moment he will plead with the president for a common front against communism, and the next he will make a bid for Stalin's friendship. Sometimes the 2 policies alternate with bewildering rapidity." Americans were gearing up to vote. Harriman, who returned briefly to Washington in late October, found the city in the grip of election fever. Roosevelt explained to his Moscow ambassador that until the election was over, he felt helpless to do anything constructive about the Polish question. Harriman was troubled. He consistently shows very little interest in Eastern European matters except as they affect sentiment in America. Harriman was increasingly convinced that Roosevelt's faith in his ability to influence Stalin was wrong-headed. He has no conception of the determination of the Russians to settle matters in which they consider that they have a vital interest in their own manner, on their own terms. The president still feels he can persuade Stalin to alter his point of view on many matters that I am satisfied Stalin will never agree to. The Big Three were trying to arrange a second face-to-face meeting, but Stalin was displaying the same self-regard about the location as he had at the first. Roosevelt cabled Churchill. He states that if our meeting on the Soviet Black Sea coast is acceptable, he considers it an extremely desirable plan. His doctors, to whose opinion he must give consideration, do not wish him to make any big trips. Roosevelt, a man who could not walk, was being asked to make another exhausting trip to the Soviet leader's doorstep. It was a sacrifice he felt he must make. "I do think it important that we three should meet in the near future," he told Churchill. Churchill wanted the summit to take place in London. He replied that, in the event of Stalin not coming, "I earnestly hope you will pay your long-promised and deferred visit to Great Britain and then visit your armies in France." Such a visit was assuming a huge political and emotional importance in Churchill's mind. 2 days later, 7 November, Roosevelt celebrated his fourth win at the polls. Churchill sent his congratulations. "It is an indescribable relief to me that our comradeship will continue and will help to bring the world out of misery." He also enclosed a copy of the message of congratulations he had sent to Roosevelt after his election victory back in November 1940. It had always dismayed and puzzled him that Roosevelt had never acknowledged it. Indeed, he had wondered if it had gone astray. On that score, Roosevelt cleared up the matter. "Thank you for your friendly message and for your repetition of the 1940 message, which I certainly had not forgotten," he replied 2 days later. Quite why he had not bothered to reply 4 years before has never been satisfactorily explained. 10 days later, 17 November, Goebbels was observing Churchill's discomfiture, which had now come into the open over the continuing failure of either of the other Big Three to pay court to him in Britain. Churchill has been put on the spot in the Commons for continually travelling to the USA or the Soviet Union, while no important statesman ever considers it necessary to come to England, he crowed. They call upon him to arrange for the next meeting with Stalin and Roosevelt to be in London. Of course, that's easier said than done. The English are playing the great power which they no longer are in reality. After the pleasantries of electoral congratulations, a marked coolness began to enter Roosevelt's correspondence with Churchill. Partly this was due to authorship. Roosevelt's cables were always drafted by his staff, but he would often add the personal touch. Now he left more and more to those around him, most notably his brusque chief of staff, Admiral William Leahy, who was no lover of the British. Less than 2 weeks after the re-election, Eden noted, "3 bad messages from FDR. I am told that Leahy now has the ear. Whatever the reason, the result is a bad augury for the new regime." It was also to do with Roosevelt's own priorities. What mattered now was his vision of the post-war world, in which he often saw Churchill more as an obstacle than a help. Previously, both men had tried to dilute any outbreaks of formal frostiness in their correspondence by frequent applications of the personal touch. Roosevelt was now too tired or too fed up to bother with it. On 20 November, Hitler left the Wolf's Lair. He was never to return. In his last days at his forested bunker, he cast a bleak eye at the future. "We were at the end of this great struggle," Below recalled, "and there remained for Hitler only the question of his personal destiny." His Luftwaffe adjutant remembered Hitler saying several times that the war was lost. The one shaft of hope, noted assiduously by Goebbels, remained the chance that the alliance opposing him would crumble into internal conflict. At present, it is definitely in Stalin's interest to let the war in the West drag on as long as possible, Goebbels wrote on 23 November. The longer he and the Anglo-Americans are at each other's throats, the better his chances post-war. 2 days later in London, 25 November, yet another nasty telegram arrived from Washington. Unpleasant message from FDR during day about civil aviation. He seems to specialize in these things just now, Eden noted bitterly. John Colville, who was present when the American ambassador John Wynant delivered the telegram to Churchill, was disgusted. It was pure blackmail, threatening that if we did not give way to certain unreasonable American demands, their attitude about Lend-Lease supplies would change. Wynant was shamefaced about presenting it and didn't want to stay to lunch, but the PM said that even a declaration of war should not prevent them having a good lunch. 3 days later, Churchill replied in wounded terms to the threat from the White House. "It is my earnest hope that you will not bring on this air discussion the prospect of our suffering less generous treatment on Lend-Lease than we had expected from the Quebec discussions." He then attempted to show the President how absurd it was to think that the British could somehow stand in the way of the United States in the realities of the emerging post-war world. "You will have the greatest navy in the world. You will have, I hope, the greatest air force. You will have the greatest trade. You have all the gold. But these things do not oppress my mind with fear, because I am sure the American people, under your reacclaimed leadership, will not give themselves over to vainglorious ambitions, and that justice and fair play will be the lights that guide them." The President had travelled the day before to Warm Springs, his country retreat in Georgia, for Thanksgiving. On 29 November he received a reminder from Wynant. "Tomorrow is the Prime Minister's birthday. You will remember that we were with him at Tehran a year ago." Roosevelt did his duty and duly dispatched a friendly note. "Ever so many happy returns of the day," he wrote. "I shall never forget the party with you and U.J. a year ago, and we must have more of them that are even better." In previous years, either the White House staff had done the prodding or Roosevelt had remembered himself. Hitler's mind was consumed with thoughts of his planned new attack in the West. On 2 December he spoke at length with Goebbels. "Thank God the enemy haven't noticed the slightest thing, so that we can count on a considerable moment of surprise," he noted. "The Führer urgently asks me to keep completely secret the information he is giving me. Only a few people have been put in the picture about his plans." Hitler explained that the offensive would be launched in the first half of December, and that there was plenty of firepower available to smash the Allies. "The Führer has hoarded up everything for this big push, so that, with a little luck, we will not encounter any insuperable difficulties. This strike could perhaps even be the turning point of the war." In early December, Churchill found himself the target of another scolding from Washington. In Greece, the country he believed so vital to British interests, the local communist factions EAM and Hellas were waging a guerrilla campaign to take over power in the vacuum left by the Nazis' retreat. British forces were trying to keep control to ensure that a pro-Western government would emerge. Churchill had cabled General Ronald Scobie, the British commander in Athens, ordering him to destroy all EAM-Hellas bands approaching the city. Scobie was instructed to act as if you were in a conquered city where a local rebellion is in progress. His cable was somehow leaked in Washington, causing a furore. This was accompanied by another spat in which Churchill was castigated for trying to interfere with the composition of the new Italian government. On 5 December, the State Department issued what amounted to a public reprimand of the Prime Minister, accusing the British of trying to exert undue influence in other nations. Churchill was incredulous. He worked late into the night in the annex at 10 Downing Street, dictating 2 angry telegrams to the President. "I was much astonished at the acerbity of the State Department's communiqué to the public, and I shall do my best in my reply to avoid imitating it," he wrote. Above all, he found it contemptible that he should be under the hammer for fostering democracy in Greece, while no criticism had ever been made of Stalin's bullying or the Russian imposition of communist puppets in Eastern Europe. "I am sure such things have never been said by the State Department about Russia, even when very harsh communications have been received and harsher deeds done," he told Roosevelt. "I deplore any offense which the press release may have given you personally," Roosevelt replied that same day, though he made it abundantly clear that he supported the content of the press release. At the same time, Stalin was manipulating facts to harden his political grip of Poland. He wrote a stinging telegram to Churchill with a series of untrue allegations against the Polish government in exile. "We cannot tolerate terrorists instigated by the Polish émigrés assassinating our people in Poland and waging a criminal struggle against the Soviet forces liberating Poland." His motive was to build up an unanswerable case for Moscow's poodles in Warsaw. "I think that our task now is to support the National Committee in Lublin and all who want to cooperate and are capable of cooperating with it." Hitler was on the move, travelling by train to a new headquarters near Bad Nauheim, from where he would be able to observe his much-anticipated offensive in the Ardennes. Albert Speer had rebuilt and refurbished a fine old castle for the Führer, but Hitler told him that he would never set foot in it. Speer was instructed to build barracks and bunkers in the nearby woods. At the new headquarters, named Alderhorst, the Eagle's Eyrie, Hitler briefed his commanders. "I have striven from the beginning to conduct the war wherever possible offensively. Wars are finally decided through the recognition by one side or the other that the war as such can no longer be won. To get the enemy to realize this is the most important task. It was to be a fight to the death. Whatever the enemy does, he can never reckon with capitulation. Never, never. That is the decisive point." 3 days later, 16 December, Operation Autumn Mist was launched. Some 200,000 Nazi troops were thrown into battle. The Allies were unprepared, and for over a week the Germans advanced. With the skies thick with cloud, Allied bombers were unable to exercise their air superiority to stop them. While Hitler made what would turn out to be his final show of strength, the president's frailty was alarming those close to him. "I had quite a talk with Anna about her father's health," Daisy Suckley wrote after a visit to the White House on 19 December. "It is a very difficult problem, and I am entirely convinced that he cannot keep up the present rate. He will kill himself if he tries, and he won't be so very useful to the world then." At 1 a.m. the next day, Goebbels was roused by a telephone call from Hitler, who was monitoring his troops' advance from his forward headquarters. "The Führer is very pleased that the enemy has no idea of the extent of our offensive," Goebbels explained. "They still think it's a matter of an advance by 3 or 4 divisions, whilst in reality 10 times that number have been deployed." The Führer's confidence and optimism was a great relief. "When he speaks, one can immediately see his inner excitement and joy," Goebbels noted. For Churchill, the crisis was Greece. Much to the consternation of his wife Clementine, he left Chequers on 24 December and flew to Athens to try to bang together the heads of the warring Greek factions. Kirk, the American representative in the Greek capital, reported that Churchill was clearly deeply disturbed over the situation here, but is also determined to persist in military operations until Athens and its surroundings are cleared. When Kirk asked him on Boxing Day if he had any message he wanted passed on to the president, Churchill said, "Tell him that I hope he can help us in some way. We want nothing from Greece. We don't want her airfields or her harbours, only a fair share of her trade. We don't want her islands. We've got Cyprus anyhow. We came in here by agreement with our allies to chase the Germans out and then found that we had to fight to keep people here in Athens from being massacred. Now, if we can do that properly, and we will, all we want is to get out of this damned place." Churchill was at pains to convey that his Christmas wishes did not include imperial dreams. That day, Roosevelt received a disturbing cable from Moscow. Stalin wrote that he was about to recognize the puppet Lublin Committee as the provisional government of Poland, cutting out the London Poles. After his usual assurance that the Soviet Union has a stake in strengthening a pro-ally and democratic Poland, came the sting of reality. The Polish problem is inseparable from that of the security of the Soviet Union. The next day, as Churchill travelled from Greece to Italy, Hitler, in his secluded headquarters in the forests near Bad Nauheim, was expounding to his generals his new plan to regain control of Alsace and Lorraine, territory lost to Germany after the First World War. This concept was based on no true strategic appreciation, and the resources required were even less likely to be available than they had been for the Ardennes offensive, Walter Warlimont recalled, but this did not stop Hitler reporting the new strategy in glowing terms. "I do not need to explain to you again how much depends on it," he told his commanders. "There may be some who in secret will object, saying, 'Yes, but will it come off?' Gentlemen," Hitler continued, "the same objection was raised to me in 1939. I was told both verbally and in writing that the thing could not be done, that it was impossible. Even in the winter of 1940 I was told, 'That cannot be done.' However, there was more of hope than strategy in his conclusion. In the last analysis, I am counting on the fact that the German soldier knows what he is fighting for. Hitler understood that it was total victory or total destruction. 'We'll not capitulate, never,' he told von Below. 'We can go down, but we'll take the world with us.'" Roosevelt could see that Poland was becoming the one potentially divisive issue between him and Stalin. On New Year's Eve, he sent an uncharacteristically strong reply to the Soviet leader's cable. "I must tell you that I am disturbed and deeply disappointed by your message of 27 December regarding Poland." The president pleaded for a month's postponement of recognition of the Lublin Committee as the provisional government. Stalin quickly replied that this would be impossible, as the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR had already made the decision. It was a fait accompli. This time Stalin did not bother with even a nod in Roosevelt's direction. By January 1945, the world had been consumed in its bloodiest ever conflict for over 5 years. The new year would see not just the endgame on the battlefield, but also in the private war of the warlords. Hitler's world was dissolving in the face of his enemy's advance, but he would not give up. "Do you believe, mein Führer, that we can still win the war?" Christa Schröder asked her boss. "We have to," Hitler replied. The Ardennes offensive had failed, fatally weakening German defences. As the British and Americans lined up on Germany's border to the west, the Red Army was charging into the east. Railways had been smashed by the retreating Germans. The Russian advance was dependent on the movement of supplies by trucks, mostly American Studebakers, provided by Lend-Lease. Roosevelt's generosity was hastening the advance of Stalin's forces. On 3 January, Churchill's great hope that Roosevelt would finally visit Britain was dashed. As in the first, Stalin had won the Battle of Venues for second meeting of the Big Three. It would be held at Yalta in the Crimea. In considering itinerary of visit to Black Sea, it has developed, much to my regret, that because of my extended absence from Washington, it is necessary for me to postpone my projected visit to the United Kingdom until a later date, Roosevelt wrote. Churchill made no effort to conceal his distress. "We are very sorry indeed you will not come to our shores on this journey," he replied. There was little confidence in London that much would be achieved by the upcoming conference. Eden noted, "I am much worried that the whole business will be chaotic and nothing worthwhile settled, Stalin being the only one of the three who has a clear view of what he wants and is a tough negotiator. PM is all emotion in these matters, FDR vague and jealous of others." A week later, 10 January, with snow thick on the ground, Churchill was in bed in a rotten mood, not helped by suspicions of Roosevelt's lack of application and stamina. He is disgusted that the president should want to spend only 5 or 6 days at the coming meeting between the Big Three, Colville noted, and says that even the Almighty required 7 to settle the world, an inaccuracy which was quickly pointed out to him, namely Genesis chapter 1. A week later, Sir Alexander Cadogan was recording events in the East with a mixture of celebration and regret. "Russian news marvellous. They're tearing the guts out of the Germans. Warsaw has fallen," he recorded in his diary. However, the victims were the London Poles. What must be the feelings of poor Edward Raczynski and his friends at hearing the Polish anthems broadcast? It's no triumph for them, and they won't get back. What a tragedy. Hitler had returned from the Eagle's Eyrie to Berlin. He realized it was the beginning of the end, Belo recalled. Apart from one visit to the front, he never left the German capital again. On this day, 17 January, he went into a paroxysm of rage, having learnt that his troops had been evacuated from Warsaw without his consent. He completely lost any comprehension of or interest in the frightful general situation, General Guderian recalled. He could think of nothing but the misfortune of losing Warsaw. Hitler told Guderian, "It is not you I am after, but the General Staff. It is intolerable to me that a group of intellectuals should presume to press their views on their superiors. But such is the General Staff system, and that system I intend to smash." On 21 January, he issued an order that every decision from an operational movement to the surrendering of a position was to be reported directly to him in good time before any action was taken. "In future, I shall impose draconian punishment on any attempt at concealment, whether deliberate or arising from carelessness or oversight," he announced. While Hitler spluttered, the three Allied warlords prepared, with mixed feelings, to converge on Yalta. Their agenda, the future of the world. As Daisy Sukli noted in her diary on 22 January, the last thing the president needed was to be away from home. The P doesn't relish this trip at all, thinks it will be very wearing, and feels that he will have to be so much on the alert in his conversations with Uncle Joe and WSC. The conversations will last interminably and will involve very complicated questions. Roosevelt boarded the USS Quincy with his daughter Anna and set sail for Malta. The next day, Churchill, as he was getting into bed, confided his fears to John Colville. "Make no mistake, all the Balkans except Greece are going to be Bolshevized, and there is nothing I can do to prevent it. There is nothing I can do for poor Poland either." He was also less than enamored with Stalin's choice of location. Churchill, Harriman recorded in a cable to Roosevelt on 24 January, says if we had spent 10 years on research, we could not have found a worse place in the world than Magneto, but that he feels that he can survive it by bringing an adequate supply of whiskey. He claims it is good for typhus and deadly on lice, which thrive in those parts. In Berlin, Hitler was sinking. This time the Führer gives the impression of being tired. The heavy workload has affected his health slightly, Goebbels wrote in his diary on 25 January. More than ever, Hitler was seeing Stalin as the man he must not only beat but also emulate. What the wide territory of Russia was to Stalin, the lesser territory of Germany is to us. We must fight as fanatically for Oberschlesien as Stalin fought for Moscow, and we will succeed. The following day he was clutching at his final straw. Stalin wants to Bolshevize Europe at all costs. That is our big chance, for England and America cannot permit that. If they wish to offer resistance to it, they would have to call on German help, he told Goebbels. The enemy coalition will and must break. 3.5 years on, Stalin's men were reaping their revenge for Barbarossa. There were terrible tales from the villages that had fallen into enemy hands, Traudl Junge recalled. Hitler's features were set hard and full of hatred, and he kept saying, "These uncivilized brutes cannot, must not be allowed to swamp Europe. I am the last bulwark against that danger." He often quoted some remarks by Frederick the Great, whose picture hung over his desk. "The commander who flings his last battalion into the fray will be the victor." Christa Schröder, his other secretary, watched Hitler's physical decline, which continued daily, despite his despairing efforts to check it. In the last months, he spoke only about the training of dogs, matters of nutrition, and the stupidity and vileness of the world. The Red Army was now less than 50 miles from Berlin. Chapter 15. 3 February to 11 April 1945. Saki Airport, Crimea, 3 February. 2 planes touched down, the first bearing Churchill, the second Roosevelt. The president looked old and thin and drawn. He had a cape or shawl over his shoulders and appeared shrunken. "He sat looking straight ahead with his mouth open, as if he were not taking things in," observed Lord Moran, who was in the Prime Minister's party. Everyone was shocked by his appearance. They set out on the 7-hour drive to Yalta along what Churchill called the Riviera of Hades. The 3 Allied warlords, 3 aging men with their various illnesses and shared exhaustion, steeled themselves for their second face-to-face meeting. The futures of hundreds of millions of people lay in their hands. At 6 p.m., after the long, bumpy journey through spectacular mountain scenery scarred by the devastation of war, Roosevelt's jeep drew up to the imposing facade of the WWII Palace in Yalta, his home for the coming week. The President and his daughter Anna, who was accompanying him, noted with a mixture of surprise and awe that men and women from the Red Army lined the entire road from Saki to Yalta, saluting as the presidential car drove past. Churchill, who had brought his daughter Sarah, was also struck by this magnificent-looking display. Tsar Nicholas I's 50-room summer palace, with its marble and limestone walls and 20-foot ceilings, was a majestic setting for the conference. Roosevelt was more than satisfied with his accommodation. He even noticed with gratitude that the toilet in his bathroom had been built up in accordance with the needs of his disability. Churchill's warning of typhus and deadly lice seemed no more than British prejudice. "I can't understand Winston's concern," Roosevelt told his head of security, Mike Riley. "This place has all the comforts of home." There was also, Riley noted dryly, an added comfort. The Russians had hospitably assigned what seemed like a platoon of very competent butlers and waiters. They had evidently checked their guns at the door because, unlike at Tehran, they were not armed. Nevertheless, they were all large-eared NKVD men, so I thanked them politely, told them our Filipino boys would make the boss comfortable, and gave them the gate. As Roosevelt settled in, his daughter Anna went to speak to Harry Hopkins. Hopkins was now a sick man. The journey had left him tired and bad-tempered. He also believed that the President was ill-prepared for the conference. He gave me a long song and dance that FDR must see Churchill in the morning for a long meeting to dope out how those two are going to map out the conf, Anna noted in her diary of the trip, made a few insulting remarks to the effect that after all FDR had asked for this job and that now, whether he liked it or not, he had to do the work, and that it was imperative that FDR and Churchill have some prearrangements before the big conf started. Anna, knowing her father's fears of offending Stalin, warned that this course might stir up some distrust among our Russian brethren, but promised to discuss it with the President. As Churchill and his entourage unpacked in the Vorontsov villa, a 25-minute drive from the WWII Palace, Allied bombers were preparing to smash Hitler's capital. The old Reich Chancellery, as well as many official buildings in the centre of Berlin, were shattered. Hitler was driven to spend more and more of his waking hours in the subterranean bunker system beneath the new Chancellery. This underground network had been built in 1943. Though Hitler had been sleeping there since his return to Berlin in January, he now rarely saw daylight, save for a few brief breaths of fresh air when he took his preferred form of company, his Alsatian blondie, for walks. The next morning, 4 February, Stalin arrived in Yalta, having travelled that morning by train from Moscow. According to my father, he, Stalin, was no longer interested in the details of conversations, noted Sergo Beria, who was again on spying duties for the NKVD. From this time onwards, he could force the Allies to accept whatever was important for him. Still, we had to remain vigilant. Sergo was struck most by a remark made by Churchill on Poland. I recall hearing him say that the Russians wanted to swallow up such a big piece that they risked choking. Sergo was confused. Churchill's concern was that Poland, in compensation for losing land to the east, was being offered in return too large a piece of Germany to digest. At 3 p.m., Stalin paid a courtesy call on Churchill at the Vorontsov villa. They spent most of their 45 minutes discussing General Bernard Montgomery's plans for an offensive in the west. He then headed for the WWII Palace and a private meeting with Roosevelt. The president was seated in the small study in the palace. The two men shook hands, and in his attempt to set a comradely tone, Roosevelt told Stalin that while sailing across the Atlantic, he had made a bet that the Red Army would be in Berlin before General MacArthur took Manila. Stalin chuckled and modestly replied that Roosevelt would not win his bet. Keen to demonstrate that Britain and America had no intention of ganging up on their Soviet ally, Roosevelt suggested that as the armies on the western and eastern fronts were now so close, perhaps the time was ripe to initiate daily contact between the two commands. Stalin agreed. They set off to the main ballroom, the setting for the formal meetings of the Big Three. The first session went off without argument, and the three men repaired for dinner, hosted by the president. With the vodka toasts underway, Roosevelt decided it was time for a little pleasantry. "There is one thing I want to tell you," he said to Stalin. "The Prime Minister and I have been cabling back and forth for years now. We have a term of endearment by which we refer to you, and that is Uncle Joe." This light attempt at camaraderie appeared to backfire. Stalin put on a show of stiffness and replied that he found this unfriendly. Despite one of Roosevelt's aides' attempt to reassure him that it was rather like the nickname Uncle Sam that was applied by many to the United States, Stalin got up to leave. Roosevelt was shaken. "Please stay," he pleaded. Vyacheslav Molotov intervened to calm things down. "He is just pulling your leg," he told the president. "We have known for 2 years. All Russia knows you call him Uncle Joe." The drinking continued and the frayed nerves settled until the subject of Poland came up. "We have 7 million Poles in America, people who are vitally interested in the future of Poland," Roosevelt declared. "Of your 7 million Poles," Stalin replied, "only 7,000 vote. I looked it up, and I know I am right." "A terrible party, I thought," Anthony Eden noted afterwards. "The president vague and loose and ineffective. W, understanding that business was flagging, made desperate efforts and 2 long speeches to get things going again. Stalin's attitude to small countries struck me as grim, not to say sinister. I was greatly relieved when the whole business was over," he concluded. However, these opening appearances were deceptive, as was Roosevelt's apparent feebleness. The president had come to Yalta with 2 key objectives. The first and more immediate was to secure Russian entry into the war against Japan after Germany's defeat. He succeeded in this, partly by secretly bribing Stalin with offers of Japanese and Chinese territory that would be incorporated into the post-war Soviet Union. He did not consult his Chinese ally, Chiang Kai-shek, before making the offer. The second and more important was to agree with Stalin the structure of a post-war United Nations organization, which was to be the practical outcome of Roosevelt's vision of the great powers acting as the world's policemen. The heart of this new body was to be a Security Council on which the policemen would sit and prevent further wars breaking out. There were long negotiations over its structure and powers. Initially, Stalin wanted all the republics of the Soviet Union to have a vote, which seemed hardly practical if the United States and Britain each only had 1 vote. In the end, a compromise was reached which allowed a seat for 3 Soviet republics. There were also haggles over whether each policing nation should have a right of veto on Security Council proposals. Eventually, Roosevelt managed to agree with Stalin an initial structure which was to be refined by further talks. While Roosevelt succeeded in his 2 main objectives, the real question, whatever the written agreements, was whether Stalin would become the protector of peace and of the independence of nations or an oppressor building a new totalitarian empire. The crucible remained Poland, which was now occupied by Russian troops. The debate was not now over territory, although details remained to be ironed out. In the 15 months since Churchill had first made his secret deal with Stalin that the new eastern border would be based broadly on the Curzon line, that had become an accepted fact with which the London Poles had been forced to go along. What now mattered was whether Stalin would immediately broaden the sitting provisional government, which had been based on the Lublin Committee, to include the London Poles, and whether he would guarantee that free elections would soon follow. 2 days later, during the third session in the Levadia Palace, Poland had risen to the top of the agenda. Roosevelt and Churchill were insisting not just on free elections, but on objective international monitoring of them. Stalin, while seeking to avoid such a sweeping commitment, nevertheless claimed that he and the Soviet nation really had undergone a change of heart. For the Soviet government, the question of Poland was one of honor, he said, because the Russians had greatly sinned against Poland. The Soviet government, Stalin now proclaimed, was trying to atone for those sins. He went on to say that his greatest interest in Poland stemmed from the fact that it had historically acted as the corridor for those forces attempting to invade Russia, and that he wanted to put an end to this pernicious state of affairs. For that, Poland must be strong, he asserted, explaining that as a result, the Soviet Union is interested in the creation of a mighty, free and independent Poland. After the session had come to an end at 7:30 p.m., Eden was sceptical. First talk on Poland. President and PM were both good, he noted, but Stalin gave us a very dusty answer. I am sure that we must come back hard on this. Alexander Cadogan was caustic about the president's efforts as chairman. I think he is woollier than ever, he recorded. Stalin looks well, rather greyer, and seemed to be in very good form. Roosevelt's stamina was clearly failing. Before dinner he had a massage and insisted on a 30-minute rest. The long meetings, he told one of his delegation, James Burns, are really Winston's fault because he makes too many speeches. Yes, he does, replied Burns, who could see that the president was utterly exhausted, but they are good speeches, Burns continued. Winston doesn't make any other kind, Roosevelt answered with a smile. In Berlin, Joseph Goebbels was trying to reach the Reich Chancellery for a meeting with Hitler. My visit is rather dramatic, he recorded. Access to the Führer is completely obstructed by mountains of rubble. One has to find one's way to him through a kind of maze of trenches. The whole Chancellery looks desolate. One thinks sadly of the evenings we spent among the very best circle of society in these rooms. Those rooms are now just ruins. During the meeting, Hitler told Goebbels he was convinced that the front of the Oder could be held. He also explained his determination to remain in Berlin and defend the city. Stalin, Churchill and Roosevelt intend to destroy the German people, Hitler said of the air raids, and against this we must deploy all the means at our disposal, no matter when or where. Hitler continued to measure himself against his Russian opponent. He sees the situation for us as similar to that facing the Soviets in the winter of 1941, Goebbels noted. There, too, Bolshevism was engaged in a life-or-death struggle, and through Stalin's determination succeeded in overcoming the deadly danger. 2 days later, 8 February, Hitler received Goebbels once again. The Führer was increasingly deluded about the military position. He now looks utterly exhausted, Goebbels observed. Otherwise, he is convinced that we have halfway succeeded in restabilizing the situation in the East. Despite Hitler's conviction, Goebbels admitted privately in his diary that he was a little skeptical. Just in the last few months, the Führer has sometimes made mistakes in his judgment of our military possibilities. It was the understatement of the war. At 9 p.m. that day, Stalin hosted a dinner at the Yusupov Palace. That day's session had gone well. The Big Three had agreed that the provisional government in Poland would be widened to include all parties, including representatives of the Polish government in exile in London. Once this had happened, Churchill and Roosevelt would withdraw their recognition of the London Poles. They had also agreed that a free election would swiftly follow, to be monitored by British and American observers. However, Roosevelt instantly let Stalin off the hook by telling him in a private letter, hand-delivered at the conference, that the United States will never lend its support in any way to any provisional government in Poland that would be inimical to your interests. The dinner ran on until 1 a.m. and comprised 20 courses, 45 toasts, and endless congratulatory and emotional speeches. "It is no exaggeration or compliment of a florid kind," Churchill announced before the first toast, "when I say that we regard Marshal Stalin's life as most precious to the hopes and hearts of us all." A loud "hear, hear" erupted in the room. "I propose a toast," Stalin said soon after, "for the leader of the British Empire, the most courageous of all prime ministers in the world, embodying political experience with military leadership, who, when all Europe was ready to fall flat before Hitler, said that Britain would stand and fight." Goebbels was impatiently awaiting news of the conference. In the absence of anything concrete, he began drawing his own conclusions. "It is taking place behind closed doors and will probably last another week," he noted, just as the talks were drawing to a close. "They are agreed that Germany deserves only hatred and destruction. Roosevelt has proposed that the Reich be occupied until the year 2000. Stalin wants to flatten Berlin down to the last stone." Goebbels made a biting assessment of the Big Three. One probably has to regard Churchill as the key to the puzzle. He is not a proper Englishman, but is half American, and his mentality and character make it completely impossible to talk sense with him. Stalin and Roosevelt have quietly purchased the world from him. Roosevelt was sure that Yalta had been a success. On the night of the multi-toast dinner, he told his doctor, Admiral Ross McIntyre, "I've got everything I came for and not at too high a price. The one nettlesome problem is Poland. The settlement we have in mind leaves much to be desired." He announced to Churchill and Stalin that he would be leaving the following afternoon. Churchill believed that there were too many loose ends to be tied up. At breakfast on 11 February, he complained to Moran, "The President is behaving very badly. He won't take any interest in what we are trying to do." At noon, the Big Three sat side by side at the head of a grand table in the Levadia Palace. Flash bulbs popped and they exchanged triumphant smiles for the photographers. The final achievement was the signing of the Declaration on Liberated Europe. It promised that they would solve by democratic means the problems facing all countries liberated from Nazi tyranny. They agreed to uphold the right of all peoples to choose the form of government under which they will live. But what did words like democracy and liberty mean to a totalitarian dictator on one side and two constitutional democrats on the other? It was never spelt out. Yet as the three Allied warlords prepared to depart, Yalta seemed to herald a new era of cooperation. Cadogan, a seasoned and sceptical diplomat, noted, "I have never known the Russians so easy and accommodating. In particular, Joe has been extremely good. He is a great man and shows up very impressively against the background of the other two aging statesmen. I think the conference has been quite successful. We have got an agreement on Poland which may heal differences, for some time at least, and assure some degree of independence to the Poles." "We will meet again soon," Roosevelt said to Stalin, "in Berlin." The two men shook hands warmly and the president was helped into his wheelchair. His daughter Anna followed close behind as he left the room. Once Roosevelt had been driven off, Churchill could not remove himself fast enough. "I see no reason to stay a minute longer," he announced to his daughter Sarah as they pulled up outside the Vorontsov villa. He sprang out of the car, shouting to his secretary, "I don't know about you, but I'm off." 2 days later, 13 February, Roosevelt, who was back on board the USS Quincy, now moored in Alexandria, sent a note of thanks to Stalin. "I wish again, upon leaving the hospitable shores of the Soviet Union, to tell you how deeply grateful I am for the many kindnesses which you showed me while I was your guest in the Crimea," he wrote. "I leave greatly heartened as a result of the meeting between you, the Prime Minister, and myself." As part of his ongoing mission to encourage nations to assert their independence of European imperialists, particularly British ones, he entertained rulers from Africa and the Middle East, writing home to Daisy Sukli, saw King Farouk, then Emperor Haile Selassie, and the next day King Ibn Saud of Arabia, with his whole court, slaves, black, taster, astrologer, and 8 live sheep. Whole party was a scream. Despite the puckish humour, Daisy was anxious. "I am really worried about FDR. Even the papers say his aides are worried about his health. In all the pictures that have come out, he looks really sick." That night, Bomber Command mounted the most controversial and devastating raid of the war. 774 bombers ignited Dresden into a giant fireball. Hitler was incensed, as was Goebbels, who mooted that tens of thousands of Allied prisoners of war should be executed in retribution. Hitler agreed. "We must scrap this idiotic convention," he said, referring to the Geneva Convention on the treatment of prisoners of war. Only after pleas from Alfred Jodl, Joachim von Ribbentrop, Wilhelm Keitel and Karl Dönitz did the Führer abandon the idea. Churchill had flown from Athens to Alexandria. When they met for lunch aboard the USS Quincy, he thought Roosevelt had a placid, frail aspect. After a brief discussion on the latest atom bomb research, in which they agreed that their collaboration would continue, they parted affectionately. It would be the last time the two men would see each other. Back on board his own ship, Churchill held a long salute in honor of the president as he and the Quincy slid serenely into the Mediterranean. Despite his grumpiness, Churchill, like Roosevelt, thought that Yalta had worked and Stalin would keep his word. In Cairo 2 days later, he remarked, "Poor Neville Chamberlain believed he could trust Hitler. He was wrong. But I don't think I'm wrong about Stalin." He believed that Stalin's admission of guilt over Russian crimes against the Poles and his desire for atonement by the creation of a strong and free Poland were sincere and important. Back in Moscow, Stalin was also pleased. It seemed to him that his allies had, by nods and winks and by the woolly nature of the agreements, tacitly accepted his effective sovereignty over Eastern Europe. When Molotov expressed a worry that some of the wording could get in Russia's way, Stalin told him, "Never mind, we'll do it in our own way later." Roosevelt's voyage home was dispiriting. As the Quincy approached Algeria, Harry Hopkins told him, "Chip and I are getting off at Algiers." Chip was the State Department official and Russian interpreter Charles Bolin. He and Hopkins were indispensable members of Roosevelt's entourage whose help he needed in writing the speech on Yalta that he was due to deliver to Congress on his return. "Why?" Roosevelt demanded. "Well, I'm sick. I mean really sick. I want to stop off and go to Marrakesh and rest," Hopkins explained, refusing to accept Roosevelt's protest that there could be nothing more relaxing than a sea voyage. When Anna joined her father, she thought he looked hurt. "I'm going to need a lot of help with that speech," he said. "I kept no notes." Hopkins, still only 54, was indeed ill and had only a year to live. On 20 February, as Churchill's plane neared the end of the 13-hour flight from Cairo to Lynham Airfield, Roosevelt suffered another blow. General Edwin Parr Watson, his closest crony, had died on board the Quincy. Anna watched with mounting anxiety as her father slipped into a deep malaise. When not talking about Parr, he spent his time smoking cigarettes and staring at the ocean. 3 days later, he roused himself to give a short press conference to the 3 journalists who were on board. He expounded his plan to put Indochina, part of the pre-war French Empire, under an international trusteeship. "Stalin liked the idea," he said. "China liked the idea. The British don't like it." "Is that Churchill's idea on all territory out there? He wants them all back just as they were?" one of the journalists asked. "Yes," Roosevelt replied. "He is mid-Victorian on all things like that." At 2 p.m. the next day, 24 February, Hitler summoned his Gauleiter to the Reich Chancellery. It would be the last address of this kind. Sitting at a small table, looking haggard and old, his left hand shook throughout. "You may see my hand tremble sometimes today," he announced, "and perhaps even my head now and then, but my heart never. He gave a rundown of National Socialist history, a promise of new weapons, and an announcement that if Germany was to lose the war, it would be the fault of the German people themselves. 48 hours later, Roosevelt finally found the energy to begin work on his report to Congress. He had summoned a White House speechwriter, Sam Rosenman, to fly from Washington to help him. "I understand Stalin," he told Rosenman as they worked together, "and he understands me." On 27 February, the Quincy anchored at Newport News in Virginia. Roosevelt asked that he be allowed to board his train before Pa Watson's body was brought ashore. In London, Churchill was addressing the House of Commons. "The home of the Poles is settled," he told members. "Are they to be masters in their own house? Are they to be free as we in Britain and the United States or France are free? Are their sovereignty and their independence to be untrammelled, or are they to become a mere projection of the Soviet state, forced against their will by an armed minority to adopt a communist or totalitarian system?" It was the key question that had travelled with the Allied warlords from Yalta. Churchill told the House that most solemn declarations have been made by Marshal Stalin and the Soviet state that the sovereign independence of Poland is to be maintained. Little more than 2 weeks after the conference's end, Churchill's anxiety was tangible. The reality of Stalin's promises on Poland was beginning to emerge. The next day, 28 February, while Roosevelt attended Pa Watson's funeral, Churchill wrote him an anguished letter. "There are many stories put about of wholesale deportation by the Russians and of liquidations by the Lublin Poles of elements they do not like." At 2 a.m., before he went to bed, he told John Colville that even though Stalin would have his way in Romania and Bulgaria as the quid pro quo for leaving Greece alone, I have not the slightest intention of being cheated over Poland, not even if we go to the verge of war with Russia. In Washington, Roosevelt retained his confidence that he had plumbed a latent goodness in the Soviet leader. He told his cabinet, "Stalin has something else in his being besides this revolutionist Bolshevist thing. Perhaps it is to do with his early training for the priesthood. I think that something entered into his nature of the way in which a Christian gentleman should behave." At 12:30 p.m. on 1 March 1945, Roosevelt wheeled into the House of Representatives. There was silence in the chamber as he was eased into a chair set up behind a desk covered with microphones. As he began his speech, he admitted for the first time in public the pain and extent of his disability. "Mr. Vice President, Mr. Speaker, members of Congress, I hope you will pardon me for the unusual posture of sitting down during the presentation of what I wish to say, but I know you will realize it makes it a lot easier for me in not having to carry about 10 pounds of steel around the bottom of my legs." Laughter rippled across the chamber. "And also," Roosevelt continued, "because of the fact I have just completed a 14,000-mile round trip." Sympathetic applause broke out. "I come from the Crimea Conference with a firm belief that we have made a start on the road to a world of peace," he assured Congress. Yalta had succeeded in continuing to build the foundation for an international accord that would bring order and security after the chaos of war. Many who watched him were shocked. The president drifted from the carefully written script at crucial points, and his frailty was painfully obvious. "Sam and I were just sick," Grace Tully noted after watching the speech with Rosenman. "He wasn't himself at all." That day, Stalin was building his empire. His deputy foreign minister, Andrei Vyshinsky, was in Bucharest, installing a puppet government for Romania under the figurehead of the browbeaten young King Michael, who had been muscled into allowing a communist takeover. There was no consultation with the British and Americans as required by the Yalta agreements. However, as Churchill knew full well, Stalin had not interfered in Greece, where he had used British forces to repress an attempted communist takeover. It was tit for tat. Poland remained the key, and reports of growing Soviet oppression continued to filter out. The NKVD was rounding up potential opponents in their thousands. There was no sign of the promised free elections. The mistrust of the Kremlin continues, Goebbels observed. Meanwhile, Stalin continues to achieve military faits accomplis which give him the upper hand with Roosevelt and Churchill. As for keeping Germany in the fight, Goebbels recorded Hitler's agreement with his view that we should create female battalions in Berlin. There are countless women now volunteering for duty at the front, and the Führer is also of the opinion that so long as they come forward voluntarily, they will doubtless prove to be fanatical fighters. Not only was Hitler's mood constantly swinging, so too were his calculations on how to escape from his predicament. A few weeks before, he had judged that the British and Americans would soon have to unite with him to stop the march of Bolshevism. Now he told Goebbels that he was interested in finding some means of coming to an agreement with the Soviet Union and then continuing the struggle against England with the most brutal energy. For England has always been the mischief maker in Europe. If England were finally swept out of Europe, we'd all at least temporarily have some peace. On 7 March 1945, as American troops crossed the Rhine, General Georgy Zhukov visited Stalin's dacha. He was not quite well, Zhukov observed. After asking a few perfunctory questions about the situation in Pomerania and on the Oder, he said, "Let's stretch our legs a little. I feel sort of limp." From the way he looked, talked and moved, you could tell that he was greatly fatigued, Zhukov recalled. After 4 years of war, he was badly overworked. The two men spent an hour walking around the grounds of the dacha. Zhukov was surprised when Stalin began reminiscing about his youth. "I've been meaning to ask you for a long time about your son Yakov," Zhukov said as they headed back to the dacha for tea. "Have you heard anything about his fate?" Yakov had been taken prisoner by the Germans, and, at the time of Stalingrad, Stalin had refused to free him in exchange for releasing Field Marshal Friedrich Paulus. "Yakov won't be able to get out of captivity," Stalin said quietly after a long pause. "They'll shoot him, the killers." Yakov was already dead. He had committed suicide in April 1943 in a German prisoner of war camp. He had refused steadfastly during his imprisonment to cooperate with the Germans. In London, a large parcel arrived at Downing Street from Stalin bearing champagne, vodka and caviar. It did nothing to soften the mounting distrust of the Soviet leader's intentions. The PM and Eden both fear that our willingness to trust our Russian ally may have been vain, and they look with despondency to the future, John Colville wrote that night. It looks as if Dr. Goebbels' disciples may still be able to say, "I told you so." But God knows we have tried hard to march in step with Russia towards the broad and sunlit uplands. If a cloud obscures the sun when we reach them, the responsibility is with Moscow, and the bitter, though for the Germans empty, triumph is with Berlin. At the same time, Averell Harriman was cabling Roosevelt, "The Lublin government every day is becoming more and more the Warsaw government and the ruler of Poland." Churchill warned Roosevelt that if the situation was not corrected, it will soon be seen by the world that you and I, by putting our signatures to the Crimea settlement, have underwritten a fraudulent prospectus. On 10 March, Churchill wrote again, "It suits the Soviets very well to have a long period of delay so that the process of liquidation of elements unfavorable to them or their puppets may run its full course." He was finding himself in an increasingly embarrassing political position as the volume of criticism rose within Parliament, and indeed his government, that he had effectively betrayed Poland at Yalta. He explained his problem to the President. "The feeling here is very strong. 4 ministers have abstained from the divisions and 2 have already resigned." Churchill asked that they send a joint message of protest to Stalin. Roosevelt replied the next day, "I am fully determined, as I know you are, not to let the good decisions we reached at the Crimea slip through our hands." However, he knew full well how much leeway Stalin had been given at Yalta. He told Churchill that they must wait and, for the moment, leave matters in the hands of their ambassadors in Moscow. I feel that our personal intervention would best be withheld until every other possibility of bringing the Soviet government into line has been exhausted," he concluded. "I very much hope, therefore, that you will not send any message to Uncle Joe at this juncture." As he wrote, his doctors and his secretary, Grace Tully, were keeping his diary as free from appointments as possible. He was now unable to shave or wash himself. Those around him were desperately worried. In Germany, it was Heroes' Memorial Day. "It must be our ambition," Hitler told Goebbels, "to set an example for later generations to look to in similar crises and pressures, just as we today have to look to the past heroes of history." In his proclamation that day to his generals, he reminded them of what he considered the great betrayal, the stab in the back by Germany's leaders who had given in at the end of the First World War. The year 1918 will not repeat itself. He was also indulging in new fantasies about his allies. It was impossible for Britain or the United States to reverse their war policy because both Roosevelt and Churchill have to give too much consideration to public opinion. However, the same did not go for Stalin, since he was a dictator. Therefore, Hitler deduced, our goal must be to drive the Soviets back in the East and thereby cause them very high losses in lives and material. The Kremlin might then be more amenable to us. Goebbels recorded the upshot of the bargain with Russia that his Führer's logic was intended to bring about. This special peace would not, of course, fulfill our 1941 aims, but the Führer hopes to achieve a partition of Poland, to be able to place Hungary and Croatia under German sovereignty, and to gain the freedom for operations against the West. Goebbels noted the one major flaw in the plan. Where it falls down at present is that there is no possibility of effecting it. In London the next day, 13 March, Churchill continued to fire cables at Roosevelt. At Yalta, we agreed to take the Russian view of the frontier line. Poland has lost her frontier. Is she now to lose her freedom? He asked. Annoyed by Roosevelt's refusal to join him in writing to Stalin, he threatened to tell Parliament of this divergence in the British and American approach. It would certainly be necessary for me to make it clear that we are in presence of a great failure and an utter breakdown of what was settled at Yalta, but that we British have not the necessary strength to carry the matter further, and that the limits of our capacity to act have been reached. This infuriated Roosevelt, who was fed up with Churchill's constant nagging about a deal on Poland which they had both signed and of whose flaws they had both been equally aware. He wanted to fire off an angry reply straight away, but was persuaded to sleep on it. 2 days later, Roosevelt sent his reply, making clear his irritation at Churchill's threat to expose their alleged differences. From our side, there is certainly no evidence of any divergence of policy. We have been merely discussing the most effective tactics, and I cannot agree that we are confronted with a breakdown of the Yalta Agreement until we have made the effort to overcome the obstacles incurred in the negotiations in Moscow. It was a warning to Churchill to stay in line. The Prime Minister's behaviour was making Roosevelt ever more determined to destroy European imperialism. In a conversation with the State Department official Charles Taussig, he explained that one of the most important goals we must have in mind for the post-war world is to increase the purchasing power of great masses of people who now have negligible purchasing power. Roosevelt said that the brown people in the East must be helped to achieve their independence. If not, there would be the danger of hundreds of millions of potential enemies. Pointedly, he remarked, Churchill doesn't understand this. Churchill could sense that he was annoying the president. The next day, 17 March, he wrote a personal and informal message apologizing for the burden he was creating. I hope that the rather numerous telegrams I have to send you on so many of our difficult and intertwined affairs are not becoming a bore to you. Our friendship is the rock on which I build for the future of the world, so long as I am one of the builders. He then harked back to those happier times when their friendship was flowering against the backdrop of adversity. I always think of those tremendous days when you devised Lend-Lease, when we met at Argentia, when you decided with my heartfelt agreement to launch the invasion of Africa, and when you comforted me for the loss of Tobruk by giving me the 300 Shermans of subsequent Alamein fame. The approach of victory, by contrast, seemed to bring only sourness. In the White House, Roosevelt was making a telling admission. "I got along absolutely splendidly with Stalin," he told 2 journalists, but conceded that the Russians were going to do things in their own way in the areas they occupy. However, he explained that he had got the impression that the Russians are now fully satisfied and that we can work out everything together. "I am convinced we are going to get along," he concluded. In other words, once Stalin had satisfied his appetite, he would need to devour no more. The problem remained that Poland appeared to be his choice of main course. 2 days later, in Berlin, Goebbels used a different image to make the same analysis. "It's clear that in the present critical state of the war, Stalin is staking everything on getting as much harvest as possible into his barns. Stalin long ago let down the Iron Curtain." That phrase was being used by Goebbels long before Churchill made it famous. In Moscow, Averell Harriman was hardening his view of Stalin's ambitions. On 21 March, he cabled Roosevelt, "We must come clearly to realize that the Soviet program is the establishment of totalitarianism, ending personal liberty and democracy as we know it." 2 days later, as Churchill flew from Britain to Germany to meet General Montgomery at 21st Army headquarters at Strahlen, Roosevelt was privately admitting that his assessment of Stalin could have been too rosy. He was lunching with his close friend Anna Rosenberg. "Averell is right," he admitted. "We can't do business with Stalin. He has broken every one of the promises he made at Yalta." 24 hours later, Churchill watched Montgomery's forces launch Operation Plunder, an attempt to cross the lower Rhine in 4 separate places. To the alarm of the officers accompanying him, he spent 2 days pottering about Allied fortifications and wandering along the river. The smell of battle brought a reminder of contentment. "It was a relief to get Winston home safely," Alan Brooke noted in his diary. "I know that he longed to get into the most exposed position possible. I honestly believe that he would really have liked to be killed on the front at this moment of success. He had often told me that the way to die is to pass out fighting when your blood is up and you feel nothing." On 27 March, an incident in Poland demonstrated more starkly than anything before the bad faith of the Soviet occupiers. 16 leaders of the Polish underground were invited by Russian commanders to discuss local administrative arrangements. It was a trick. They were kidnapped by the NKVD and disappeared without trace for 6 weeks. They had been flown to Moscow and would later be subject to a show trial and sent to the Gulag. Even though he realized that he was aggravating the president, Churchill refused to stop badgering him on the need to intervene personally with Stalin over Poland. The Russians were placing every possible obstacle and delay in the way of including former members of the London Poles in the provisional government in Warsaw. Free elections were still out of sight. Churchill told Roosevelt that it was as plain as a pikestaff that Moscow's tactics were to drag the business out while the Lublin Committee consolidate their power. Finally, Roosevelt agreed to send a protest. On 29 March, he forwarded to Churchill, who was on his way to Chequers for the Easter weekend, a draft of his cable to Stalin. "I must make it quite plain to you that any such solution which would result in a thinly disguised continuance of the present Warsaw regime would be unacceptable," the telegram read. But Roosevelt still believed that he could persuade Stalin to fall in line. "Having understood each other so well at Yalta, I am convinced that the 3 of us can and will clear away any obstacles which have developed since then." Evidence that a niggling doubt had now lodged in Roosevelt's mind surfaced the next day. He asked the Lend-Lease administrator, Leo Crowley, "How much do the Russians owe us?" Crowley replied that it was somewhere in the region of $11 billion. Roosevelt told him that Henry Morgenthau had suggested the Soviets be given $10 billion more. Crowley said he was opposed to this. Roosevelt agreed. "I have yet to get any concessions from Stalin," he remarked. "We are getting down to the tail end of the war. I do not want you to let out any more long-term contracts on Lend-Lease," he ordered Crowley. "Further, I want you to shut off Lend-Lease the moment Germany is defeated." He also conveyed his anxieties to an aide, Chester Bowles. "We've taken a great risk here, an enormous risk, and it involves the Russian intentions. I'm worried. I still think Stalin will be out of his mind if he doesn't cooperate, but maybe he's not going to, in which case we're going to have to take a different view." Despite his worries, neither Roosevelt nor his commanders in Europe would do anything to thwart the Soviet land grab. On this day, Dwight Eisenhower sent a signal to Stalin without consulting his British allies, saying that he was concentrating his forces on southern Germany rather than Berlin. Stalin could hardly believe his luck. He cabled back to Eisenhower, "Your plans completely coincide with the plans of the Red Army. Berlin has lost its former strategic importance. The Soviet High Command therefore plans to allow secondary forces in the direction of Berlin." The Soviet leader instantly summoned his two marshals, Georgy Zhukov and Ivan Konev. "Well then," he said, "who is going to take Berlin? Are we or the Allies?" "It is we who shall take Berlin," Konev replied. The Red Army massed all its available strength for the race to Berlin. Churchill and the British Chiefs of Staff had been infuriated by Eisenhower's unilateral decision. For Churchill, the political consequences were obvious, and he tried to nudge both Roosevelt and Eisenhower to deploy forces so that the British and Americans could retrieve at least some of the territory that would otherwise fall into Russian hands. He cabled Eisenhower, "I deem it highly important that we should shake hands with the Russians as far east as possible." Eisenhower, a future apostle of Cold War, was deaf to any such pleas. After finishing his business in Washington on 30 March, Roosevelt boarded the presidential train for Warm Springs, his retreat in Georgia, where he had built the Little White House in 1932 and established a rehabilitation center for polio sufferers. On his arrival, some of those closest to him realized how ill he was. "When we disembarked at Warm Springs, I got my first inkling that things might not go too well," Roosevelt's chief of security, Mike Riley, recalled. Normally, the president used his impressive upper body strength to help the transfer from car to wheelchair. Now his muscles had gone. "It took every bit of strength I could muster to make the transfer that evening at Warm Springs. He was absolutely dead weight." Roosevelt's peace was now interrupted by the only unpleasant row in his entire relationship with Stalin. 3 weeks before, the German commander in the south, General Albert Kesselring, had put out feelers for a negotiated surrender, using an SS general, Karl Wolff, to make contact with Allen Dulles, the head of the OSS in Bern, Switzerland. The Russians were informed of the approach, but as it seemed unlikely to lead to anything, they were not invited to take part in the initial informal conversations. However, Stalin's paranoia was quickly aroused. He wrote to Roosevelt, "I cannot understand why the representatives of the Soviet command have been excluded from the talks in Bern. In a situation of this kind, allies should have nothing to conceal from each other." The allies had, in fact, not concealed anything. In Moscow, Stalin told Zhukov, "This is some more proof of the backstage intrigues carried on between the Hitlerites and the British government circles." In Berlin, thoughts of surrender would never enter Hitler's mind. As always, he was complaining about his generals. "The Führer has to use a large part of his strength and time every day in supporting them and giving them some backbone," noted Goebbels. "It is, as he tells me, a real labor of Hercules. I also see how much he has suffered under the strain. I have never seen his hand shake as much as it did during this conversation." That day, Eva Braun arrived, uninvited, in Berlin. Hitler told her to return to Munich, but she would not hear of it. She was quite determined, Nikolaus von Below recalled, that she wanted to be at Hitler's side, and from then on she lived in the bunker in a room adjacent to Hitler's quarters. That day Roosevelt tried to calm Stalin over the talks in Bern. "No negotiations for surrender have been entered into," he informed him, "and if there should be any negotiations, these will be conducted at Caserta with your representatives present throughout." In a separate telegram, Roosevelt repeated his concerns over events in Poland. "I wish I could convey to you how important it is for the successful development of our program of international collaboration that this Polish question be settled fairly and speedily." Churchill, too, wrote to Stalin on 1 April about Poland. "If our efforts to reach an agreement about Poland are to be doomed to failure," he warned, "I shall be bound to confess the fact to Parliament when they return from the Easter recess." His concerns about Stalin's advance also surfaced in a letter he wrote that day to Roosevelt. "The Russian armies will no doubt overrun all Austria and enter Vienna. If they also take Berlin, will not their impression that they have been the overwhelming contributor to our common victory be unduly imprinted in their minds, and may this not lead them into a mood which will raise grave and formidable difficulties in the future?" he asked. "I therefore consider that from a political standpoint we should march as far east into Germany as possible, and that should Berlin be in our grasp, we should certainly take it." Whether because he genuinely smelt conspiracy, or whether he was using it as a tactic to deflect the pressure on Poland, Stalin now sent Roosevelt an extraordinary cable on the surrender negotiations in Bern. He claimed that he had information from his own military command that negotiations did take place and that these ended in an agreement with the Germans, whereby the German commander on the Western Front, Marshal Kesselring, is to open the front to the Anglo-American troops and let them move east, while the British and Americans have promises in exchange to ease the armistice for the Germans. Stalin was effectively making the lethal and false accusation that the British and Americans were doing a secret deal to free the Nazis to fight against Russia. That day, Roosevelt also received a cable from Averell Harriman with a catalogue of details showing a lack of Soviet cooperation. The ambassador in Moscow concluded, "The Soviets decide to do things not to obtain our goodwill, but because they think their interests are being served. Conversely, the things we do to assist or please them do not obtain goodwill from them. Failure to stand our ground is interpreted as a sign of weakness." Roosevelt was so disgusted by Stalin's allegations that the next day, 4 April, he allowed his staff for the very first time to send in his name angry words to the Soviet leader. It would be one of the great tragedies of history if at the very moment of the victory, now within our grasp, such distrust, such lack of faith should prejudice the entire undertaking after the colossal losses of life, material and treasure involved, the telegram read. "Frankly, I cannot avoid a feeling of bitter resentment toward your informers, whoever they are, for such vile misrepresentations of my actions or those of my trusted subordinates." In Berlin, Hitler was issuing commands to fight to the death. For the defense of Vienna, Goebbels recorded, the Führer has given his harshest order in the whole war. "Our soldiers must stand here man for man, and anyone who leaves their post should be shot." However, the resolve of Hitler's most loyal acolyte was beginning to waver. I ask myself despairingly where it is all leading. In Moscow, Stalin quickly saw his mistake in angering the man who had given him so much. He instantly apologized to Roosevelt. "In my message of 3 April, the point was not about integrity or trustworthiness. I have never doubted your integrity or trustworthiness, just as I have never questioned the integrity or trustworthiness of Mr. Churchill." It was a well-timed climb-down. Once again, Roosevelt could believe that Stalin would always respond to his appeals. On 11 April, another perfect day, as Daisy Suckley recorded, at the Little White House, Roosevelt wrote, in words drafted by himself alone, to Churchill, I would minimize the general Soviet problem as much as possible because these problems, in one form or another, seem to arise every day, and most of them straighten out, as in the case of the Bern meeting. We must be firm, however, and our course thus far is correct. It was the authentic voice of the President, keeping his options open, but above all seeking to avoid confrontation with Stalin. At 7:30 p.m., Henry Morgenthau called Roosevelt, who was in the middle of mixing cocktails. He was seated in a chair, his feet up, with a card table laid across his legs. I was terribly shocked when I saw him, and I found that he had aged terrifically and looked very haggard, Morgenthau noted. His hands shook so that he started to knock the glasses over. The next day, 12 April 1945, would shatter the world. Epilogue. 12 April 1945. Thursday, 12 April 1945, dawned brightly at the little White House. Another beautiful day with the promised heat. F woke up with a slight headache and a stiff neck, which probably comes from being overtired, Daisy Suckley noted in her diary. The pouch from Washington won't arrive until after 11. At the moment, everything is peaceful. As the sun hovered over Warm Springs, it was setting over Berlin. That evening, as the fighting grew ever nearer and Hitler faced his final days in the bunker, the Berlin Philharmonic Orchestra gave its last wartime concert. The program was Beethoven's Violin Concerto, Bruckner's Eighth Symphony, and the finale to Wagner's Götterdämmerung. In Moscow, Stalin was meeting a delegation of Yugoslav communists. He described to one of them, Milovan Djilas, his view of the realities of the new superpower world. This war is not as in the past. Whoever occupies a territory also imposes on it his own social system. Everyone imposes his own system as far as his army has the power to do so. It cannot be otherwise. In London, Churchill was given sad news. Clementine's cousin, Tom Mitford, and a close family friend, Basil Dufferin, had both been killed in action. Events were not all bleak. That afternoon his daughter Mary was awarded the MBE. At Warm Springs, Roosevelt was having his portrait painted. The artist said that he looked so much better she was pleased she had not started work the day before. Late that night, Daisy Suckley recorded the day's events. I was crocheting on the sofa. About 1 p.m. I glanced up from my work. F seemed to be looking for something, his head forward, his hands fumbling. I went forward and looked into his face. "Have you dropped your cigarette?" He looked at me with his forehead furrowed in pain and tried to smile. "I have a terrific pain in the back of my head," Roosevelt said quietly, raising his hand to touch the spot. He slumped forward, his eyes closed. By 3:15 p.m., Daisy noted, F's breathing became very heavy and labored. I had a distinct feeling that this was the beginning of the end. 20 minutes later, his breathing gave out. 25 minutes of 4. It was the end. Franklin D. Roosevelt, the hope of the world, is dead. In the concrete bunker deep below the Reich Chancellery, a telephone rang. It was midnight. Hitler picked up the receiver. Seconds later, he slammed it down, unable to contain his excitement. "The war is not lost," he bellowed triumphantly at Albert Speer. "Roosevelt is dead." The boredom and gloom of the cold, dank rooms were displaced by elation. To Hitler it seemed that the hand of Providence had once again intervened. He was literally obsessed with the idea of some miraculous salvation. Albert Kesselring later told his Allied captors. He clung to it like a drowning man to a straw. 10 days later, as the Allies' bombardment rocked the city above and the Red Army fought its way into Berlin, Providence was finally failing the Führer. He barked at his secretaries, "Get changed at once. A plane is leaving in an hour and will take you south. All is lost, hopelessly lost." The next day he announced, "Gentlemen, it's over. I shall stay here in Berlin and shoot myself when the moment comes." A week later, 30 April, that moment arrived. When he was telephoned the news of Hitler's death, Stalin remarked, "So that's the end of the bastard." Churchill, on hearing the German statement that he had died at his post, said, "I think he was perfectly right to die like that." Hitler had spent his final hours in an orgy of self-justification. Everyone but himself was to blame for the catastrophe he had brought on his nation. His generals, his soldiers, the German people, and, of course, his enemies and the Jews. In his last testament, written the day before he died, he declared, "It is untrue that I or anybody else in Germany wanted war in 1939. It was desired and instigated exclusively by those international statesmen who were either of Jewish origin or working for Jewish interests. The responsibility for the outbreak of this war cannot rest on me. Furthermore, I never desired that after the first terrible world war a second war should arise against England or even against America." By the end, the self-delusion was complete. Years later, in a discussion of greatness, Churchill was asked whether Hitler was a great man. "No," he replied, "he made too many mistakes." In London, as Big Ben chimed the final seconds of 12 April, Churchill was writing a cable to Clementine, who was visiting Moscow, to tell her of her cousin's death. There was a knock at the door. He was informed that his great ally had passed away. He placed the letter to Clementine on one side and began another to Harry Hopkins. "I understand how deep your feelings of grief must be. I feel with you that we have lost one of our greatest friends and one of the most valiant champions of the causes for which we fight," he wrote. "I feel a very painful personal loss, quite apart from the ties of public action which bound us so closely together. I had true affection for Franklin." Something curious now happened. Even though transatlantic travel was still an 18-hour haul, Churchill's natural and overriding priority seemed obvious: to go on the journey he had made so often before and attend the funeral of the man with whom he had saved the world. Indeed, he had immediately written with this in mind to Halifax in Washington. Early the next morning, 13 April, he received the ambassador's answer. He warmly approved of the idea, as did Harry Hopkins and the Secretary of State, Edward Stettinius. They all agreed on the immense effect for good that would be produced. Halifax added, "Nor do I overlook the value if you came of your seeing Truman, the new president." A flight was scheduled for 8:30 that evening. At the last minute, Churchill pulled out. He wrote to Hopkins that while it would have been a solace to me to be present at Franklin's funeral, everyone here thought my duty next week lay at home, at a time when so many ministers are out of the country. He gave King George VI a slightly different reason, that he had to consider the tribute which should be paid to the late president, which clearly it is my business to deliver, in addition to the pressure of work. John Colville recorded that it was only after much deliberation that Churchill decided not to go, but the reasons remain unsatisfactory. One simple fact, however, is clear. The emotional bond which Churchill always claimed tied him so closely to the president was not, even at that most poignant moment of his death, strong enough to impel him to drop everything else and make the funeral his priority. Perhaps there is an explanation which corresponds with that simple fact. That bond was not as strong as Churchill liked to claim. The final year and a half of their relationship was not always pleasant. There had been the mocking at Tehran, the hostile cables after Roosevelt's re-election in November 1944, the view that Roosevelt was taking insufficient care at Yalta, and the disagreements that followed over Poland. Above all, there must have been constantly in Churchill's mind the feeling that if only Roosevelt had adopted his alternative strategy, over which there had been the tempestuous arguments and bitter words of late 1943 and June 1944, Stalin's Bolshevik colossus might not at this moment be hanging over Europe. Even after Roosevelt's death, Churchill kept pleading with Dwight Eisenhower to push Allied troops forward into Prague, Budapest and Vienna, not to mention Berlin. All these cities might have been occupied by the Western Allies but for the cardinal American rule, laid down by Roosevelt, and not surprisingly followed by Truman, that such political considerations must never be allowed to influence military strategy. At the same time, of course, politics was dictating every move Stalin made. Therefore, Churchill might well have reflected on how much he really owed the dead president. As for that alternative strategy, could it have succeeded? Majority opinion is sceptical that Churchill's Eastern Mediterranean strategy of late 1943 could ever have led to the breakthrough he desired. However, the decision to go ahead with Operation Dragoon, the invasion of southern France in the summer of 1944, rather than pursue the Italian campaign, was later condemned by one key man who was at the thick of the action, Mark Clark, the top American general in Italy. Clark wrote, "The weakening of the campaign in Italy in order to invade southern France, instead of pushing on into the Balkans, was one of the outstanding mistakes of the war. Stalin knew exactly what he wanted, and the thing he most wanted was to keep us out of the Balkans. A campaign that might have changed the whole history of relations between the Western world and the Soviet Union was permitted to fade away." The difference in hours meant that Moscow heard the news of Roosevelt's death the following day. "Jesus, it was a shock," wrote Averell Harriman's daughter, Kathleen. "Red flags with black borders hung from all houses today throughout Moscow, something I'd have not guessed would happen." Stalin cabled Churchill, "Our people will always value highly and remember President F. Roosevelt's friendly attitude to the Soviet Union. As for myself, I am deeply afflicted by the loss of this great man, our common friend." The sentiments were genuine, and why should they not have been? Roosevelt had given Stalin almost everything he had ever asked for, and exercised every facet of his manifold charm on him. Now Stalin gave one small thing in return. Among the various squabbles since Yalta, there had been bickering over the final structure of the United Nations. Stalin had decided not to send Vyacheslav Molotov to the inaugural gathering which was about to take place in San Francisco. When Averell Harriman went to see him after Roosevelt's death, Stalin asked him if there was anything he could do. "Send Molotov to San Francisco," replied Harriman. Stalin agreed. Molotov went. In the final days of his life, Roosevelt had realized that his great gamble of giving to the Soviet leader might be failing. But he had by no means given up on it and was not yet ready to confront him. Daisy Suckley judiciously summed it up in her diary a few days later. F had his hopes and plans for world peace, and he couldn't give up until he had done everything in his power to get that peace started. He was working against time and against his failing strength, and I think and know that all those who worked for him and with him for that goal will carry on as best they can. F himself did not have too much faith in Stalin, but he thought that he and Stalin looked at things in the same practical way, and that for that reason there was much hope that Stalin would follow along. Daisy concluded with her own sadly naive hopes for the future. Perhaps now Stalin will lead along the line of F's ideas. On 25 April, Russian and American soldiers linked up on the River Elbe. There were joyful scenes of celebration as officers and men from each side cracked bottles of champagne and danced together to the tunes of Russian accordions. It seemed to herald the new world of cooperation for which Roosevelt had been willing to give so much. But these images were deceptive. In the coming months and years, Stalin would isolate the nations he had occupied in Eastern Europe from the capitalist West and build a totalitarian empire. Some believed that had Roosevelt lived, he might have moderated Stalin's actions. But while Stalin made gestures and promises for Roosevelt, the Soviet leader always did what he wanted. Roosevelt's flaw, born of his own optimistic nature, was in believing that Stalin was at heart a politician like himself, albeit a harsh one. What he never understood, or perhaps chose not to understand as the consequences would have been too discomforting, was that deep inside Stalin lurked a combination, equalled only by Hitler, of cruelty, paranoia, ideology, and greed for power. In July 1945, the victors of war gathered at Potsdam, just outside Berlin. Roosevelt was dead. Hitler had shot himself. Churchill was about to be voted out of office by the British people. One man stood triumphant: Stalin, the new emperor of Russia and half of Europe. In the same month of July in 1940, 5 years before, Hitler had paraded through Berlin in glory, the master of Europe, the greatest warlord in history. Few could have suspected that those scenes signalled the close of one chapter in world history, the age of European empires. Stalin's triumph opened another, the age of two ideologically opposed superpowers, and a Cold War that would last nearly 50 years. On one level, the outcome had been decided by the march of events and mass armies. But the orchestrators were the four warlords. Their war of the mind had shaped a new world. This concludes Warlords by Simon Berthon and Joanna Potts, narrated by Michael Page. Copyright 2013 by Simon Berthon and Joanna Potts. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Simon Berthon, care of the Andrew Lowney Literary Agency Limited, and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.